yelling, turn it down, but my head stuck up in the clouds. We get freaky in this house, we make them speakers real, real loud. Neighbors yelling, turn it down, but my head stuck up in the clouds.
Guilty, the humanity, and this is what love does. All thunder made a call before the best and the worst of us. I don't wanna be there for. I don't wanna be there for it all. I don't wanna be there for the end of us. I won't be a body on the floor. Never gonna live that war. No, I don't wanna see it. I wish it never got this far. Humanity's fall. Humanity's fall. I love one side's all bleary and a world got fire. And what we glorified was furthest from what we desire. Humanity not plagued with some disease where our conscious fights release. Are we now? So in lieu of love, the thunder rains out from above, and so with it do what does anyway. You wouldn't know me. You wouldn't know me. You wouldn't know me. You know me. Where are the angels now? They've been both lost and found. Heaven sing now. 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 Show me how to run away. Broken and fragile. Show me how to run away. Broken and fragile.
All I do is
Nobody is talks about.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Today, it is do or die. 4 world-class teams are facing elimination, and if they want to make a lower bracket run, the time is now. Hello and welcome to Day 3 of Game Changers Championship 2024, coming to you live from a very lively Riot Games arena in Berlin, Germany. I'm Mika Fabs here alongside Kakuka and Mitchman, and can I just say, it's an honor to be here in the home of EMEA.
We're so happy to have you here.
I'm so happy to be here.
I was so worried that you were not going to make it to the event and I had to stick with Mitch for the entire
I was
event.
really nervous for a little bit. But I'm here right now and I'm so happy, and I'm just pretty starstruck by the studio.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very lovely studio, and the color scheme fits very well. I am a bit sad though that your first day is going to be an elimination day.
I know, it's kind of shocking, and it's like I just got here and suddenly somebody has to go home. But first, let's talk about how we got here and what happened on day 2, because we had 3 back-to-back matches, including our first look at both of our former champions in G2 and SR.
Yeah, I mean, looking at yesterday, G2, I expected to see them win coming into it, and although they managed to find it in the end, I was certainly a little bit shaken seeing those first couple results come in. This is a squad that most certainly was able to bring the heat on the other side, and look, I'm not too worried about what G2 will be able to do moving forward. We know this is a team that can come in a little overconfident. They can stumble a little bit, but they always screw their heads on just in time. But we also heard that this year was somewhere that they've already had that wake-up call. So seeing teams challenge them like that, we don't get the excuse anymore that, oh, they weren't really trying. This is a very scary Crew Blaze roster.
Oh yeah, definitely. There are a lot of rosters that are also looking very, very scary. And as we're looking at our bracket right now, we're seeing the competition step up in just a bit. This is like the point of no return in the competition, because now we have our eliminations and we have a lot of teams that put their cards forward, babe.
Yeah, I am extremely excited by the upper games that we have, the G2 versus MIBR. The showing that we have from MIBR. But that second one, the Shipto versus Shopify, I think people that do not know the story or have not been seeing Shipto that much this year do not know how much of a treat that is. It's probably going to be one of the top 3, if not top 1 matches that we're going to have in Game Changers.
I mean, as a Southeast Asian, it's really freezing in Berlin, but you're making me sweat with that match, okay? You are making me sweat quite a lot. There are a lot of interesting matches to look out for. But first, we're gonna head over into today's MasterCard fan poll. We wanna know which team you believe will make a lower bracket run here. Is it going to be Zeta? Is it gonna be FlyQuest, ALG, or is it gonna be Giant X? Do you know how much copium I'm on right now?
Yeah, it's a tough set of teams as well. You know, I want to believe in someone like GX. I think MIBR came out swinging. They had a really good game, and I think GX will be able to make those adjustments and push a little bit further.
Yeah, I think also that they didn't have a lot of time. I think that Miuri had just landed the previous night. They didn't have a lot of time to practice, and it's so important. I think that we saw it yesterday with G2 Gosen and how they were playing on the stage, that maybe that warm-up is necessary. And to go up against an opponent like MIBR this year, it's a tough cookie. But also FlyQuest playing today, like, you know, them having to play the 2 new maps and everything on their opening game, I can understand that loss, and I can see them making a lower bracket run.
There's a lot of first day jitters that a lot of teams had to kind of shake off, right? But that's not going to be the case for today. We are now going to be down to 8 teams after this day. First up for our schedule, we have Zeta versus FlyQuest Red, and then we have ALG versus Giant X coming right up. These are matches that, I don't know. Mitch, would you say that these matches are one-sided potentially?
Well, maybe coming into the tournament, I might have had that opinion. With some of the results, I mean, ALG have been a little bit shaky, although they've been up against some crazy comps. But there's going to be a couple of curveballs for some of these teams coming into today, and then the standard power rankings don't really hold up as well. I think we should have some close games here today.
Well, I told you guys I'm on a lot of copium today. A lot of copium, especially since, you know, we have Zeta versus FlyQuest. I brought this all the way
That's why it
from
took you so long.
Exactly. How did you get this through the airport?
I know it took a while, but it's worth it because it is time to play Truth or Cope. And here's how it goes. I'm going to make some statements, and we're going to get a very honest answer from the analyst desk, whether it is indeed Truth or Cope. So let's get right into it. Let's go.
I feel the signs keep getting bigger. It's like that scary movie meme with the hat getting bigger, and I feel like we always get bigger signs.
This is like, I could probably hide between these signs. I mean, I'm going to disappear. I'm that tiny. It's like, whoa, where did you go? But let's get right into it. Let's have our first statement for Truth or Cope. Let's bring it onto your screens right now and see what our analysts have to say.
The best Neon player will also be the Game Changing Champions' MVP.
Yeah, okay. I'll give it to you.
What do you think?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I'm going with the truth because I think Fluorescent's the best in both worlds.
I also think that this is really a really hard fact to counter, just because there's so much, there's so much hype on the Neon right now.
Yes.
Everybody is asking for the Neon to be nerfed. It's pretty hard not to put up the numbers when you're on this agent.
Exactly. Maybe hype is not the right word. I think that if you're playing it, you're having the time of your life. And it's very difficult for the teams that are coming into the tournament from the smaller regions or they're not as competitive as the others to be playing against this kind of teams that have been having a lot of time and a lot of good tests of how far you can take this agent in the form that it is right now.
And I mean, look, maybe I should change mine around though, because okay, Falcons had a tough game, but I'm starting to believe maybe the MVP is going to be a deadlock if Mad V keeps playing the way she is, or an ISO.
Yes.
So
yes.
yeah, maybe I'm not thinking that anymore. Neon's broken, but Mad V's even more broken.
I see you. I see you. Do you
Give
need some
Mary some
copium,
time.
by the way? Do you need some copium?
I guess I do.
You have some?
You do
Hit
need
me
some
with them.
copium if you're gonna go.
This
to
is
that
my
deadlock.
reward?
Such a bad
This is your reward.
Oh, it's Mad V all the way. It's Mad V all the way.
Let's move on to our next statement. After that,
We have more? Okay.
We have more. No,
Okay.
we have more. So the next
I don't know
statement,
if I'm ready to go.
FlyQuest is going to make a lower bracket run to the grand final. Is this truth or is this cope?
I think I'm going to go with the truth again. Do you think it's cope? I
Yeah.
think that arguments can be made for some of the teams. I think that Zeta, even though lost in a 0-2 fashion, it still was a 13-9. Like, we saw some glimmers of things that can go very good for them. But if I can make excuses for one of the teams in the lower bracket, it is for FlyQuest. So I can see them achieving that.
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, fair enough. I think that the performance so far just hasn't really been there. Looking at the power levels you have from some other teams coming in, I just think the competition's too hot.
I totally agree with you, Mitch. I totally agree with you, and that's why I'm also gonna have to go with cope on this one. I mean, you have G2, you have SR, you have Sipto as well, so it's gonna be pretty tough. But that means I gotta go get some copium over here. I'm gonna get some copium. We're actually sharing the
Do you
same
want me to
thing.
open this for you?
Yes, please.
Oh,
I
God.
need some copium. Also because I am hoping that it is one of the Pacific teams, but that's another story. That's why I brought this here.
Well, Chita will not need to make a lower bracket run because they'll have an upper bracket run.
That's my girl. That's my girl. There you go. Let's move over to our final truth or cope statement. Bring it onto your screens right now. At least one of ALG or Zeta will win today.
I don't think there's enough oxygen or sorry, the copium in this tank for me to believe otherwise. Not because I am extremely EMEA pilled and based, and I think that Giant X are... Yeah, please.
I'm just gonna.
Do I use this as a mic even
sure.
though I'm already mic'd up?
Oh, sure. You can go ahead and do that.
It gives a little bit of an echo. Yeah, I think it's going to be extremely difficult. I think that they, especially on the case of ALG, for Zeta, I can see it happening. But for ALG, I can see this as a learning experience, and we will see them again in the future, and we will be very happy of everything that they've learned here.
I kind of just want to get all of the
Want some?
cope
Yeah.
right here because I'm just gonna go for my. Come on, Ginny and Muffin are tied, so I
Okay.
claim them from like Pacific and Southeast Asia as well. So we're just gonna host this way as well. Mitch, what about you?
I don't
Search your
even-
feelings.
I don't even think it's close to cope. Yeah, Zeta are going to take it across the line today. They've looked good. The reads, the adaptations, I'm not even touching it. It's not cope. It's just a fact. The way they played that first
I feel
series.
like I want to see you in.
The way they played that first series, I have full faith. Like the reads, they were up against a tough comp. They made the reads correctly, made the adjustments. I think they'll go all the way.
Well, that's it.
Didn't
That
mind me.
is. Oh, sure. Give Dan some.
Yeah.
Give Dan some over here. Like
Exactly. There you go.
you might need it. You might need it. After
Is this
this,
correct? Yeah.
after these statements, yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank you
that
very
penguin's
much.
going to learn how to fly.
And it's good that you brought that up because Zeta, they are a team that I feel like hasn't unlocked their potential just yet. We're going to get right into it and discuss our first match and talk about Zeta Division. They had to take the first stage first against a very powerful team. It was going to be Visa Crew Blaze, which I feel like they had a little bit of that first stage jitters. They had a little bit of that shock. However, it is an elimination match. There is that pressure coming in now, but this is also Zeta fully warmed up for this stage.
Yeah, exactly. And even though, as I said, it was a loss, 13-9, getting 3 out of the 4 pistols, I think says a lot about Zeta. And also facing up against the powerhouses that we were seeing in the side of crew. Looking at their press conference, they were talking about how difficult it was for them to play against dots. Because yes, it's going to be fast. Of course, there was also a double duelist on Bind, but they didn't have the time to adapt on the fly. And of course, today is going to be the same challenge, but now they know what their biggest enemy is.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the double duelist, what Neon Yoru, they swapped out for a Sky as well. Very in-your-face composition. The crew were running up against Zeta. Zeta, as I said, they made the right reads. They realized this is a team that on defense, they're going to have to go for aggression. They're going to have to run down these angles. So they waited back. And then that led to constant over-rotations by crew. It's why the scoreline was so close on map 1. And then map 2, mirror matchup, and they still keep it 13-9, neck and neck. That kind of performance, it really inspires me they'll be able to go far in this tournament.
Well, ahead of today's elimination match, Yinsu did catch up with Suzu. For a quick word, let's check it out.
I'm now standing by with Suzu and Kohei to do some translation as well ahead of this elimination game. Now, you guys have a lot of options when it comes to the IGLing role. So I wanted to ask you, who is going to be IGLing today and how is that decision made?
データディビジョンでは IGL ができる選手が何人かいると思うんですけれども、今回の大会では誰が IGL をしていて、それはどのように決めているのか教えてください。
今大会では自分が IGL をやることになりました。どのようにして決めているかについてはちょっと企業秘密ということでお願いします。
So this tournament, I've been IGLing, and about how we decide on the IGLing, it's a top secret.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for joining me and good luck today.
It is a top secret. That's pretty surprising. I mean, like, I wouldn't say it's like not too surprising that it is a secret because ever since Pacific, I mean, we had, you know, for a time, UR, I believe, was the IGL, and then it was Akko over in Pacific. Now they're throwing it over to Suzu. But I think this is the one that makes sense, especially since Suzu is one of the most experienced players that they have here, Bea.
Yeah, exactly. It's the experience, and maybe it has to do with the compositions that they play, maybe the maps, maybe the vibe that they're getting, maybe depending on the overall plan, on the macros ideas, on the maps they decide to, or where they position on the map, they decide to give the role to one or the other. But you know that Suzu is always going to be one of the most reliable ones.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I think looking at the roster, obviously with experience, you're seeing it here back on Fennel. It was Suzu who's been on that international stage before, and that is often just where you're going to look to for leadership, someone who's been there, done that, and can help bring some of the other players through it. But it's good to have those other elements, having one or two other players who can provide secondary calls. I think we look at things in a very black and white way sometimes, and just because you're the one saying, I am the IGL, but when you listen to those comms, there's always going to be contributions from your teammates, and I think having that extra depth to your IGL bench is huge for this squad. The only concern really, you know, we look at Suzu's been here before on Fennel, yes. Well, actually in the same matchup down in the lower bracket, and they went out here, but there's been a great showing in that opening up against crew who've challenged other teams. Hopefully it won't be the same this time.
It doesn't matter. Do not listen to what Mitch said, because his hot take was that G2 was going to win everything without dropping a single map, and they lost the first map that they played. So just bear in mind that this is the person that is talking to you. Okay, you got it.
You know, he's not even here. He's not even here, actually.
Yeah, I felt like that was intentional from G2. They heard me and they said, let's throw a map away.
We're going to think that I actually hate you.
You don't?
I don't.
But you know what, Zeta, I don't think they're going to feel that way with you, especially since, like, as you mentioned, you know, throwing the IGL role around might have its advantages, right? Because you also have strong players like Akko and like Moko as well, who, you know, do step up for the team. The Akko Moko Don, like the community likes to call them, right? Especially from the Japanese players. And we have to talk about Moko's performance as well, because she is definitely one of those anchors on the team that can turn around.
Yeah, I mean, I like that we're seeing a lot of Ascent footage as well, because this is really where Moko, you can pretty much pick your map. I mean, she is doing the heavy lifting on almost every single one of them. But certainly if you go back 2 or 3 games on each map, that's a fact. But looking at this map in particular, the KO from Akko has been incredible for getting them that early information, a big factor on how they're able to make those rotations, be ahead of their opponents. But Moko putting up these numbers consistently on that smoke roll primarily is a backbone of this team.
Yes, they knew, and as I said, they were struggling with the pacing the crew was bringing in. But Akko and Moko were like Jet Set, Bonnie and Clyde, like them two playing within the side, or as we were seeing it in the B-roll, the way that Moko was able to keep her cool, because it was the nerves. Again, on that press conference is all that they talked about, that maybe the stage was a little bit too intimidating for them, and also Ryota could not find the key of what to tell his players to just calm down a little bit.
Yeah, and you know, again, there are a lot of players on Zeta that are like that, right? They're able to stand up. My personal favorite actually has to be UR, not just because her name is just so fun for casters to say, which by the way she did intentionally, but ahead of Game Changers Champs, Uber actually sat down with Zeta's UR to talk about the competition as well as one of her favorite hobbies. Let's check it out.
While we are in the thick of things here at the Game Changers Championship, we're also taking the time to get to know some of our competitors. And I'm very lucky to be joined here by Zeta Division's UR, who not only, of course, is a huge impact out there in-game, but has created some fantastic artwork. And we've got the chance to talk about some of that and get to know her a little bit better. First of all, UR, thank you for joining us. Great to have you here. For those that are now meeting you for the first time, would you tell us a little bit about yourself?
ゼータディビジョン所属のユアです。
My name is Yua from Zeta Division.
Great to have you here. Now, I have seen on X a little bit, and of course now behind me some wonderful pieces of art. They look fantastic. I'd love to know what kind of, inspired you to begin making this art. How did your career as an artist begin?
小学校とか中学校の時に休み時間にノートに書いたりして絵を描き始めました。
While I was still in elementary school, during the recess, I drew on my notebook.
Fantastic. Yeah, that's definitely one way to start, no doubt about it. What kind of things do you like to draw? We have obviously a lot of characters here from Valorant as well. I love the plane wing one. Is this the kind of thing that you normally like to draw, or are there other scenes you like to create?
自分の好きなゲームとかアニメとかのキャラをよく描いていて、そういうなんか二次元のものが多いです。
I tend to draw something that I like, whether that's anime or some character from the games I play.
Yeah. Obviously, everyone has their own reasons for creating, whether it's art or music or something else. What motivates you to create works like these?
やっぱりアニメを見てたりとかゲームをしてたりした時にこのキャラかわいいなとかかっこいいなってなったらなんか自分の絵で描きたくなるのでそういう感じです。
So when I'm watching anime or playing games and find a character that I really like, think it's really cool or cute, I really want to recreate it myself with my work.
Yeah, in your own style too, which looks amazing. Let's talk a little bit about this week. You're representing your Pacific region here as part of Zeta Division. What inspired you to start competing in Valorant?
ゲームをプレイするのが好きで強くなりたいなって思って、チームに入ったのがきっかけなんですけど、もっと上を目指していきたいなってなって、ゼータに入って大会に出たっていう感じですか。
So I always loved playing games and I wanted to get better. So that's why I came into competitive playing and really wanted to even get better and that's when I joined Zeta Division.
Well, you are. Thank you for the opportunity to get to know you, and I know we can't wait to see what you are and the rest of Zeta Division do with the canvas out there in a game. Let's jump back into it.
You are so talented.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
No, but she is very talented. It's not only, she's already warming up. Maybe getting some lineups. Maybe she spotted something in the studio here in the audience that she wants.
All the way into this. It's gonna hit here. That's where the lineup is.
No, but I really like the way that she was playing the other day. I think that especially on Bind, the awareness that she was able to have, even though she was, with all the aggression that was coming in from the double duelist, her composure to know that aggression is going to be happening, and for her to keep the default and even find those kills onto crew actually speaks a lot about her as a player.
Yeah, and at what stage are we going to see things like maybe let her draw one of the sprays in the game? I mean, those are some incredible drawings.
That would be amazing. I was
saying I'll buy the bundle.
I think everybody loves Zeta. I think we just do it, whatever happens.
I actually want a UR sticker pack of her illustrations. That would be amazing.
Oh yeah, that would be really cool.
Right?
Yeah,
that would
that's
be
a
so
play.
good. She is incredibly talented. Yeah, why not? Why not? But we're gonna move over to their opponent's FlyQuest, where we have a very important update. Sonder is unfortunately feeling unwell today, and Lace will sub in for her against Zeta. This is gonna be very interesting because, of course, we expect that these players have their game plan for this tournament. How is this gonna change things up?
I mean, the good thing is that Lace is no stranger to this roster. I think everybody was expecting a little bit of that Sonder time, but this is the perfect substitute for this FlyQuest roster because she has already played with them for Stage 2 and most of the year, and she's an extremely flexible player. Yes, she had been playing smokes with them, but her initiating agents are what defines her the most.
Yeah, and I think there's other players like Dodo who had a fantastic map looking back at Sunset in their series yesterday that we can look to fill in those gaps, but you really can't sugarcoat it. It's a tough loss to lose a player, especially when so pivotal to your plan as Sonder the day before a game.
Yeah, exactly. When we talk about the Phoenix or that little bit of spice that FlyQuest would bring in, Sonder is a very important part of that. But again, with Lace being the flexible player that she is, and with the experience, there is no better fix for this.
Yeah, and I actually feel, I feel for FlyQuest here, especially since they had, a little bit of momentum going on. Yes, they lost to Sipto, but, they did go the distance with Sipto, right, in their opening match. Unfortunately, it did fall into overtime as well, which means that they were getting that bearings. Now they kind of have to start from zero again with Lace coming in.
Again, I'm going to draw the comparison to what happened to G2 Gosen at the beginning of their match yesterday. Yes, there were a lot of nerves. Think about this, right? You go into Pearl, new map coming in, right? Well, back in the pool, against a team that you have not played against in the past. The compositions not being able to securing a gun run in the first half until the last round because everything is going in their way and they know exactly where they want to take you. Then you take your map pick there onto Sunset with a new composition, and then you close up on the other new map that we have in the pool, returning map, on a very, very close overtime.
Yeah, I mean, it was 9-6 at one point, and they were facing into pistols. Zipto only had a couple sheriffs. There was also a player advantage swinging their way, and FlyQuest got a little bit antsy. They wanted to close the round here and now rather than wait for the flood back out. Led to one player taking their eye off a choke angle, and the player walked out there at just the right time. Took him down with the sheriff. It's a small mistake, and it's nerves. It's that little bit of like, oh, they're on their way. I have an ult. I can pop it here. I can use this. And then that just tumbles the round away. And now with a sub coming in as well, you're going to have an extra voice who also has to be feeling a lot of pressure. It's one thing to come here as a team, to make it together, win together, lose together. But now you're the sub. All eyes are going to be on you. And a lot of the time we've seen it. Yeah. And you don't get that much credit when you win, but when you lose, people are very quick to point fingers.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure to deal with, right? But, Thea, she actually did tweet that FlyQuest, they love a lower bracket run. So, hey, maybe this is for them. Speaking of which, let's send it back to Yinsu and hear from FlyQuest's Thea. Let's see what she has to say.
We have a big elimination match coming up today, and we also just received some big news as well. I'm now joined by Thea from FlyQuest. Now, we know that Sonder will not be playing today. Lace will be stepping in. So how much does that impact your game plan coming into this game?
I don't think it'll impact our game plan too much. Obviously, Sonder is an absolutely amazing player, but Lace has been filling for us for like a long time, like just in the server, like always watching our scrims and everything as a sub. So she knows exactly like what the game plan is, and she has amazing mid-round comps to pick up what Diana would have.
Yeah, and for those people that don't really aren't very familiar with Lace, what kind of role can we expect her to play today? Is this a 1-for-1 with Sonder?
We'll see. We'll see what Lace is going to play. We might pull a few tricks out of the bag. But yeah, Lace is an absolutely amazing player. She could literally play any single role, and she'd probably be better than you at it. So I'm really excited for her to be on this stage because she does deserve it.
I can't wait to see it. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Well, it looks as though Thea is saying not only is Lace incredibly flexible, but it's like she never even left. So it is the perfect sub coming in here for FlyQuest Red. We are expecting with that maybe there aren't any changes, and this is probably going to go the way of FlyQuest.
I want to see now where the map veto is going to be taking us, because of course they knew this is taken into consideration. And as we say, it's elimination. So I want to see maybe some twists and turns. I would love honestly to be seeing her playing on the Phoenix. Why not?
Yeah, oh, you think maybe we get a Pearl out? You think it will be the one-to-one swap?
Who knows?
It's maybe ambitious. We were looking at the stats earlier, which she's played 1 time a Phoenix, 2 times a Reyna. I think 1 a Yoru as well. So
Doesn't matter.
I'm not
She can
certain
do it.
that it will be quite the easy solution in those maps.
Well, before we start talking agent comps, we spoke to Dodonut about what went wrong in this Omen player moment against Sipto Esports.
Hi, my name's Dodonut. I play for FlyQuest Red, and I'm the duelist. Honestly, I'm not too bummed out losing to Sipto. First map was definitely slow. We were just kind of getting warmed, and that was my first match ever on international stage. And second map, we did everything we were supposed to do. We played like how we do in scrims. And I think third map, we kind of stepped foot off the gas a little, and we were just losing to ourselves. Minor stuff.
Like we're straight up middle, getting rid of that. Sipto then on the other side of things, looking to get aggressive, looking for information.
I didn't come into this tournament with much expectation. I think as a team, we're just trying to have fun and play our best. I feel like playing and having fun is the key, because if you're too focused and just too stressed out, you're just gonna like stress yourself out and make more mistakes. In scrims, we have fun when we win, and even when we're losing, we're still having fun. But I think when we're not having fun, we start to go quiet, and that will affect our gameplay a lot. But we're just gonna have fun. We have to have fun in game to win.
Well, now we are minutes away from Agent Select, so now we can talk about Agent Comps. Mitch, now we can look back at the comp that Zeta had to face against Crew on Bind specifically.
Yes, indeed we can. And, you know, it's fair to say, despite it being a close game as well, 13-9, I thought on power rankings alone that this would be a quick and easy one against the side of Zeta. Then they came up against this composition. I was on the desk and I said, well, this one's done. You know, this is a situation where Visa Crew Blaze have come in and said, we are better. We are a better squad. We're going to bring the Yoru. We're going to bring the Neon. The Neon certainly worked. I think it was like 31-17. And then even swapped out a Fade for a Sky just to make sure there was that bit more in-your-face utility for them to work with. And Zeta adapted to it perfectly. They played back, they let their opponents come to them and put them on the back foot with this crazy composition. That was a great adaptation that I didn't expect to see, and they were able to hold their own individually.
Well, that's the thing with Zeta, right? Even though their compositions might not be as adventurous, maybe not as experimental, you can't count them out ever. They were also known in Pacific as that comeback team, right? Even though, you know, they had some struggle closing out certain maps, certain rounds, you couldn't ever count them out. Not even if the score was vastly in favor of their opponents.
Yeah, exactly. I think that there was a lot put on the table. Again, you're going up against Dogs, and she had a very strong start of the matchup, and it's very difficult to adapt on the fly. Plus, it was the first time on a stage for most of the players in Zeta. So again, we can make those kind of excuses because they themselves said that the pressure was getting the best out of them, and in these situations, right, like, that is what you need to focus on for today's matchup, because of course, you know, these compositions will happen again and will happen throughout the entire tournament.
Entire tournament indeed. But first, it's time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you which team has the best shot at making a lower bracket run, and everybody thinks it is indeed going to be FlyQuest Red, agreeing with Thea there with what she tweeted out earlier. They love lower bracket runs. This is their turf.
Shout out to the 8.6% of people who are right.
Shout out to you guys. And before we begin our match, I want to know your predictions without the copium, without everything else. So, AD, what do you have for us? Let's see for like the whole broadcast team, in fact, all of our predictions. Whoa,
Okay,
what do you have
let's
for
see.
me? Okay, I'm not alone in Zeta.
I'm with you. We got, yeah, there's quite a number
You
coming
needed
up for
to
Zeta
see.
as
You
well.
needed to see what you put in there before you actually agreed with me.
Oh, no, I've been talking about Zeta all day. I didn't even
Okay,
check
that's
for the
fair,
second
that's
game.
fair.
I wasn't sure.
Victoria's taking
Yeah.
the tank. Victoria's tanking this one. She is.
Oh, so am I. So
Yeah,
we have
you
to do
both
it.
are.
We have to do it for
Yeah.
Ginny and for Muffin. But hey, who knows, right? That could be very interesting. So we do have, of course, you know, our favorites in this match, and we do have, you know, I'm so prepared to be surprised with this, especially since, you know, you have last-minute subs coming in as well. Yes. You know, you know what you're gonna expect.
Again, for the teams, if you know those most of predictions go right, and we have the EMEA and NA moving through, this is a huge learning experience for the other teams.
Massive indeed. But let's get the show started. Today, 4 teams will be taking the stage, but only 2 can move forward in the competition. It's day 3 of Game Changers Championship 2024 here in Berlin, and it starts right now.
You could say that it was an upset the first time, but Zipto have FlyQuest Red's number.
After the first series, my first stage experience, we learned a lot. I'm going to bring that into the next one, and we're going to be great.
Zeta played some fantastic rounds, but how can you overcome those big swing rounds?
今日までは全然緊張してなかったんですけど、ステージ上に立って初めてプレッシャーとか緊張とかが実感したので、次の試合はその緊張を克服できるように頑張ります。プライ戦ではどっちかが負けたら敗退になってしまうので、みんなちゃんと本気を出して全力で挑みたいです。次の試合はやっております。
They have some strong players, but fundamentally, we're still better. As long as we play our game, we're gonna win.
Let's tries, but try as she might, MIBR hitting a little different. GX couldn't find their form there at all.
I know it's like do or die situation, but I don't see that way. We are sad that we lost, but we know it's not the end. It's definitely an invitation to learn, because when you lose, you do more mistakes. You fix that and you move on.
ALG first game on the big stage, end up falling.
就是对于下一场比赛来说，我觉得我们最重要的是能够克服自己的紧张吧。我觉得如果能够克服这个困难，我们的表现肯定会不只是好上一点。它这个游戏它真的给我带来很多，因为可能我性格本身不是一个非常渴望胜利的人，但是它激发了我的另一面。
Pressure doesn't bother me. We are used to it. Just don't give up and show ourselves.
Try next， 祝你们好运。
It's about to get ugly out here.
FlyQuest, you have such experienced names ready to prove that they belong here. They cannot go home this early. And for Zeta, the pride of an entire region on their shoulders. All of the Japanese fans have their hopes on this roster. Who's it going to be?
Yeah, and as we see, take a look at the map, Vito. Haven, Sunset, and Ascend. Zeta's going to keep that Pearl band that we saw the other day and actually maybe do in FlyQuest a little bit of a favor. Sunset, for example, it catches my eye because I remember Sunset's utility being so important here, but we know that Lace is up for this challenge and she's going to crush it.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see when we move on to Ascent to finish it off as well, how last time around, Suzu, we'll talk about as the IGL, we'll talk about as a duelist, but we had a lot of praise for Dodds on crew. Suzu was able to shut Dodds down on Ascent. That was somewhere that she had commanding lead over early duels, constantly putting numbers up for her team. And I think if we go all the way, Zeta have a really good chance of taking it on map 3.
Yeah, exactly. But let's think about that map number 1, right? That Haven, because it is not one of the preferred maps, let's say, for either of the two teams, right? We see a FlyQuest that has not played it that much, has actually tried to dodge it as much as possible throughout the last bit of Game Changers in Series 3. And again, we expect a little bit of the adaptation, of the changes. We also were talking this past 2 days on some of the changes that have been made to the agents.
And I like that you brought that up because for Zeta, they've only played Haven twice this year. So this is a big question mark. It's like, are you sure you want to do this? But right now, jumping into our agent select, what are you guys thinking of these compositions?
I mean, I see no Phoenix, right? But I love to see the Neon. We were talking about it throughout the pre-show and how strong and important she is. I'm surprised to see also that they're going to move away from the Asterix. I think that Thea was brilliant on the agent. And I think that the combination between Breach and Neon is going to be an absolute menace. And somehow we ended up with a mirror matchup.
Well, we are ready for map 1 of this elimination match, and it is time to send it over to your casters. Here's Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much, Mika and the desk. To call this a big match would be an understatement. For one of these teams, this match represents the start of a lower bracket run, but for the other, it's the end of the line. And for FlyQuest Red Wyatt, a late substitution as Lace comes into the lineup.
Yes, Sander, unfortunately, under the weather, has to step out today. A Sander who in GC3, leading into this tournament, had her best showing ever. Statistically cleared the last 10 GC tournaments that she was in. But cannot understate how much I respect Lace as a player. I believe she is one of the top 2 in GCNA and actually had to go out earlier this year for an injury of her own. But coming back now, they are going to have that inherent team play with the rest of the squad.
FlyQuest Red starting on the attack side here. Folks, it's Haven for our first map. We see a push up here from the defenders on that C side. They're going to get plenty of information. UR forced to back away, and already, oh, buddy, Dodo Nut strikes. UR couldn't pull herself off the side in time.
They're not going to have that recon now for the retake or Zeta. Dangerous and a deep lurk from Starbound still. Over towards B, about to have an engagement. Finds one as well, drawing attention.
About to get busy for Starbound up mid though. Suzu slides on in, and now Zeta Division have an access point to the A side. But they are going to have to come for a full retake against 4.
Moko does have a paranoia at the very least.
See the fault line being lined up here for Lace though. Plenty of that breach util to work with. It's going to make it hard for Zeta to get in, but they've got to go for it. Serena out in front here. They're going to try and play up the paranoia. It's a perfect connection. 2 players, and yet Donut is able to strike them down. Lace deals with Moko comfortably enough. FlyQuest are off to quite the start.
And Donut off to a hot start. Crucially, Donut, just speaking a bit heading into this about GC3, Fly had a bit of a downturn after almost being Shopify earlier in the year in a BO5. Donut has always been one of the top duelists that we've got in the NA scene. And now looking rejuvenated on the Neon, which they're picking up just for this tournament.
So Zeta stack C. They don't make the right call, they have to rotate in late. That's the pistol out of the way. Donut's already gone up to a Guardian though.
And looking at the map, we're seeing from Zeta on the opposite side, A, which will something we'll see a lot of from both teams. A lobby control using the breach and the Neon. Of course, they are just gamble stacking here too on the anti-eco. Fly are going to get this free C site.
Serendipity that Lace is with FlyQuest out here in Berlin. As she sort of says on X, she's been involved in a bit of the assistant coaching, has been around, and also spent some time in that UC Irvine roster out there in California. So very much still primed and ready to jump into a big game like this. Donut will just hold for contact here. Sees one cross. Lace is going to be good for it as Arco tries to slip through the net here. But Zeta Division will be put to an utter halt. Now 1 through spawn, 1 through C long.
At this point, they should just let Donut find another kill. We'll have the overdrive already. Isn't going to happen. Could still contest for an orb early onto this 3rd round, though. Dangerous ultimate to have in the hands of Donut, who is already on fire, continuing the momentum from yesterday. Despite losing that series, on Sunset, dropped 26 kills. dominant performance.
Yeah, and this is someone, Dodonut, who goes a little bit quiet in that, GC3. It's really Sonda that has to step up on FlyQuest Red to get them into this position. And she says, like, that was her first land showing, right? In that previous game for FlyQuest. She has pretty low expectations, already surely surpassed them, looking great here on Haven.
Cover going out. Fly opting for some fast A control now on what is a pure bonus. Getting into long.
They've got sewers as well, Wyatt. Just a camera passively watching it for Zeta.
Yeah, this is Zeta again, playing this retake setup similarly to how they did on the pistol. This time, though, just not pushing all the way through C long. Obviously, this comp offers a lot of utility to get back in with the relay ball, with the fallback. There's so much to re-enter a site.
Free damage there for UR. Shock dart thrown to the plant site. Ev almost needs a second one. And now Zeta is set up. 3 plays over towards Heaven. Paranoia comes through. Dodo not affected by it. 2 players drop. Dodo is ready. Ev and Thayer also get involved. Suzu has to push up on the site, but still nothing doing for Zeta.
This comp also excels at just stuffing the retakers in the choke. That is the dynamic. It's great for getting back in, but that fault line that you eat in main, and when you're trying to get out of Heaven, crossfire setup in the site, nicely from Fly again. Textbook stuff. They're playing very well here early on.
Here's the problem with playing retake. You're a team like Zeta Division. You prefer to give up the map, right? You're not an aggressive team fundamentally. But having to play retake on Haven, time and time again, it's going to be really hard to eke out advantages.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you mentioned, though, they really are playing to their style. And what we've seen them excel at, which is big set pieces,
play together,
pre-planned things that they can just work together on in scrims offline. The things that they can really get down in a textbook regimented
like a dry run a lot, right?
Yeah, a lot of dry runs, right?
FlyQuest, though, maybe showing Zeta that playing for retake isn't a sustainable approach to the game. This isn't the kind of round where we're going to see a big mix-up from Zeta, but in the future, they might have to play ahead of these sites. Still, that trip is still up. Shock Dart doesn't end up clearing it. Dodonut is going to end up eating it now, pushing to the site with a relay bolt. Down to 44 already, though. Fault line comes in through the direction, and Moko is going to emerge from Garage. Finds just one for now. Suzy tries to stand her ground on the site, but Arco's also going to be bowled over. And Zeta with the weaker weaponry don't have much of a say in this argument until UR finds 3. Almost, but not quite. Players able to close the round.
Outrageous from UR, certainly a standout in Zeta's series that they had against Crew, and that will get the Hunter's Fury activated now into a critical round as the FlyQuest economy has just gotten out of control, stringing 4 together, including that bonus where they barely lost a thing, recovered the rifles of Zeta. They needed a bit of damage here. They got that as well. Joby is so hyped up already. A coach that is not lacking in experience. A long tenure with 100 Thieves, all the way back to 2021, I believe, has been doing this for a minute.
4 rounds for FlyQuest here. Zeta now with rifles in hand. And again, look to be more proactive on the A side of the map, but unfortunately they've made the wrong stack decision. We're headed over to C, folks, and Dodonut will be at the 4. Paranoia did come through. I think there might have been a team flash there from Thayer, but still, FlyQuest have the site.
Due to those UR kills mentioned before, there is that Hunter's Fury, an opportunity to, well, it looks like just trying to find one. Not really a tool being used to re-enter the site, but there it is.
Dodonut has the opportunity here to go for that overdrive. Still no plant. It's come down now. Fast lane going to be used. Ev tries to get ahead of it there. Takes a trade. UR gets it, but Starbound sat on that site. They are mowing Zeta Division down. It's the 3rd for Starbound, and Arco has a flash to work with. At least gets the kill and sets up the 1 versus 1, but Lace will have gone back towards C-Long. In a safe post-plant position with a fault line to work with.
The substitute already in a high-pressure situation early in the game, but at least so talented.
There it is. Okay. I like the fact that aftershock there for Arco, and she knows exactly where to put it, but Lace is happy to take the fight.
I do like how Zeta played that round, though. That Hunter's Fury delaying the plant allowed all of those stacked players on A to make their way over, so when the tap did come in, they can just flood off of that utility. And that is a really crucial timing window playing against this mirror match. Because while it does excel at retakes, in those situations like we saw earlier on A, when the attacking stuns are in play to stop the defending retake at the choke, you can't just get bogged down. You can't just lose. Your re-entry utility isn't good enough. But on that timing window, Zeta can find some success. They just need to stay fearless in those moments, very proactive.
And this is what they want to play for. It's been made very clear They're about those retakes. So the question remains now, this time out, what is getting ironed out? Is it a directive to maybe try and push up, go for some trap plays early in the round, play more aggressively for information? Or just nail down the retake protocols a little more? Because, hey, we've been close. Zeta are definitely keeping a lid on this FlyQuest economy. Having them emerge from rounds with only one gun definitely helps, but they need to get on the board, Wyatt.
I do feel at this point that Zeta on some of these rounds are overcommitting maybe just one player too many on some of these early round control plays towards A.
Leaves them really thin elsewhere, right?
It absolutely does, and then it's tough to get there in time to rotate for a flood. They could do that that time because of the Hunter's Fury, but without an ultimate like that, they will just be put in a full retake position. And you really, frankly, don't need that many players to control A main when you've got the Neon Breach. You could just get a recon in there, have that extra util, dark cover thrown from anywhere, really. And there is that dark cover thrown actually from Garage. You know, the Omen doesn't necessarily have to be playing with them. This is just a Sheriff buy, however, for Zeta.
Turnaround is more than having to take the fight. Suzu gets aggressive behind the fast lane. Very, very deep here, but can she convert this? No, Starbound is waiting. But Arco, in the meantime, finds an aftershock kill, and Lace tries to just crouch down and find the kill. Arco wins it out. These Sheriffs really going to work, singing in the hands of Zeta Division, and they've got a 3 versus 1 to work with.
And that is a fantastic shock dart from Ev, who stepped into this roster to actually replace Lace, which she was injured back in stage 2. Massive shoes to fill, first LAN event. And what an opportunity for a clutch this could be. Zeta with that lovely proactive trap play in mid, all that util coming out, the wave of it that just caught Fly completely off guard in that transitional moment where they were walking from grass trying to gain control.
They play off Suzu's space created so well. Suzu obviously gets a little bit turned upside down as she gets accosted by Starbound, but Zeta still convert.
And obviously this round of the utmost importance for Zeta to win. Akko has the Rolling Thunder, should just commit it to lock this thing up.
Ev is still hidden. They're sitting in the back of the site here, but UR swings it. That is sharp.
And similarly to that match against Crew, early on, it was UR making the impactful individual plays that kept them in that game. So when things started rolling, when the big team play success came in, they already had at least a few rounds to play with. The deficit wasn't too bad. That was a great play out of the timeout.
And UR as well goes for that sort of exploration through sewer. Ends up being in the right place at the right time. Beautiful turnaround on that Thrifty.
Devious giggles. And look, this is the round that the Zeta coach was actually prepping for, the one where they have just a ton of ultimates to work with. Nice that your little eco round strat works out so nicely.
This time now might be a fast hit for FlyQuest as they look to get into a long. Moko playing up close. They've actually pushed forward here. They get brought down. UR also coming forward now, and before Starbound gets the ping, UR's upon them. Now it's up to Arco, and yep, she's not going to stop moving for anyone. I think she realizes that FlyQuest have snuck this one over to C.
Interesting to see, honestly, out of the timeout that Zeta had 2 big aggressive strats to come out with. This one unfortunately not working. Arco would have to come up with a huge clutcher. That dark cover should just certify the FlyQuest win. No hope in a position like that.
And for what we've seen from Zeta Division, this is not stylistically typical of them. They are trying to mix in some of these aggressive plays, and we saw them try this against Zipto as well in that Pacific game. Doesn't go so well this round as FlyQuest are kind of ready for it.
They do, yeah, they will have these big set pieces like this. It's more of the casual aggression that I feel that they're often lacking.
Do you want to see some more passive aggressiveness?
That's not particularly.
Okay.
That is something that they don't often go for. Those kind of moments were working a lot more often for them regionally and occasionally against Zipto in the Pacific qualifier as well.
Ooh, relay bolt again catches UR. That gives round 1 vibes.
UR with a hero rifle on this site, but connected onto the Rolling Thunder rifle. And useless.
They know. And that's 2 kills coming out of Sewer here. Zeta are going to be forced, like it or not, into a retake scenario. They're trying to get ahead of this dark cover, but Lace just sprays through. Here's the relay bolt slide out there from Suzu. It's only good for 1. And Zeta have been unable to string multiple rounds together. Their economy suffering as a result.
FlyQuest are looking inspired today. genuinely playing so well off of each other, off of the utility. Really the standout aspect for me right now is the team play. Covering all of these angles together, so effective at the scaling as a unit. They're not leaving each other to really get caught in these situations out on their lonesome. Fundamentals are looking rock solid.
That breach util from Lace, absolutely filthy.
Now, Lace also brings the good vibes,
Yeah,
I will say
absolutely.
that. Brings the positivity to the team.
Operator in Serena's hand. Early shoulder pick there, nothing for it. She's going to stand in the middle of the fast lane. Okay, might need to duck and dodge around this one. Pinged and forced out to the back of the site through the dark cover, and she gets away. Here's a Hunter's Fury. But again, no concrete information to play off of this with, so it is speculation for UR, and a catch on to Ev at least.
And similarly to that prior round, it will allow the rotates to come from Zeta, but they're not in position to flood with the spike going down.
And they can't play off the trap wire there either. Good swing from Serena, but there's more to do. Donut pushing up into spawn. Gets one that's going to be all she can really ask for now, being as low as she is. And Serena, passive angle, catches late through the side of the box. Now 3 versus 3, and Suzu wants to get involved. Spotted out, catches Star battle, 1-for-1. Suzu, beautifully done. Now it's on Ev, and Suzu gets a third. Stunning retake for Zeta.
Really starting to heat up Suzu in this lower bracket. In danger of a repeat with her stint with Fennel back in 2022. Went out just in 2 games. Wasn't able to go for a deeper run then, trying to now with this new Zeta team.
She was on loan with that team as well. Now she gets to sit here with the team she's worked with all year. Look at that. Nice! Coach Ryota, every reason to get excited. Jovi with that Boostio impression, I like that. Chairs optional.
I'm out of here.
Such a contrast we're seeing from Zeta at this lane. Even in the loss against Crew, they never faltered in their confidence, which is something that they were succumbing to regionally when they played in the final against Zipto. Not the case here. Even higher stakes, and they are not letting it get to them at all.
Trade of util here over on the A side. Zeta with 2 players anchored in A. Moko with the eyes on the all-important sewer part of the map. It should be spotted out by Ev. Moko tucks and actually stays invisible. Smokes it out.
This defensive fault line from Akko, if the hit comes in, will be pivotal. You know, at the right timing, maybe you are able to get a free pick off of it.
They don't like what they see, FlyQuest. Okay, they insert Donut. Maybe just her for the time being. Akko on the other side of that fast lane. Donut's about to get busy in hell. It's going to be Akko winning it out with the Guardian of all things, but Fly are headed elsewhere. They're off to C.
Yeah, this was all just a fake with their Cypher. Oh, Serena again with this defensive operator. And now they can just fully play for retake, Zeta. Just group up. Go for one of those big set pieces that they're typically good at. Another
trade.
Good trade from Suzu. Lace is in position.
There's a catch here on UR, timing for Lace. Sova now down. Much rests on Thea here, sitting towards C long, but Zeta Division are only just now getting into this C side and trying to clear it. Thea with a TP, cancelled it, doesn't see any information back towards spawn. There's someone on the spike, she knows it. Suzu on the defuse, she's sticking it!
Just sucking all the way through. The spray just going slightly awry.
Now we're cooking.
Absolutely, this operator that's come into play for Serena over towards the site has been so good. 2 rounds in a row, finding a crucial pick here. Just as the dark cover comes up, pure intuition.
And then trade here is fine. There was that time in Lace finds, of course, on the B side, getting rid of UR, but already FlyQuest were underhanded, short-handed.
Just think about how difficult this has been for Zeta in terms of the economy of the game. Flyer just buy after buy after buy.
Still, it's a little bit higgledy, so to speak. Arca still with the Guardian to hand. Suzu gonna be relying on the overdrive, and she is descended upon Fly. Wrapping up through C-Log, and Starbound is overwhelmed instantly. Donut with a relay bolt and overdrive of her own, but UR finds the other angle. And now it's up to Thea and Ev. Stuck in garage, revealed for all to see. Suzu waits for the opportunity. Doesn't quite connect here. Ev a little bit low. And a re-clear by UR now, the ping Moko with a backstab timing, and Zeta get their 4.
Zeta are everywhere on a round like that, swarming them. So swift. Again, not losing a drop of confidence throughout this half, despite only having 1 in the first, what was it, 8 rounds? Look at Suzu just
we're getting that early
on
aggression.
The map.
We're getting that proactivity from Zeta Division. It looks well drilled, it looks smooth.
That flank all the way through C was so good.
3 in a row. All right. How does Fury still here for Ev to work with in our last round of the half?
Trying to take a deep breath here for a moment, but I don't think I'm going to get one. The action has just been furious, relentless. Serena caught Dodo Nut instantly.
What a fault line from Arco. That sets up that kill onto the Neon. FlyQuest wasting no time, trying to get over towards this A side, though Serena gets into the side. Paranoia mostly dodged, but has flashed briefly, and Starbound are finding opener. Serena with the swing. 1 is good, 2 is even better. She's at 3 for the round, and Moku's going to be there in a 1 versus 1. Starbound waiting on it, and they're able to clutch it. FlyQuest have to work real hard for that 8th.
Felt like we just watched a 5-minute half. I mean, we're going to break?
Yep.
I guess, all right.
Not paid by the way, thankfully.
Are we 5 rounds in? That was a mental half.
Let's see how this goes down. Crazy end to the half here, but FlyQuest right themselves and get to 8 rounds. Finally, we see Summer State Division. Can they carry this momentum in the next half? We're going to find out after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Four rounds in it here on Haven. And FlyQuest get the last round of the half to solidify an 8-4 lead on their attack side. The Zeta Division have shown us a little bit of what got them here in the first place now. Some great early round aggression behind this Suzu Neon. Now they go on the attack side. Can they set the pace to start this half?
They were playing with some fire in their hearts throughout that entire half, despite the deficit, despite Fly in full control of the game. And really, a lot of credit to Ryota, the coach of Zeta. After that timeout, look at the changes that were made. Some of those big early round set pieces, the proactivity on the Suzu flanks. Have to give a ton of credit there. That timeout was the flip of the half, where Zeta are now back in this game. It was looking like a blowout no longer. If they win the pistol here, we are on for a banger.
Again, this is an elimination game now. First round of lowers. Neither team wants to let the dream end here. Slow start from Zeta though. They may be anticipating a push-up here from FlyQuest.
Just playing for a timing of a mid re-clear off the flash. No one there for Dodona to actually engage with. Will just fall back, and Ev just single peeking, content with fully retreating if necessary. Fly ready to play for the retake on A.
They've seen enough, and it actually will be an attempt at Fly getting some extra players to anchor into this A side. The Zeta Division far from convinced that that's where they should be headed. You are star of the first half of Zeta Division.
Patient from the Zeta side. They went for a drone re-clear of mid, didn't spot anything, and now look at Serena on the map. Worked through Garage because of that. Cam broken, denying that passive info gain for FlyQuest.
FlyQuest haven't quite calibrated to the pace of Zeta Division. They end up pulling off this A side whilst Zeta Division look to commit some resources finally. 42 seconds in the round. I think there's a lot to be seen here for Serena. Holding this corner. Oh, the timing! Oh, that one is going to sting. Either way, over towards the side. The problem being, though, that Arco is down. Ev was waiting in heaven on A.
Suzu wants to press forward, wants to find something to try and even the odds. Cat has to dodge the fault line, relay bolt to stymie the retake.
Another for Rev from heaven, though. This could be a problem. Dodo gets... Ah! That is supposed to be a paranoia! You are not supposed to be able to see Dodo! Hello?
That timing was so brutal earlier in the round, though, for Serena. I love how Zeta were working the map in that instance. It was so patient towards A that created some of that presence. The drone that re-cleared mid into the breaking of the cam made it feel like there was going to maybe be a C split coming in. They get the free sight, and then Ev gets a spam down through heaven as well.
Beautiful.
It was well played from Fly, well played from Zeta, but it was the gun duels and that just sick timing that Serena suffered from Dodo in the mid re-clear.
Dodo gets in, shrugs off the flash, good to go. Damn, what a line with this Outlaw! You are trying to play for that orb. Punished instantly.
At least gets 2 orbs though. That's, I believe they were able to pick that up. So listen, you'll take it on the classic only round, and they'll be glad they did opt for the classic only round. There is an Outlaw in play.
Definitely not worth investing too heavily in this one for Zeta. Looking to group up here. Lacking the util with no Sova to clear this tripwire, so they're gonna have to eat it. They clear it out. Fault line, though, connecting onto Suzu. This is going to slow things up. They are getting ready for a push now. Fault line, well connected. Paranoia thrown out here to try and disrupt, but Suzu's still able to get the spike down. Ev onto the side, getting aggressive now, but They is able to win it out. That first trade. Now you'll cut out of the site. Serena can't get through Garage, and Mocha will fall.
Athea, who, by the way, was at Champions last year for GCC, but also went out in just 2 games. Same for Starbound, that EG duo that then, created this Fly roster this year. They're in the same danger that Suzu is in, going out 0-2 again. Got that experience, though, at the very least last year. And Thea right now playing very well. A bunch of his 16 assists as well. Just combined with Thea and Lace, they've got 30 assists at the moment. The real team players.
Extremely involved. I mean, that util has been put to such good effect, especially Lace's setups. FlyQuest, I mean, we're busy getting excited about what happened, but they won the pistol, of course, anti-eco, so they are getting awfully close to critical mass here to take away Haven.
Feels silly to say, but this is must-win for Zeta. The game is essentially over. They have to convert this anti-bonus. Recon, dark cover, standard to get your Neon in that close position on A, control that part of the map, and they're going to leave Ev with that Stinger, the close-range weapon, to just hold, tucked in the cubby.
And against the team that's slow like Zeta, that push up on A is going to force a later round re-clear. Just going to put Zeta under more time pressure than they otherwise like, and that's a rifle down. Starbound able to check that line in towards Garage. Deal with Serena.
Just lost the duel. A couple shots onto Starbound, but not enough. Suzu has to deal with the tripwire. Backs off. Drone to re-clear, but is it going to see Ev? No, because Dodonut stayed on that line.
Standing ahead.
Good recon, good awareness from UR.
And that's going to at least confirm the position of a player. Additionally tucked. You see the minimap ping on the location of Ev, so Zeta now know 2 players are still committed to the A side of the map.
They're really going to need to get a clean kill on Starbound here to gain access to the C site. They're still, actually, they're not even holding the angle. They're just playing passive, allowing the trips to do the work for them.
They can avoid these trips, though. They're not really set up for a push out of Garage here. Starbound hit by that relay bot, and Suzu's trying to get through, but caught by the tripwire. Starbound's easily able to find a ghost kill. Arco swings out here, beautifully done, but it's going to take more. Moko's found 3 and still wants to get aggressive up on this one. It's got to be Moko! What? An ace for Zeta Division! What a way to stay alive!
Exactly when they needed that most. The most pivotal round for them. That should have been the game over with a FlyQuest win. With Starbound playing that patiently, found that opening, and then just passive back plant. Knows it at that point, keeping the trips, keeping the utility active on the C site. More important than trying to find any more shots with the Outlaw. And you saw the value of that. It shut down Suzu. The clutch factor from Zeta.
They're feeling good about this, but on the other side, your economy for Zeta Division is still a little shambolic. Timeout called here. That was that buy round that Zeta had been looking for this whole half, and they only take 1 rifle out of it against a FlyQuest who can be mostly armed to the teeth.
And I mentioned it as we were getting into the second half. I was giving credit to Coach Ryota, who's on your screen right now, because it was after a timeout in the first half when Zeta were able to get back into the game. They came out with 2 big set-piece early round aggression type rounds. in a row. They won the first on a pure eco and then went for the intended one on the second where they had all of their ultimates. So I'm just looking to see what kind of set piece they've got for this round. Again, that is what I'm expecting. That is what I think of. That is what I associate with this Zeta team.
We're still too early in the half, though, for ultimates to be a huge factor here. And Zeta won't have another timeout to sort of work on that.
Zeta have fully committed to the buy. You know, if the rounds were closer, they probably would have just opted for the save here. But with the status of the game, with the lead of FlyQuest, they have to put it all on the line. And winning here would break the Fly economy. Both teams at risk fully with the economic status.
Might be one of the most pivotal rounds of the half. Off we go. Suzu wants to quickly head over towards the B side. Fast lane gets reached. He's actually gotten through, wrapping around towards C. Starbound! Not ready for it, but still is able to win it out. That's a backbreaker for Zeta. They try and recover it. Moko gets in and finds a one, but that is it. 3 left for Zeta.
It feels like that just had to be must-win from Suzu. Utility lacking for these Zeta players in sight. They want to fight close. They want to take the fight to them even. Need to do so with the SMG.
Trap wide there, set up. Soretta trying to play off of it. It was up to Arco. And it's just too much to handle. And that is a heartbreaker round for Zeta Division with both teams' economies hanging in the balance. They pull up just short.
And they do go for a cool set play again, right out of the timeout.
Starbound was not ready for that.
No, not at all. Suzu had such an opportunity. It's so tough to say, but if they just found that kill clean with a teleport behind as well, that would have been a wrap on the round. You've got to imagine. That is so tragic. It is so tragic.
Oh, and I tell you what, it goes from bad to worse. FlyQuest now get some of these big ultimates ready to roll. They've got the weaponry. Zeta Division down to, oh man, the Frenzy, Stinger. That's it.
Absolute heartbreaker.
How do they put it together? We saw Zeta win a really key MasterCard Thrifty in the previous half. They springboarded into a gun round win.
Looks like they just want to go for an explosive B hit. Try and play close range with the Stinger and the pistols while there's going to be Lurk through Garage so fast. Oh my god, Suzu fearless on this fight, but the retreating Donut with the superior weapon takes that kill.
I like this reposting of UR here on that linked position, but she's not going to remain there. Taya might opt to back out here of Garage, spot Serena. Cyber Cage going to be deployed to allow the Cypher to be elsewhere now. We are in a post-plant world. Donut knows that UR has gotten into air, but somehow that Sober has been quite the nuisance, but eventually there's the push out of Garage. Now they can wrap towards mid. Lace eventually deals with Moko, but man, she cannot be shifted. UR, after returning from an alternate postcode, finds herself in a 1 versus 5 with Taya on the defuse. Insurmountable odds as FlyQuest will notch up another round.
And at this point, just get that defuse. Actually, didn't even need it. At least got enough kills to get that ultimate active. Rolling Thunder for the final round to close this map out.
Flawless round.
Not even Fly's map pick. But at least for Zeta, Fly's actual pick, Sunset, is another good map for the Japanese side. I was impressed by their play there within their region, within the Pacific qualifier as well. So I really haven't lost hope in them. And despite the scoreline, I have been impressed with a lot of their play on these rounds. What they've been able to cook up out of the timeouts.
They're definitely beating the passive team allegations, I think. If you take a simplistic look at Zeta, you might come away feeling like that, but no, I've really enjoyed the pace variations we've gotten from them. And this is almost a response to Fly's tendency to go for an aggressive pop for A-long early. Zeta want to meet that head on, excuse me, but FlyQuest simply back away.
Serena.
Ready.
Here's that teleport, takes the duel, but they are the IGL still looking great on this map in terms of the individuality as well.
Some of these duels across the course of Haven go a little bit differently.
Yeah, frankly,
this game looks so
that is the critical factor in this game on a number of these rounds. I think early on, Fly were playing better in terms of the fundamentals. But it's the gun duels as Zeta have come alive tactically that have kept Fly with this strong lead.
So there's another Explorer re-clear of mid by FlyQuest. So now they know they can commit some of their forces over towards the seaside. They're going to be ready for this hit. This is it for Zeta. They have to take this down. They've got to win this round. Suzu's going to be caught out though. Rolling Thunder used by Lace, and Zeta are reeling here on the site. Moka's able to find one though, and Suzu, how do you recover like that? Still brought down by Lace, sitting back of sight here.
Spike though, still an issue. Neural Theft gonna come through, Starbound cannot hold on, and Zeta Division dig their heels in.
Another round where Moko at the last moment stepping up the crucial trade just to keep them alive for one more round. A round where, listen, they do have a lot of ultimates to play with. 6 chances for Fly.
I mean, we were on Suzu's POV so much that round. We have no idea what's happening. So much util getting used on the side. But it's the waves that come in.
Was stunned for 45 seconds.
It's the waves that come in from behind Suzu, though, that make a big difference. Moko's been so good here.
Right there. Has been the standout, has been that steady hand in the crucial moments.
6-12. Zeta Division have to keep these rounds rolling in. And hey, they've got the ultimates to support that.
And
Rolling Thunder up.
What a round to have them. Look at the economy for FlyQuest. This should be a round worth 2 if they can convert.
So once again, Zeta do stack their claim towards a long, oh dear, that's just a peak there, a double, maybe a high-low even.
You have just a triple phase 2 from B main. They are from Garage Doors. And look at this read from Fly. Immediately, they have Dodo and the Breach. Lace in the support, all of that util to stuff the Zeta effort at the choke.
Is that Rolling Thunder? Dodo pulling off at the side entirely. Has overdrive available. Suzu has that ready to go, but Moko gets taken down. Ev able to find one early. Swing it out from Sewer. A second. Dodo takes what would have been the third, and Suzu has to duke it out now from Hell. And there's just not enough heat on that overdrive. FlyQuest bring Lace into the lineup, and they don't miss a beat.
They look utterly sick in terms of the individual game right there. Starbound dropping 20, Ev with 19, Lace with 17. I mean, everybody, funny enough, but Dodo not going positive. That individual firepower was the linchpin of the victory.
And there were so many intricate strats here from Zeta Division. Individuals like Suzu pushing up some great flank timings, but losing out on some of those duels, Wyatt. The firepower not quite there for Zeta Division, but another opportunity to turn around on Sunset looms after the break.
Double thumbs. Double thumbs.
entertaining way to start our day here at VCT Game Changers Champs. I'm now joined by Coach Jovi on the side of FlyQuest Red. Now, no Phoenix, no Astra, no Fade coming into this map. Truly a big surprise for us watching it. What was the reasoning behind this comp, and just how long have you been cooking this?
We have a few tricks up our sleeves. It's been a little bit of a 2-month grind that we had right after, winning OQ1 back in GC, going into GC3. We had time to practice, so you don't know what to expect when we start playing. So.
Wow. We absolutely loved it. Best of luck on map 2.
Look at those smiles. You can tell that FlyQuest are definitely feeling it right now, especially the coach. I mean, we did see that he was definitely up on his office.
I don't think he's sad. And these chairs are very comfortable.
I
and good
know.
looking.
He was just like this the entire time, and really feeling it, screaming and everything. We were feeling his vibes too.
Even on that interview, we were seeing that. I think he just wants to go back into the room and keep having that experience, because it is a bold move to come into an international event, and as he's saying, is spend that time into changing things up and preparing yourself for the international stage, and having things, even with what happened today and Sander not being able to play, go this well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if UR is going to draw him after that, because he was getting very animated, and I think that's good to see. Energy and vibes, it's what they talked about before the game, and they certainly brought it to the stage. Even from the very first round, you heard Thea going a little bit crazy. This is a very good sign for FlyQuest. Also calls into question for Zeta the map pool. Like, the fact that they go towards a haven somewhere that they've struggled up against Zipto, it wasn't even one of their stronger performances that they've had against the Goliath of their region. It kind of then puts that question mark up there, and I think that they thought this would be a weakness for FlyQuest. This would be somewhere that either trying to force the composition with a new player would have their stumbles, or that they'd have to go to something new and even better. They're going to be trying it out, but I think what the coach said is very accurate. They've put the work in before this.
Right, and it just confuses me as well, just because they don't have a lot of experience on this map, right? They've only played it twice this entire year, so to suddenly bring it out on an elimination match, I don't know. There are a lot of question marks in my head for this.
I was expecting some ISO action. Like, why not?
Yeah.
Like maybe like in this moment, as you were saying, I don't know what if they're going to be changing something, if not having all the players is going to really make a difference. I was expecting that. But on the side of FlyQuest, we were seeing Starbound just going absolutely neutral, like on the attack and also on the defense. I love the fact that the score was so evened out, because that just means that there's a very well-drilled plan with a lot of layers, with a lot of trays that is ready for these situations where, yes, the individual brilliance is there, but there is someone else. There's always a different layer, another player that you have to go through to secure the round.
Yeah, and I think that's the real difficulty. Looking at Zeta, this is a map of Haven where Serena's typically finding a lot of value, a lot of the similar value that Starbound is. They have the same role regardless of side, and well, we saw a lot of head-to-head duels, and Starbound won 5 out of 6 of them. That meant that constantly there were edges of the map opened up for FlyQuest, and we saw a number of rounds where that resulted in them finding a pick and garage or around there and moving it towards that side of the map for free.
Exactly. You just look at the difference between those two roles, right? You have Starbound on the other side, and Starbound just absolutely owns every single site that they are on, right? Especially with the trap setup as well. They're so creative. They are so creative with all of that. And then you have Serena, which, she definitely had to step up on this. And unfortunately, it didn't show in this map. I wonder if things will be different as we step into the next one, especially since, FlyQuest, as we keep mentioning, they are on this amazing momentum here. The vibes are immaculate, and we just saw, Zeta earlier, holding each other's hands, just telling everybody to just hang on there. There's still one more map to go.
Yeah, exactly.
Or two.
Oh my god, you're so convinced, Midge.
Hey, where's our copium tank? Where is it?
Get it back out. I need it.
Yeah, but I think that also from the attack, they were not finding a lot of success. I know that, it wasn't a lot of rounds, it wasn't very long, but still, every single time that we saw FlyQuest just going on the aggression, just always having something prepared, for them to not feel at ease and not even have time to think, always being the ones to react.
Yeah, but that's not to say that Zeta didn't have their moments, right? They did have amazing moments. Zuzu did get a lot of kills, and of course, we also have our Verizon high-speed moment, and this one goes to Moko with that ace, Kakuka.
Yeah, exactly. We were talking about her in the pre-show, the way that she's able to keep her cool, even in this situation. We're talking about the refrags time and time again, and this is the kind of rounds, is the kind of moments that you can always rely on Moko for.
Absolutely, yeah. Like I said many times, we've seen this regardless of the map. Moko just seems to be the shining light for this roster, a consistent player putting up the numbers. And wow, it'd been quite a while since we'd seen a multi-kill in that map, and Moko certainly delivered what we were all waiting for.
Yeah, I just worry that, you know, maybe Zeta was heating up a little too late at that point, right? There were so many rounds wherein they needed that kind of energy, and I just felt like when it came up at around, I think, round 9 or something, and Suzu happened to, like, you know, get a few multi-kills, then the round side switch, and they lost that momentum again. So I just wonder when they're gonna get that energy up again.
Yeah, and it's not going to be any easier, right? Just think of the rest of the best of 3. We could have another situation because Zeta is still to win a map in Game Changers Championship. Same goes for Suzu. We talk about the experience, or more so the inexperience that the rest of the players have playing on this stage. And it's night and day from what we saw from FlyQuest the other day and today. This strength and this decision to play this way on the first map.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, we have to know, of course, what Zeta Division is feeling like. So let's hear what Coach Ryota has to say ahead of Map 2.
I'm standing by with the coach of Zeta Division, Coach Ryota, and Cory to do some translations ahead of Map 2. Now, you guys are facing elimination right here. This map is going to be very important. There's a lot of pressure. So I wanted to ask you, what did you say to your players, you know, backstage before they came back out to make sure they can bring this to a Map 3?
今日の試合は敗退がかかった重要な試合で、このマップが、重要なマップになってきます、こんなプレッシャーがかかっている中、今、この休憩時間にどんな声を選手にかけましたか？
いつもといつもやってるような相手とちょっとリズムが違うところに今自分たちが苦しめられているように感じるので、そこのリズムをどうやって作っていけばいいかをイメージしやすいように、声かけしました。
So the pace that the opponent is playing at is quite different from what we are used to. So I commented on some words so they have much more clear image of how to get that pace back to where we are used to be playing at.
All right, brilliant. Thank you very much for translating, and good luck on Map 2.
Pretty much what we were talking about just now, right? When are they going to get that pace that they are used to? Because FlyQuest just plays at, you know, that NA pace that is so iconic, and it's just something that actually the Japanese region as a whole just needs to be able to step up to.
I think that it's a different level of difficulty because, again, in the press conferences, Ryota was speaking about how they weren't able to not only stop the pace, deal with the duelists on the side of crew, but right now what we were seeing on the score is not a duelist diffing your team, is a whole team playing as a unit and facing off a different challenge, a new problem for today's match.
Thea.
And they're vibing.
Oh, she's dancing. Oh, look at those moves, man.
My goodness. Yeah, no, I think that one of the things that's inspiring for me, though, that maybe we will see a bounce back for Zeta is that conversation of pace in the late round when you send your Cypher out, when Serena was looking for space, she was constantly running into Starbound. That shouldn't happen again. Now you know that that's a player who's got your number, who's waiting for you to make those plays, and hopefully moving forward, moving on to Sunset, it won't be as much of a factor, although I think that's not typically where Serena is towards the top of the scoreboard.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking about pace, we need to talk about the Neon, something that FlyQuest brought the last time that they played the Sunset the other day against Shipto, and something that we do not initially think we're going to be seeing on the side of Zeta. As we know, the map has suffered a bit of changes, and we also know how strong and different the game has made the strength that Neon has these days.
Yeah, I actually wonder, since, they had to sub out Sonder, are they going to go back to something that's a little bit more comfortable for them? Are they going to bring out that Cypher Deadlock?
I mean, I think that the way that Lace was playing the Breach was wonderful. I did not see the nerves on her. She was just vibing with the rest, and also props to that effort, because I think that FlyQuest is making her feel literally like she never left. And I think that, yeah, they're going to just keep the same composition, and we're not going to be seeing the change on Zeta Division here on the attack. As I said, on the attack on the first map, they weren't even able to secure that first kill. FlyQuest and Dodo were just pushing on them and not granting them anything.
Yeah, well, we've seen Sonder do a remarkable job on that breach last time around, and I think with what we've seen from Lace, I have no reason to suspect that there'll be any kind of a fall off here. FlyQuest Red seems set to take this series 2-0, but I do hope that Zeta will be able to just dig deep and pull this out. 2 incredibly close maps against Visa Crew Blaze. We know they've got what it takes. It's just putting it into action on the server.
Well, we're going to see indeed if they can put it into action. Can we get to a third and deciding map? We're going to find out, and we're going to send it back to your casters. Here's Uber and Wyatt.
From a dominant run in Japan, domestically, Zeta Division looking so good. Fighting hard to get through Pacific to make it here to GCC. One map stands between Zeta Division and elimination from the tournament. And FlyQuest coming out of Haven look pretty good. Having selected this Sunset map, Wyatt, we've seen FlyQuest take a different tact in terms of composition.
Yeah, a map where Zeta had performed really well, impressed me during their qualifying run. And yeah, if you think back to FlyQuest and GC3 and even prior, they have lost Sunset to Shopify this year 5 times. Could never find their footing here until during this little off period before GCC. They swapped Dodo to Neon. An agent she wasn't playing previously.
No more deadlock either, right?
Dominated on yesterday. We'll see if they can continue this high-level performance on a map that they just weren't that great on before.
Well, Suzu's on the side, well and truly. Satchel charge gets her deep over towards Boba, but there's going to be a triple swing. Yeah, that's ugly, tough to deal with. Suzu tries to train the aim, at least finds Lace, but Starbound and Dodo Nut have already gone to work. Dodo with the corner swing, easy pickings as UR falls. And it's a 3 versus 2. Mocha trying to play that post plant, but Thea is on the hunt. That's an easy backstab. FlyQuest with yet another pistol.
Fly very patient there, just allowing Thea to work slowly on that flank, find the easy kill. Frankly, I don't even think it should have been as close. It's pretty mad that Suzu was able to find one in that situation. Backside right there, yeah, pretty ridiculous.
And there's less safe places to hide now in a post-plant scenario as an attacker. You are perched up on the box, which is all well and good. Yes, if you get flanked, you're in deep trouble.
Yeah, that full-on B-main spam Pearl cosplay gameplay, not as effective as it used to be. You have to set up those crossfires within the site now. Starbound with the Outlaw full classic buy again for Zeta, so dodging those round 3 perils where you have a light armor running into the one shot from that scoped weapon.
Starbound doesn't linger here. Zeta has plenty of util to try and make their way through B. Cyber Cage is going to slow them up, but Orb is secured for Suzu. Now eyes turn back over towards mid as that one way at A long will be renewed by Thea.
The one trip that Zeta have was actually placed on B. You can see it on the map there. So over on A, they do have to be weary of a potential push up towards main, though also on an anti-eco, not necessarily expecting aggression at that level. Fly very patient right now, just covering the angles from safe positions.
That
Thea just holding, ready to fall back if they go towards A.
FlyQuest just re-cleared B main with that Aldrome, but that was heard. You are aware of it sitting towards B long, so this could be a fake here just being solved by Arco. Draws 3 defenders out of position. Now, if Zeta are quick about it, they can get onto this B side scot-free. Arco sees a rotate through mid, takes some shots at Ev. Really inconsequential damage, but we'll see if it matters now as Suzu once more satchels forward. Backside taken by Zeta, but note that they're not scaling into this half of it.
Just hiding in the dark cover. If someone goes in there, could get punished.
All right, Suzu waiting. Right-click claims Ev, and they find yet another one. This time, Zeta Division play around their half of the B side. It's going to be up to Thea with a stinger to try and make this work, but it's a double face right around this corner. She's gotta know it, and she gets the spray down. Just one more, 2 HP to Dream. Teleport across is not to be. Serena brings her down. MasterCard thrifty for Zeta.
How the hell have they gotten away with that swing and momentum? They've gotten the B site entirely for free. They were baited into a full rotate off the breach utility that was headed towards A. Playing within this dark cover, Ev, frankly, unnecessary risk it was about to drop, leaps into their death.
Oh, mate. That was about as close as it gets. But a nice recovery from Zeta, who opted not to scale to back at B site. Wanted to play on their half of it. FlyQuest ran into them. A little pop B main here. FlyQuest with nothing but the classics to work with. I don't mean music from the 1960s.
And it is just patience from Zeta now, re-clearing mid, watching some of these angles. If someone wants to take a poke through market. And Zeta really, they're opting for the classic Sunset comp that we've seen all year with the Rays. Most teams at this point switching over to the neon look. It has been so effective here, what you can do in tandem with the breach fault line, mixing in those plays where you rush down mid, fault line into tiles, take that slide into there, find a first engagement, how you can pressure close on A, the setups you can have in B main. It is just a great proactive comp in that way. The Rays though, just that old reliable,
I see now
still consistent.
One way thrown over towards spawn either way, but she would have broken the crosshair placement of Ev. The high-low setup here over on the site. Arco with the plant. Obviously all rifles here for Zeta Division. They've got everything they need to take a round like this. For FlyQuest, they might have a crack at it, but it might just be a matter of perishing to the spike.
And once again, Thea on that flank mission, much like the pistol. Lone going towards main, was maybe thinking about going for a teleport, but it's just exits that Fly are playing for. Not going to do anything proactive, hoping that Zeta walk into them.
Yeah, that smoke towards A long, trying to force Zeta to this side of the map. It's going to work out. So, it's going to get a little hairy. Paint shell deployed there. Don't know how to find UR. Both these forces clashing in Ev on that corner. Okay, good economic damage there for FlyQuest at least.
Yeah, that was really good. Just baited into the full stack waiting. And that contact...
Just a little omen smoke behind them.
Yeah. That contact taken by the 3 players towards spawn, swinging, allowing Ev to just sit patiently tucked behind the box. Simple but effective setup to deal significant damage.
FlyQuest with some ultimates online now as well. Overdrive at the ready for Dodo. Some pings there in towards mid for Zeta. Maybe something a little faster, something up-tempo here.
Yeah, you can see right now, Akko is ready with a fault line from spawn at the moment.
Suzu with a showstopper as well. Spoke to top mid.
A bit more patient than might have expected just looking at the minimap, but slow control of mid. Trips watching either extremity, of course, and the cam for B main too in that standard window position.
And we're going to see so much here. Wow, that was illuminating. Now, though, has to stand and fight. Aftershock going to be thrown in towards market. Starbound, they lock it down. That's massive. Now, Zeta Division, wind out of their sails. Arco briefly foraying into the B site. Instead, will duck back, get an orb, and get pinged by the neural theft.
That was very swift from Fly, capitalizing off of Zeta being, you know, exposed in mid to multiple angles. There was a good aftershock from Akko that forced Ev out of position over in market there, but Zeta not really able to capitalize, losing out on some of those duels. That was obviously a big narrative of the first map, that Fly were winning on the individual mechanical game. Zeta need to catch up in that aspect. It looks like they'll be heading out just after 2 maps.
Zeta without Neon as well. It's a little bit harder to threaten the split after you take top mid, you know, you throw fast lane down, threaten to wrap around to one of the sites. A little bit harder when you don't have that available on Raze.
Does Akko dare risk a Rolling Thunder here? Probably not at this point. Oka wanted to make something aggressive happen, try and catch off a player early. Never mad at a play like that in this situation.
Okay, clean. Donut walks into that one. Arco flashed off the line, and Lace steps up. FlyQuest here with a defuse, and they will have brought Zeta Division's momentum to a halt. And again, that one foray in through mid and the extension of Zeta Division into market goes horribly wrong.
You're going to see coming up into this next round too. That moment there was nice from Zeta, but it was the 2 players top mid assisting the players that were feeling that intense pressure in market that paid dividends. But heading into this round, you're now seeing the consequences of Zeta being forced into that classic exit stack on the prior round where Fly did all of that damage. They just can't afford anything here.
Suzu takes a Guardian. Somewhere Nismo has his ears burning.
Revealing area.
So challengers pilled. so NA challengers
so
pilled.
Obscure for this current audience.
Yes, the Japanese audience, they love that joke.
NA challengers?
They definitely were watching NA challengers.
Let's just start calling it NA challengers the World Series, Valorant. What do you think? I'll go down a treat. All right. And with the Owl drone clear mid. They has been doing much of this. Conditioning with these one-ways every single round, regardless of how many players for FlyQuest are over at the A side of the map. Very heavy mid presence, and Lace is able to ring Suzu down as she just tentatively checks that top mid.
Time for the Guardian Hot Potato. Moko picking that up. Moko was very good on map 1, lest we forget. Came up with the important clutches, impact kills, and swing rounds.
Good timing off that flash, but all it really allows for is Zeta to take a quick peek. They're going to pull out, though. They definitely managed to draw Donut out of hiding. She's hunting. Starbound here in a position to pinch on Arco. I don't know if they can get out of mid alive here, holding the corner. Dodonut is ready for it. Ferrari Pig swings around and zap goes the overdrive. Yet another for Dodo. Oh, ugly stuff here for Zeta Division. Barely with enough weaponry to defend themselves. It's just Serena back in market. No chance to even get the spike down. This one's over.
A little painful when you have a Sheriff and you're getting ran at by the overdrive Neon. Not the weapon you want to have in a situation like that, but what can you do? Full eco round. And now Zeta, everything on the line in this full buy. They'll have a couple ultimates to play with, and it was just a simple first kill from Lace that got the opening, shuts down the Guardian.
Yeah, Suzu has that the singular gun right brought into the round, but she peeks into a double stack top mid.
And again, has it because of that awkward economic position that Fly put them in previously, where we can get a decent, barely, I wouldn't even consider it a hero Guardian. It's not a very heroic weapon, but able to at least afford something.
To be fair, Dodo will force into it a lot herself. We saw a bunch of Guardian pickups for her on Haven, and she's able to get a lot of value out of it. So, in the right pair of hands, it can be an absolute menace. Attack balls here being called by Zeta Division. Coach Ryoto taking the opportunity here in this first half to try and get Zeta Division bouncing back. Remember, they lose the pistol. They win the anti-eco on the other side of it. So they string 2 rounds together, and they're walking into the next one with those massive Initiator ultimates. Rolling Thunder, Hunter's Fury, both at the ready.
And if there's one thing we know about Coach Ryota and the Zeta Division approach, he has the 5,000-page strat book of set plays that they've come up
Zeta
with
timeouts
in their
feel
free
like
time.
EG Potter timeouts. Like, they're that impactful.
The coaching really is fantastic for this team. Can't be understated. Had big impact on Haven. Created some swing rounds where the Zeta momentum started building. They started getting back into the game just a bit. And they were based off of big ultimates in some of those moments as well. So we'll see what Ryota's offered up to the team as an idea here.
They are still hitting that one way from the other side of the map. Dodo chomping at the bit here to take a bit more real estate over towards the B side of the map, but that's been trap-wired by Zeta Division, as you'll notice.
Camera taken out.
See Serena sitting well back now with the camera being destroyed.
Fly had put a lot more emphasis over on that mid and B side. You can see them exploring that B extremity, taking main.
Ooh, hello.
Zeta for the free control here. That trip is very awkward. Spray just barely whiffs from Starbound.
Now basically a chalk outline drawn of Suzu, but she's still alive. So Cybercage at least gets Starbound out of that position.
And you can see right now, Thea once again trying to go for a flank. And because of that, look at the position from Serena. Was watching that so far back, won't be in the action. Wow, Rolling Thunder sent out, hoping to catch players close. Not going to be the case.
Slicing so far back to that Rolling Thunder, barely tickled at their toes. Now FlyQuest lying in wait for Zeta to push off the site. They punish them. Serena and Moko now have to lock it down, but there's time for FlyQuest to make their way in. Serena finds one. Cybercage deployed. Starbound sat on the other side of it here as the rest of FlyQuest come in through spawn. Serena has to go wild here. Moko, only one for her. And now the 1 versus 1. Lights on the defuse, Serena. Dark cover in the way. In she plunges, and Lights is ready for it. And that's a defuse. That is going to break the back of Zeta Division.
That is just the perfect timing from Lace. So aware of when the swing was coming. The millisecond that Serena was going through the smoke. The Vandal was back in hands. So much impact from the sub in this series. And frankly, this looks to me like this was the idea out of the timeout. We take the A site, we still have the Rolling Thunder, we go for that proactive spawn
Is that
push.
an overcook though?
It's not an overcook, but they forced the strat. They didn't peel it back and think, okay, let's just relax now. We don't have the info that they're actually there. They really tried to force it to their own doom.
Here's Suzu though getting aggressive now, but Dodonut comes in behind her. Suzu's able to find the 1 and make it 2. Spectre goes to work. She's down to 5, but she's done her job. Lace can creep up on this one, sees the gun dropped, and it's an easy pick-off. Raise down. Meanwhile, Ev makes their way into mid, picks one up. Arco with the Sheriffs. God say to a Sheriffs. Always a terrifying prospect.
Absolutely, and now upgrading to a Phantom. If
One
you
needs to get
are,
the spike back.
yeah, they need to recover the spike, and if they can't get back to Elbow, there will be another free upgrade for UR, who has a Hunter's Fury, by the way. There's an opportunity to safely use that. Might be able to flip this round on its head, convert this eco.
Buying in the next either way. Zeta finding a thrifty here. Massive takes the game to a one-round affair. Now, crucially, Starbound is still alive and their util is already set up at B.
That camera is here. Will they use it right away, or well, yeah, they will. So they've gotten that info recon back. Site allows Zeta to know that the site is for free. Being planted, tucked in the corner default.
That's a trip cleared. Nice little shock dart there from UR.
Standing ahead.
Another trip further back on the side, but Zeta aren't going to push up here.
They are opting to play this passively. Imagine we see Akko fault line into an easy Hunter's Fury from UR, who is in a safe position. Maybe get a free kill when it's tapped. Aftershock, just to delay first.
And it's going to buy some time. Akko here now, looking to play off of her own fault line. That's a huge kill. Now it's up to Ev. Hunter's Fury also available. This will further delay the spike defuse. Ev has to take the challenge and a headshot is instantly hit. It's UR with 10. Chance to upgrade to the weapon, but has to swing that corner first. Spray comes in, ping out. There's just not the time. Ev goes for another tickle and UR has played this to absolute perfection. Ev has no choice but to allow themselves to be blown apart. And a hard-fought MasterCard thrifty for Zeta.
Utility was just gorgeous from Zeta in that 2v2. No HP to really play with compared to the Fly players. Everything at the right moment. That early recon back site as well, when they got in, allowed enough time for it to be cycled later. And that was really the crucial moment. Knowing that Ev wasn't sticking the spike, that they didn't even get it to half because they were close up and broke it. Incredible team play from those remaining two, the initiators from Zeta. What a round to win. Puts Fly's economy in a very tough position now.
It's precarious. Dodo really trying to get ahead of the game here, but standing on top of a paint shell means it's a 1-for-1. Dodo miraculously still finds a kill, but look how low Thea is after that. The rest of Zeta still hale and hardy.
Ev using that drone to re-clear mid as the dark cover obscures the view of anyone playing top mid, so they want to get that info.
Exactly where you are.
Neural theft, plenty of corpses to work with apparently. Just the one is enough. So Zeta Division see it all. That heavy B and market presence for Fly is sniffed out. Now Zeta head over to A.
Spike drop.
Taking the time though with it, allow Starbound to get back into this site.
Starbound hoping that the rest of their teammates can make it here in time. Fully entrenched in a lot of danger. If an Aftershock gets thrown back box or a fault line, they're going to be in trouble. But Fly have rotated in time. This has been so slow from Zeta. They're in real danger.
The trips have slowed them down so much wide. Here's a rolling thunder from FlyQuest. They're going to look to play off this Starbound. The first into halls and catches Akko. UR's good for the trade, but there's more to be done here.
Moko has the teleport and the spike goes all the way to B for the fake plan. Or sorry, for the real plan. Excuse me. As the Zeta was rotating about, what is that from Serena?
She's on the move!
How does that connect?
She is locomoting through mid.
The developers need to take a look at that clip. That shouldn't be possible.
Not even playing a Neon, by the way. Moko is pushed up here on this B side. There is low after that early engagement, and it's too late. The corner check comes second. And now Lace has it all to do. Super sub assistant coach, you name it, she's done it. With a bit of spray, I like that idea. 5 in the chamber though, that's not a lot to work with. And still time ticking down. Lace has to push this, but UR is so canny. UR's too hard to catch.
UR is so intelligent in these situations. Again, these low player moments, the util that they have, not risking it with the fight, just playing to the win con of time. What could
have gone so wrong for Zeta. That A site where they get hit by the rolling thunder, Wyatt.
I mean, it ends up working that they just bait out that big ultimate. Just another little cherry on top of a gorgeous round.
Like, that gives extreme psychic damage. No surprise here, we have a timeout called by FlyQuest because they are exploiting the slow pace from Zeta. Like, the fact that Starbound's able to get into that A site behind the traps and all of FlyQuest have time to rotate there to help out. That it's all a ruse. Zeta pull them all to that site and then have a contingency. Moko heads to the B side.
It really just is having that contingency that they kind of risk the like double mind game of we know where everyone is, maybe they rotate over, and now we slow down and they're like, wait, are they just going to be like something?
It's right on Haven too.
But then it's all good. If that doesn't work out, we're just the spike was always on Moko, who had the TP, and so yeah, at any point contingency, and the contingency plan was crazy. And also, I mean, again, Serena, you can't be allowed to just be like full strength death. I mean,
she is breakneck speed.
Yeah, that was just mental. Timeout called now from Jovi after crucial rounds from Zeta. It is that eco round window that does turn the tides of this game immensely.
Yep. Chairman of the anti-chair league. Trying to get into the ears of FlyQuest there.
They are on this eco with Lace, Hero Rifle, Bucky for Dodonut.
Zeta here might look to get within striking distance of Halls and make a fast play for it.
This could get really dangerous in elbow with the FlyQuest setup.
Suzu
not tucked and just taking that jiggle. Boomba coming out, which you're going to want Lace to break, and she does.
So Dodonut still, unbeknownst to Zeta Division, stuck in that corner. However, Zeta doesn't take much to give them the heebie-jeebies about heading aside. They are headed elsewhere now. And notice, this time no presence into mid. That our drone re-clear from Ev actually sees nothing.
All the while, it's Serena just containing B main. Pressing forward now, clearing those corners. It's a fairly vacant B side. Of course, the trips to contend with, but when you've got the shocks, when you have the nade as well from Suzu, should be easy enough to clear these out. The close one, of course, to make sure that you're not going to walk into that unbreakable one from any guns, and danger for Suzu. I mean, more than danger, death as well. Yeah. At least a trade from UR.
Highly punishable. Starve out here with the Sheriff. UR. Oh man, she has been going off these last few rounds. And now, notice that very deep dark cover over towards, geez, almost spawn here from FlyQuest. Keeps Lace out of Boba for an extended period of time. She's yet to be able to re-clear that space. We are in the full post-plant hold here, but Moko is the loose end here.
Off your feet!
Sat towards the back of the site. This rolling thunder from the attack side. Zeta Division now look to capitalize on it. They are tucked on the corner. Gonna be a crossfire here, but my goodness, that is dismantled all too easily. Lace says no. We're gonna pull the plug on this one. We do not have the money.
They carried that Vandal into the round. Now just going to leave with it. Rolling Thunder committed from Zeta just to ensure this round win and the building of the economy with a couple players still sub 1,000 credits, retaining 4 rifles, getting all the cash for winning this one so they can ensure some big full buys at the latter end of this half. Just a couple rounds left.
I think we're getting to see Zeta really show the best of their style here, Wyatt.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. It's these big tactical team efforts.
Right? Yeah, I know. And honestly, we've seen that from FlyQuest. Just a little bit of uncertainty about the tempo from Zeta Division. It looks like it's unlike anything they're really used to playing against.
Speaking of ults, Razor, that's for Suzu. Easy to crack open the site with that. Very relevant on Sunset when Raze was being primarily played. You are getting closer to the Hunter's Fury as well. So some big ultimates, again, late into this half, could get to them on a round where, once again, we have to pay attention to this FlyQuest economy. It's been in danger at so many different points here throughout this first half of Sunset. And yet again, if they lose this round, could be worth 2 for Zeta to extend the lead.
Very much distributed across the map, still on Zeta Division. Inside the last minute of the round. Couple of pings over towards the B side. We saw already a recon thrown out by UR to the B side. And again, maybe Showstopper forces a retake protocol here from FlyQuest. Suzu still has to respect these trap wires. He's been snarled up in a couple of them. Here they come. Showstopper going to be used here by Suzu. Already Dodonut taken down. That was over towards the market side. Suzu into the back of the site. Speculative shot there. The Showstopper tries to swing on out, but Ev gets the better of her. They are on the backstab timing here. Zeta have given FlyQuest so much opportunity to start to wrap on them, but it's all down to Thea. Everyone else from Fly cleared. on the side. They tried to anchor. It was too much for them. You are with 3 kills in the round, and Zeta gets 6.
Thea really has been on so many flank attempts. Zeta are actively fighting forward and dealing with that later, which is a good approach, especially how Sunset plays now on B. You can really take the fight to Boba. And then when Thea's in a situation like that, you can just ignore her. Just deal with her later. She's not doing anything at the moment, right? She's not there to send into paranoia, anything along those lines.
Because that's not only the downside of that slower play, right? You do leave yourself exposed to being wrapped on, or your opponent's gleaning all the information about the map that they need.
And as was mentioned at the beginning of that round, the importance of it for Fly. You can see the consequences of that round loss in the buy that they have. Sheriffs, a couple weak rifles. An opportunity for Zeta to extend their lead. Only the first lead they've had on either map this entire series. This was always the danger of FlyQuest picking Sunset into Zeta. Fly have certainly improved on it. They've been better since swapping to the meta comp of right now. But this has been good for Zeta in their qualifying run. Not just good, great, honestly. Dangerous pick from Fly.
Fly try and multi-stack top mid to catch a player pushing up tiles. They just don't have the weaponry really to punish it at all. So Ev goes by the wayside. Starbound won't be spotted out by this bit of util now. I don't know if they realize that Suzu got past them there. What can they do about it? They wait for Serena. Now deal with the rest of them. Neural theft at the corpse, and Suzu wraps on it to fight too. That's devastating. Zeta Division with yet another round on the trot. That Coach Ryota timeout. 5 rounds in a row since then.
Again, I mean, cannot be understated the impact that the coaching is having on this team, and it is a treat to see Suzu really coming to life on this raise on map 2 here, finding that 3-piece in a situation that got more than scary, attempting to get out of the choke when the dark cover was there, when Starbound wasn't spotted, when there was the overdrive in their face.
FlyQuest said, Dodonut said, we need to be having fun to win.
And here we go.
I think Zeta are having all the fun. Suzu getting a lot of the action.
That's that confidence really starting to flow.
Okay, 100 Furies being exchanged across the map. Suzu eventually falls from a re-clear by Fly. And they have heavy Hall's presence. Marco set up to deal with the push. There should be a crossfire here for Zeta Division, but it's going to get ugly. Okay, nice cyber cage timing. Dodo's going to swing it. God, she forces it. Gets one. Exactly Lace takes what she can. Just give her the 1 kill to back away now, further into Hall.
And at this point, Lace does just need to fully retreat, excuse me. She's well aware of that, gather up with the rest of the teammates, one of which is Ed, who had a recon, just sent it out for a re-clear. And now the fault line, excuse me, has cycled for Lace 2 when they play for a full retake in this situation. And Starbound alive, so B is being covered with the trips and a cam in main. Fly are set up nicely to be able to convert this 3v2, get the 5th on the board as we head into the second half after this.
Well, they'd be pleased to make it a 7-5 half at this rate.
30 seconds
really
left.
Feel like they've lost their grip on the reins after the first 6 rounds.
And with this time being taken as well, Ev should be able to cycle the recon. It just came right back up.
Spike planted.
So critical utility that Zeta are going to have to work around, and at the player deficit, they're fighting forward. I love this decision. Catch Fly out early if they can, win these duels.
Looking for a big spray down though. It's going to get messy either way. There's the fault line that may have hit Serena. Recon, Serena has to clear it now. You might be the one to have to stand up and push into this Fly. Slow and steady. Gets them their 5th round. Makes it a respectable defense half, but Zeta Division getting to play their game, getting to have fun with it. Find themselves a lead heading into the half.
I think we really did. You mentioned it before. We got to see the best of Zeta Division on that attacking half. And I'm excited to see what they can do on defense as well, because they have some more crazy set stuff that I've seen them do before.
The best of Zeta Division. Is it going to be enough to keep them alive here at Game Changers Champions 2024? Stick around after the break to find out if they can snatch up Sunset.
Red Bull gives you wings.
do.
Name another person that has spotted a bug in this.
Zeta Division string 5 attack side rounds together, looking to come alive. The question of whether they can keep that momentum up. They're already a map down in this series with Ascent as a decider. Japan's delegates looking to hold on and force a third map.
Zeta have been tested so hard in this tournament. First round opponent, Crew, a Crew that almost beat G2 yesterday, with Dodds looking like one of the best duelists we've got in this tournament. Not even looking like, absolutely is. And now up against FlyQuest, who have been just a bit below SR in NA all of this year. The talent on this team, outrageous. Lace back, was out with injury. At a time was, I think, certainly their best player on this roster. It's been such a challenge for the Japanese side, and they've made these games close. They've shown so much quality play, quality coaching, and now finding a lot of confidence on Sunset, which I felt was always a dangerous pick from Fly. It had been so good for Zeta online.
Here we go, attack side kicks off with FlyQuest headed over to A. Do a very crucial pistol. Boko with a quieter game as opposed to Haven. Still stood up in those important moments. We'll look to play for retake as Zeta set up towards spawn on link side.
Zeta's big retakes on A were good in the qualifier, but don't just fighting forward, finds the first.
UR felt like she had to push ahead of that aftershock. Instead of falling back off the line, instead of losing out there, it's an aftershock over on that plant location. This might force FlyQuest into action. They're getting activated over towards Link. Dodo is chasing. See very quickly. Zeta back away in that area. Laxo elsewhere. Pick up on Moko over towards that Paul's side. Suzu finds 2, make it 3. Now has to try and clutch it out. Dodo, that is an alley-oop if I've ever seen one.
It's at half as well, it's at half.
Give it a tickle, Lace comes out and still wins it. A close shave there for FlyQuest Red. Lace maybe also going down the line saying, all right, we've got to keep it together, keep the nerves at a minimum. They win that important pistol round, but it comes down to the wire.
So much proactivity from FlyQuest, fighting into Link. They find UR. Recon off the table for the retake. So tough to work around that when you're Zeta Division. And then the further push through Link, which Suzu was forced to retreat from. And as that's happening, the rest of the Zeta players in main, they just have to go into the site. There. And at that point, they are fully encircled. They made a good go at it.
Little TikTok TP from Moko there as well. Unfortunately, doesn't pay off. Starter back here. Suzu gets that orb control A side.
Yeah, and a consolation of that round with Suzu getting another additional orb. Looks like they might have the Hunter, Showstopper, not Hunter's Fury, just into the 3rd round.
Right, well, Zeta opted to anchor it here into the B side, despite an imminent push. With dark cover behind them, they commit. And ultimately, they get very little done. Dodo and Thea at least are low.
Grenade!
Suzu opted to bring a stinger into this round. We'll try and pay the wall. That is a stunning paint shell in the back corner. Finding 2.
There's the ult. Showstopper's coming through.
That is 3 paint shell kills in 2 rounds for Suzu. Oh boy, she is unhinged. Looking for another there, but the range is too much. Ev able to stabilize. Holy smokes.
Yeah, and what did the devs say? Abilities don't kill in Valorant? It was something along those lines earlier.
Wait. Gunplay.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, perfect gunplay.
2 words or 1 word, whichever way you like to say it. It is paramount.
I mean, Suzu's got, what, like 6 total kills now already in the first 2 rounds? Oh my word, that was...
She had 4 in the pistol.
Frankly, just losing that out to the gun dip, they just didn't have the range to fight the player that was swinging from main. If not for that, looked like Zeta were going to steal it away.
Maybe that firepower narrative has to go away as well. Suzu with a veritable arsenal over the last couple of rounds. Brings it to bear to get Zeta close, but still, it's FlyQuest. They make up the deficit in rounds.
Zeta have an opportunity to stabilize here, stabilize economically, as they have a far superior buy after that damage was dealt on the prior.
Okay, here comes Dodo straight on in, stunned up. Moko gets her 4th. And now can back away comfortably enough with the TP. Arca was well watching the line. Moko wants to go all the way back here towards alley side.
Set up that crossfire now as well.
A timing? No, Starbound.
Read like a book.
Walks into a line. Aftershock here as well. A little awkward here, I think, for the FlyQuest setup in towards halls. A lot of smoke here on the side of TP forward from Thea. Arco wasn't quite ready enough for it. The Bucky finds Purchase, but Suzu is there.
Suzu is just absolutely on fire right now. 2 years ago was with Fennel at the first GCC, also in Berlin, went out in 2 games, couldn't win a map. This might be her very first map win at one of these international tournaments. The way she's playing, she's certainly making you believe that that's going to be the case. What is it, like 10 kills or something in the second half already? 9 kills? I mean, it is utterly outrageous.
I need to blow
20 and 13 is Suzu. Halfway to get another showstopper. She very elegantly put to work in that second round. Okay, much more pressure towards Halls. What? Okay! Okay! Suzy pushes up now. Paranoia could be an issue. Thea's able to win it out, but the trade's there. You are now quick re-clear with that Al drone. This is going to give Fly second thoughts. Lace and Ev have to back up on this.
Just utility piece after piece after piece in main that just bogs down the FlyQuest players, isolating one from the other, and Akko so aware of that possibility. That's 2 in a row from Starbound, where a flank attempt, that lurk attempt, is completely read and nullified immediately.
That could have been a devastating insertion there. Fly, wow! Can't get much done. I mean, Lace and Ev have to go for it there, but there's nothing to be done, and that's the economy of Fly snapped.
They are looking electric. Zeta Division headed towards some ultimates. The economy more than stabilized at this point after losing only a few players on these last 2 rounds. This play towards A from Fly.
That Arco, that kill there
has just utterly failed in the face of Zeta's combined utility. In the face of Suzu, steadfast in elbow, finding first kills. Dodo Nut 2 rounds in a row, not able to do a thing in that area of the map. An area of the map where Neon typically runs the kingdom. Elbow, where the relay bolt finds so much value, where the slide finds so much value, but being shut down entirely and forced onto the Seiko.
Now into mid go FlyQuest. Pretty passive hold here for Zeta towards the market side. Serena might want to get ahead of it, but she might be too late. She has to hit Dodo on the other side of that cyber cage. It's going to drop in a second. Here it comes, Lace. Steps forward, yet another cyber cage for Serena to cover a retreat, and she gets the one, but Dodo responds. Now they're on the side. FlyQuest swarming over it. You are looking for a timing to make her way out of market, and Dodo is on the hunt. But there's nothing to see here.
Zeta, excuse me, they've struggled to deal with these overdrives in the past. They have to stop this one, but catches out UR on the retreat.
She loses a nerve. Opsa, flee from the engagement. Now FlyQuest have priority. They have position all over B. Zeta force out to the extremity now. Donut still has some overdrive to work with. Suzy Wasu doesn't fancy it. Still wins it out.
Finally,
7 HP.
Able to shut it down, and this noise being made in market could allow for Moko to find value on the flank.
It's not being watched for right now, but Lace is tucked on B. Moko's not going to see anything. Suzu wins another. She's at 7 HP and still gets there. Oh, the audacity! It's magic! Suzy finds 3. Still has to deal with Ev. A showstopper would end the round. Paint Shell caught with it in her grasp, though, and Ev is able to punish.
Just so awkward when the rocket is activated at that angle, needing to fire it upwards. A weak Ev really offered that kill up on a silver platter. Suzu was just so locked in, using all of the utility, just so desperately fighting for the round win. Such an effort. And you're right, you are really losing their nerve in that moment, just trying to retreat, but loses out to the speed of that fully sprinting, Neon with the overdrive.
Such an important round for FlyQuest to take there.
Another eco swing. Both teams finding them at different points in this game. With the individual talent, those tough shots being connected with the lesser weapons.
That gets Fly 4 ultimates here to work with. Obviously Dodo going for the overdrive in the previous. Zeta Division, no interest in fighting in B. Look to take mid.
Spike planted.
And maybe eventually Serena will get up into Boba, but that has not been cleared. Camera looking. A wide wrap here for Suzu.
Moko going to be in tow. They're going to try to fight into main together. Fly making it look like this is old Sunset right now with everyone gathered up in B.
Yeah, all to that dark cover, but FlyQuest need to be a bit more proactive, and they know it. Ev didn't realize there'd be a second there, and so Moko's able to take the trade, but Suzu is off the board. Late steps up.
Oh, Stunned found that kill.
Okay, here's Starbound now. Knows Arco is going to be coming for them here. They're able to win it out. Now around the corner, it's going to be Serena, the 1v1. But here, the ticks go. It's a little too close, and Thea should be able to hold it down. Serena doesn't have time for the defuse, wins the fight, but it's gonna have to run away.
Just couldn't get it to half. Thea, the perfect timing on that swing, the millisecond necessary to force Serena to have to get off, knowing that if she didn't, would have fell to that spray from the Vandal.
Where's the money gone? They're spending through all of it. That was a close one though, those final moments. Thea, with that experience, really coming to the fore, guaranteeing a round win for FlyQuest Red.
What an effort from Moko on that flank. Found the trade off of Suzu and then had Lace's Rolling Thunder committed onto her. Counter paranoia, blinded up Lace, and then gets the stunned headshot tap. That is so sick.
Look at that scoreboard. Suzu with 11 kills coming out in the first half. She's put 13 together in 6 rounds. That's what you're looking for. And frankly, Wyatt, that's something that was kind of absent from Zeta Division in their first game. Getting their duelists online, setting Suzu up for success. Now she taking the game into her own hands. We've got a round coming up, but that's a little bit harder to do. FlyQuest still maintain a number of ultimates from the previous round, including Ev's Hunter's Fury. And now we've seen what Zeta Division are capable of. They are leaving it out there in what could be their last chance to show the world what they're made of for the year.
Now we have been pulverizing this Coach Ryota excellent coach narrative to dust, but it is more than well deserved.
Sufficiently tenderized.
Every timeout taken from Zeta has been of the utmost impact.
Virtually sous vide at this point.
He is always taking them at the perfect time and then calling a big ultimate round off the back of it. And look at the orbs currently for Zeta. They're getting close to that Rolling Thunder, to the Hunter's Fury, so when we head into the next buy, you have to keep your eyes on what they've got cooked up with those.
Okay, they make quite a play, Zeta, for that B control. Committing an Omen smoke there towards the lobby. No one-way here on A long as a result of that, so Fly amble their way up. Pretty passive horse hold, just that standard double face here for Suzu and Moko. In comes Hedwig.
Moko forced to retreat. They had a paranoia set up for Suzu, where they were taking that jiggle peek. Fly content just leaving off making that noise there. Akko hearing all of this in tiles, and yet time to get out. That's a few too many players to contend with just the Sheriff.
Yeah, not what she wants to be at all. Here come FlyQuest either way. Fast lane to get them across through market. Fault line, though, needs to be respected. Dodo steps back of it. Looks like Serena got pinged out there briefly now. Aftershock thrown up, but Dodo doesn't care about it. Pushes in, slides on up. Serena and Akko are there, and the Sheriffs are still going to work for Zeta Division. But Ev finds 2. Moko's tucked here. Lace doesn't check it. A freebie essentially, and now TP back across. Suzu could have been threatening there, but Ev has been so good at locking it down. And Moko can't chase Starbound. 2v1, Moko low, Starbound takes a shot through the wall. One more would have gotten the job done. But FlyQuest, tooth and nail, get into the lead.
There was so much damage and so little time for Fly. They just eke that round by barely. Damage does matter though still from Zeta in this situation. Fly's economy is being kept honest. It is breakable, and that could be enough for Zeta to get this over the finish line, to get their first map win for Japan internationally at a GCC.
Still on the table, I mean, yeah, Jovi, sigh of relief there, because these Sheriff rounds, these anti-ecos from Zeta have always been terrifying.
Deadly. Deadly. And Zeta now, a round where they have 2 huge initiator ultimates in play. They're posted up with this cam bait setup in B main. The cam is taking contact on a Starbound, and there's the fault line. There's the double swing. Starbound just trying to stay safe in the cage, but can't. The trap works out perfectly. Sprung Starbound not ready at all.
Dodo not trying to get up mid here with that burst of pace, but slowed down by the paranoia. Fault line thrown out ahead of them, and she's trying to get into Spore, but there's a double face, a crossfire waiting for them. Ev again saves the day, finds 2. They're able to get back now in through alley to this A site.
Players are weak. Ev has the Hunter's Fury.
Lace here up on the corner. Wants to try and take this one. Hunter's Fury also being thrown into the mix. Oh, Akko waits on that. That is a massive kill. Player advantage now here for Zeta.
Health
Still some ground to
advantage.
cover.
Health advantage as well. They're grouping up in main. They just need to trade this effectively. That's all it's going to come down to.
Three Zeta players now headed over towards the spike. Ev and Thea back to back. Have to salvage this now for Fly. Eva's going to pick out of this side of the cage off of timing, and Suzu with the spray transfer evens up the game again for the Japanese side.
Who but Suzu? Economic damage dealt as well on that one. Some ultimates extracted. One away from the showstopper. What is that, the 7th of the half for Suzu? It is just outrageous.
Kills.
Fully taken over the game. And again, what do we have out of the timeout from Ryota? Different trap setup in the mix where Starbound has been solo taking B main control, punished to the maximum straight away.
The horse is so dead, you're kicking a jar of glue.
Huh?
Yep. That's the dead horse that's being beaten.
Yeah, we're returning to that one. That took me a second. Huh?
Working with you, Wyatt. Working with you.
You can't deny its impact though. Zeta with a great fallback on A that round. Smoke to top mid and Fly. This time they dial the tempo down. Bit of an awkward buy for them here too, Wyatt.
Absolutely. More than an awkward buy. It's a massive risk. They with just a sheriff. Look at the status of the credits. They've less than 1,000 combined. This is everything for Fly. This is must win. After a round where they expended their ultimates as well.
Hail Mary for the attackers. And they're going to be given control of halls here. Zeta fall back, maybe even so they can get a crossfire in case there's a top mid exploration. But look at the map control for the defenders. Lace, though, aware. She comes off second best in that trade, though.
And now look at the urgency in the FlyQuest players. Feeling the pressure of the flank. Yeah, Zeta want to fall back towards B, but that's all right. Frankly, their intentions were always to play this A site for retake, so things haven't changed too much for them. Active from Ev, swinging back, Donut. Fast, double swing, traded out 1 for 1.
Okay, those were the most proximate players for Zeta towards the site.
And with UR down, that was a Hunter's Fury they were intending to retake with.
Suzu, though, 1 away from a showstopper. Aftershock here for Arco, but she is... Whoa! Suzu with a paint shell kill! Showstopper instantly, she is going for it! Where are the targets? They are spotted over towards the link here. Somehow Suzu presciently knows Ev's going to try and swing that. Suzu's still running rampant over the side, and it's down to Starbound, sat in halls. It has to be a 1v3 in this pivotal round for FlyQuest, but a triple swing from Zeta Division surely seals the deal.
Look at the status of the economics now for Fly after that fantastic retake from Zeta. It's Suzu again with a paint shell that gets the orb into the showstopper, makes the space. The rocket doesn't even connect, but it doesn't matter because the headshot, just the raw aim with the Vandal.
Suzu must have seen Eva around that corner just a little bit. That first paint shell, absolutely brilliant.
Nice. And then a perfect setup to clean up that 3 versus 1 as well. Tap onto the spike, instant double swing through the dark cover. Too many targets for Starbound to deal with.
We talked about this already. FlyQuest Red picked this map into a Zeta Division who frankly looked at their best on it. It's such a good example, a staging ground for the team play, the strategy and the adaptations of the Japanese side. FlyQuest Red now have to pull off something similar to stay in it.
This is the map where it exemplifies what we were talking about at the beginning of the Zeta being this team where you can imagine how many dry runs they have of these big set pieces, the 5-on-5 retakes on a map like this, these early round plays that are so well drilled. Sunset really is the map for me where they show that in spades, the best of that approach to the game. And it has pushed Fly to the limit. They are on the cusp of getting Japan's first win at an international event here for Game Changers. Suzu's first win, it's so close they can taste it. You can see how bad she wants it.
After this, we're off to Ascent, which has been a pretty darn good map for them as well. Zeta Division have looked comfortable there in the past, but now all eyes on this round number 22. A round where Fly have had to call that timeout. Their economy is essentially broken. And Zeta have it all to show.
4 sheriffs. Only 1 ultimate that they're really close to for any of these future rounds. That's going to be Dodo getting the overdrive, which has been a thorn in the side of Zeta. It's an ult that they struggle to deal with. Had in the qualifier, and frankly that has carried over to this event as well. So that is a future danger they may have to contend with, but they need to work their way through this sheriff round already, and Fly have already won an eco on this half, so can never count them out.
They do not realise that there is some decent presence there for Zeta and top mid, so elsewhere they're headed. Serena, yep, that's the relay ball that's going to catch her out. FlyQuest here on a broken buy, managed to find the first kill of the round, but Suzu, another paint shell. And there's more where that came from, surely. Starbound gets in onto the side, but they're looking Hack and Suzu ready for the next wave of challenges. And Akko coming out from Market will close it out with 3. Zeta Division on map points.
Hunter's Fury expended, but at the perfect moment. A round that Zeta could not afford to lose. The damage dealt with that. And also just forcing Fly into this awkward dodging position, not able to scale as far as they wanted to as a team. Zeta capitalized by fast, rotates in, taking the duels with the superior weapon, superior health, close things out. And now Donut does have that overdrive I was mentioning previously into this round. Something to keep your eyes on, no doubt.
It's a regulation 30 frags here for Suzu. Talk about firepower. Once again, Donut's been looking for these openings here, but has struggled to find them.
Gotta go.
Ev actually takes a hit from that aftershock there. Flash dodged here, more paint shells, more carnage. Suzy finds yet another one, but goes a little bit low here, and Lace is able to bring them down. Player advantage still for Zeta as they fall back to the site.
They just need to stabilize. They're in the 4v3. Play to what they're good at. Play to this retake. They have all the advantage they could possibly need. The Neural Theft comes out, but frankly, that's going to make Fly feel afraid. They can't go back. They have to go forward. They have to try to plant on A.
As a Neural, all of Fly's plans are on full display. From Link, there's pretty heavy presence for Zeta Division.
The fault line just cycled up for Akko, but one goes down. Dangerous! Look at the pressure! Fantastic decision for Fly. The overdrive is out.
Moko TP's forward on the side here, but the spike's headed elsewhere. Moko's going to try and get ahead of this with a TP to B. She's absolutely going to stick this and set up in main.
This is so cheeky. She could be anywhere. Fly have to clear everything.
Might be a passive line here that Moko's holding. She's not looking to swing it. It's going to be a plant at the back of the site here. Moko might need to wait for UR to get there, but this ping's already going towards his spawn side.
And the danger now is that Fly can just deathball trade this one player. What a jiggle! What a shot into the 2v2!
Moko doesn't quite know about the Boba presence, but that's being pinged out now.
They were forced to break the recon, make noise.
Timing! Oh my goodness, the timing! Moko with one more! And there is it! Japan had secured their first map in an international! And a game-changing championship! We're going all the way!
And you can just see how bad Suzu wanted this. Second time at a GCC, hadn't been able to win a map yet. Dropped 30 plus to carry that over the finish line. Several showstoppers in the second half.
Still on the raise, by the way, the more antiquated pick in many people's opinions, but my goodness, she gets used out of every element of Raze's kit.
Dropped 31 to win that map.
Unbelievable stuff. We're on deck for a map number 3, folks. Ascent will be on the table after this break.
Nice. はいタッチ。にゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃに
ディビジョン所属のユアです。1試合目で初めての場所ですごく緊張してみんな、調子を出せてなかったので次はもっと頑張ります。ステージ上に立って初めて緊張したので次はその緊張を克服できるように次の試合に挑みたいです。
Now we know where Moko is. Do you go for this Beyonce? Oh, she's got to come through it. Okay, Moko going to be forced out by the flash. Still able to fight two with this judge, jury, executioner, you name it. Moko has lived that life.
次の試合で敗退が決まってしまうので、フライトはまだ戦ったことがないんですけど、次の敵もやっぱトップチームなのですごく強いんだろうなっていう不安もあるし、もう絶対に負けたくないっていう闘争心があります。絶対に負けないようにみんなで全力を出して悔いのないように全力で挑みたいと思います。
Well, I am pretty sure that UR and the rest of Zeta Division have shaken off all of those nerves because now that energy is in their favor. They're really feeling it now. You saw how they were jumping and hugging each other after that first map win for Zeta Division on an international stage.
And definitely they found the key that they needed to press, right, to get back into the game. Is, you know, a couple of rounds will give you some confidence and then everything falling in your favor, taking this to a map number 3 and the possibility of getting your first match win at an international event.
We knew that they were here to play from round 2. They came out swinging and didn't stop. This is the Zeta that we've been hoping to see, and this is the Japanese team at this international event that we've been waiting to see for a long time. Now's their time to take it all the way. And Ascent, honestly, looking at this map pool, seems like their best opportunity to take a map in general.
See, Mitch is getting hyped. No, we're all hyped.
He's way more hyped than you are. I can tell you that well.
Oh yeah. I'm trying to keep the bias down right now, but it's great to see, definitely, especially since you know there were a lot. Sure, I'll jump up and down a little bit, especially since this stage, by the way, is very revealing. I feel like I need to. Bea is just so tall, okay? But going back to the match,
we're always there.
We have, of course, you are. Going back to the match, you know, Serena, we just have to give her a shout out here.
Absolutely, yes. Because
incredible.
On that first match, you can see right now on your screens how everybody has left the stage but her. Serena decided to stay and just practice. Honestly, she did not have a first good map. We were talking about how she was being caught up time and time again on the attack. You know, being the Cypher, you have to watch the flank, and she wasn't getting the numbers. And in this one, on this burst, she was on a different level, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. Starbound was just diffing her in that first map, and she felt that. Sat on the stage, and you know what? Hard work pays off. What a phenomenal turnaround. Look at those stats from one to the other. And I went back and looked with this team at when the last time Serena played a map like Sunset and wasn't in the bottom 2 on the scoreboard. Didn't happen. Didn't happen for this squad before. This is the best performance at just the right time.
I'm telling you, from now on, we're going to have more players because, you know, the first time that you see that everybody had left their chairs, it was just her. It's not that everybody's staying there and just taking the little time that you have to talk a little bit about things. She's like, no, I just need to be by myself. I need to fix this one thing. This one thing is going to make me feel better. And girl, she did.
It was that reset. And
totally.
I love how she was able to really rally back, especially since, you know, a lot of players can put so much pressure on themselves on this stage, right? And, you know, the Game Changers players are no different to that. We saw how she was able to just wipe off map 1 from her head, reset, go back to I just woke up and I'm just going to play the best game ever. That's what you see, right? And I think that really showed with the rest of Zeta Division too. They've been saying how in Pacific, you know, their mantra is really to play together as a team. And I think that really showed, especially since there was so much more aggression from Zeta Division this time around.
Yeah, exactly. I grabbed an example because I think that especially as the rounds were piling up and that second half, we saw FlyQuest maybe going in a little bit too deep. And as you're saying, Zeta playing together, doing this early aggression that also, you know, makes FlyQuest just go on the aggression, but also they are ready with all the utility and all the different positions to be very aware of the space that they're given, where the utility can be used against them and how they can take those duels. And even in these situations with on many days you would give this 3v3 to go on FlyQuest's side. The way that they forced them to burn this kind of utility, dodge everything, and win the duels, also have the trust and the confidence to take those duels, to see themselves as winners.
And I think a big part of that was the fact that Serena had this big turnaround. In fact, in this very clip, the first kill, the one getting aggressive, is Serena and Co. And the fact that she had already played so many rounds to the best of her ability, started to feel it and say, all right, Starbound, you caught me every time I tried to push last map, but this time around it's going to be different. What a turnaround it was from this squad. And you know the best part? I started out in this video saying, when we move on to Ascent, that's somewhere that I'm excited to see, because I think that last time Suzu was besting Dodds. Suzu is on fire right now, going into a map where she was able to shut down Dodds. This is a scary time to be a FlyQuest Red fan.
Oh yeah, and you can see, you know, the whole FlyQuest Red, though, they're jumping up and down and they're getting their energy up too, right? Yeah. We just saw Thea, and I believe it was Ev jumping up and down, just, you know, trying to get that energy, keep that energy up.
Flowing.
Yeah.
Energy flowing, because of course the last map is going to be that Ascent. And do not forget, we have Lace subbing in for Sunder. Now, one of the characteristics of this Ascent was the deadlock coming in. And even though Lace, we talk about her versatility, one agent she has not played yet is the deadlock. So, you know, we heard from Jovi saying there might be some surprises here and there. Is Ascent going to be part of that?
Yeah, and one other factor as well, Serena on fire. This is usually a map where, like pretty much every map, where Starbound thrives. Well, if Serena is able to take the fight to Starbound, this could be a very different game we get to witness.
Well, who is going to take this indeed? Well, chat, you can get in and vote right now. Zeta or FlyQuest, do spam in chat right now, because I feel like this is now even. It is now 50-50 for both of these teams. Maybe during map 1, we probably favored FlyQuest. Maybe in map 2, now suddenly it's like Zeta's going up. Who is it going to be?
I mean, it's difficult, right? Because we were having the conversation of maybe that Haven was not the best of picks. Maybe this Ascent, after the performance that we saw against Crew, and what you were saying, Mitch, would have been a better situation. But I think that right now the ball is on FlyQuest Yard. Like, they need to decide if they're going to allow this to happen, because they've become their worst enemy.
Yeah, most certainly. There's a lot of factors that we've talked about here today, but
Ooh.
I'm assuming that's just because it's early, no? 90% swinging to Zeta. Hey, listen, we're in good company today, Mika.
Hey, that's insane too, considering it's like what time right now over in over in APAC, right? They're at most of them are actually asleep. This is quite impressive. I think they're feeling, you know, exactly how much their teamwork improved on the side of Zeta.
You'd think they'd be asleep. Maybe they've got good friends, because if I was over there and Zeta win a map, you better wake me up.
Mitch, wake up, because we're going to map 3. We're going into Ascent, and we're seeing that deadlock on Lace.
Exactly, and I think that yesterday, in case you have not seen this, you know, composition on the works, it thrives so much on those post plants. And I love the fact that they're starting on the attack, because that is where it's going to shine the most. Yes, it is already difficult enough to enter the side with 2 Sentinels, but if they are able to get the same space that they were getting in Sunset, as into going onto side and getting the spike down, that is when he's going to favor them, and that was not a problem for them in the second map.
Well, it's worth saying as well that Lace has fit in, because it's very easy to focus. Zeta just won the map. Of course we want to talk about them, but Lace fit in beautifully. Let's see if she can do it on the deadlock.
It's map number 3. The winner moves on to face Falcons Vega tomorrow, and the loser goes home. One last time, here's Uber and Wyatt.
Plenty to be excited about here, folks. Zeta Division's first map win at GCC. Suzu's second map win at GCC, of course, after that one picked up by Fennel back in 2022. And now we have a real series on our hands. Heading over to Ascent here. We've got to talk about the deadlock, because if Zeta do want to play for these retakes, it gets harder going up against that Sentinel.
Absolutely, and that's their bread and butter. That's what was winning them so many rounds on Sunset. Full set A retakes. You just can't do that against a deadlock. You have to flood in before that utility comes in, or just fight hard to stop Fly from even getting past the chokes, getting out of A main, getting out of B main. Zeta are going to have to be very proactive. They can't play their usual style. And speaking of proactivity, round 1, 5 players down mid.
This is rather exploratory, isn't it? 1-for-1 here. Moko trying to hold her down there from Catwalk side, and Zeta aren't done here. They're still committing players to tiles. But that cyber cage will allow FlyQuest to get into be unhindered and set up that deadlock wall over towards Markets. UI, though, eventually gets what she was looking for.
Yeah, they knew that Ev was caught in the spawn. All three players were rotating to be able to find that pick. Three players who, by the way, have far more combined HP than Fly. Thea and Starbound in danger of going down just to one Sheriff shot. Even just a Sheriff wallbang would be enough.
Still, there's a lot to cover this. Look at the Deadlock util set up here in this post plant. Blaze a true plug-and-play option coming in for Sonda. Oh, there it is. There's that Sheriff hit that you were talking about. Here's the sit net. Still, Lace and Thea. Strong wind to blow them over at this point. They are very, very low. And Zeta are coming in with 3 here. They are hoping to take some contact, then gets off the angle, but UR makes it 3 for the round. And the Zeta division get themselves that pistol.
And what a time to mention proactivity as they 5-push mid, top of the round. Better trades for Fly initially, but it was really heads up from Zeta. There was that duel taken with Ev over towards A side. They realized the rest of the team, they're trying to get the B side that they know is free, easy to take. Time to just cut off Ev as a unit. Take them down. And then that superior HP working together, completely circumventing the Deadlock util, by the way, and exploding out of B main with what little util they had. Just the combo of the Flash and the Recon. Exactly what they needed to win that out.
Outlaw for Suzu. Ares picked up here by UR. A little bit of spam, although it takes them in response. UR already down to 60 odd. Starbound does suffer somewhat at her hands, but probably nothing to write home about in the early stages. Another push up on Catwalk here. Suzu determined to get good lines for this Outlaw.
Yeah, but that plant money, Starbound picks up the Sheriff, and it's obviously a good counter over towards B, where your Sentinel's typically going to be playing.
She has to flick this. Oh my word!
Down B.
What a connection. Spike went loose there as well. Another one perhaps? Dodo asking for it. Stay of execution for the Jet of FlyQuest Red.
At this point, it is all but over for FlyQuest. A bit of a risky jump from Suzu, all good. If these players do try to get into B main, the only place they can go, they'll be meeting some mollies. UR backside, spam through main. It's a bit tough for Fly at this point.
Dodo now here, essentially stuck on Speedway, with a couple of players separated from her by that dark cover. So Moko goes to check this for free. And he has some spray back through that smoke, but Moko can go to work with them here.
1 enemy remaining.
3 for the Spectre, 2 for Zeta Division.
Fully pure bonus round that is going to allow them to bring
USDA, grade A, bona fide, grass-fed, pasture raised.
Every single gun into the next. Economy is looking excellent for Zeta already. We'll see what FlyQuest can do now with this Deadlock on attack. I'm wondering if this is something that Zeta frequently go up against. Really, in Japan, this is obviously a very common comp over in NA that you need some good experience practicing against. Zeta just need to be ready for this adjustment now that we're on the buy runs we mentioned earlier. And wow, look at this. Set play on the bonus. Expect nothing less from Zeta. The push down mid with the dark cover, the recon over into tiles, doesn't net any kills, but it does net map control.
It's suffocating. All the FlyQuest now corralled essentially towards the tile side of the map. With Thea over towards top mid. That Spike in her vicinity. So it doesn't opt to be the other side of the pins here to B main, so FlyQuest will be allowed to filter through here. And this KJ has to get to work.
They're trying to deal with this Molotov on the ground, but they weren't actually able to break it with the shock nor the spam from Lace. So a small bit of util to still contend with if they intend on going for that B play. They have to re-clear all of mid now as well. Dark cover for Cat, indicating that they want to go for this B split.
No true rifles for Zeta for this bonus. Oh, there it is. Lace serves it up. And again, this is full armor for all of FlyQuest. It's got to be headshots. Suzu gets the perfect opener. That's the Deadlock down for the post-plant strategy.
30 seconds left.
Suzu's going to be on this angle as well. Opportunity for another.
Tailwind available. Thea got to be caught, and Suzu gets away with murder yet again. At large is the Zeta Division duelist. Ev's going to be posted up there just around the corner, spotted here, goes for the peak, fights 2, Wayward spray, 2 headshots still as a result of it, and Suzu looks to challenge, gets rid of the scoped weapon and goes for it! Once more, Zeta Division, this time shut down the gun round of Fly.
So confident on that flood, Suzu immediately capturing that same momentum, that same fire from the second half of Sunset, where she took over the game, extending the lead, extending the economic lead, crucially here as well. On typically the favorite side of Ascent, the snowball is rolling.
Oh!
Ryota is so hyped up. Jovi, a bit more silent than he was on Haven.
Absolutely ropeable. Right here. Suzu just like, give me the bulldog, let me go to work. 5-1. Zeta Division have that firepower.
Hell of a lot of light armors to shoot at from Suzu. No reason to upgrade just yet, but even with the Ops little brother, you can still see the impact that any of those long-range scoped weapons has defensively on this map. It's crucial for your Jet to be hitting with those.
Arco's got to be quick on her feet here. Dodo not dealt with now as the rest of FlyQuest are stuck behind the KO util.
Yeah,
nicely done by Arco.
Really good molly from Arco. That's exactly what you want to do against these site execs. Expose the Jet on the dash-in. Disconnect them from the pack.
I think Zeta are surprised that was all it took to get Fly to pull out of the A side. They're still set up there with 4 players. It's just Serena here to take contact for this B hit. Take contact you will. Still Starbound, lucky. 5 HP left on them. Straight to Speedway they get. We're going to start seeing this deadlock util set up now to make the post part a bit more painful. But look at how damaged FlyQuest are. 4 players, Starbound down to 5.
We've already mentioned it, but it is that deadlock util that is going to be the important factor in all of these post-plant situations. But you have to imagine, yeah, with this gun advantage, with Suzu actually picking up the Vandal, exchanging with a weak Moko, that they should be able to win this favored retake situation.
Okay, Ev's going to be lit here. Suzu to capitalize on the ping through the cloudburst.
So well done.
Lace with annihilation here. All of Zeta Division now, they've got the pieces on the board. It's time to find the checkmate. Time is getting a little bit short. Annihilation in for Lace might go awry if she fires it off here. There's a catch. Suzu now getting reeled in and Serena went down. You are having to push up and FlyQuest hold their ground. Arco trying to free the leader and Suzu gets the frag. Another one out of the cocoon. She emerges and she brings the house down. But there just wasn't time for Zeta to get a defuse.
Just so much delay from that annihilation. That was so regimented from Zeta, dealing with B main with the recon and the Suzu dash into the smoke. It just took them too much time. That delay from the deadlock, even in a round like that, is the significant factor. What an effort from Suzu at the end.
4 kills out of the annihilation.
Mental.
Arco looking to risk the spiritual leader there.
A consolation. The economy for Fly still hangs in the balance, so you will take that if you're Zeta. Suzu pops those blades instantly into the round, foregoing a rifle.
This spam could be deadly. Okay, you guys are going to find one. M trades it out, neural theft now for Starbound. All of Zeta basically set up towards mid, pings over towards spawn as well. As Lace will look to set up some sort of post-plant util. Double stack there with Thea.
Nowhere to run!
Okay, Hunter's Fury here. After the attack side of the rest of Fly looking to capitalize. Serena's
obscured the view.
The line. That's right, she couldn't quite see that. Also tagged with that last hit of the Fury. Suzu with the Blade Storm, though, still has some work to do. They've got to get into the site. Our drone to come out to get an early read on Zeta's retake. Ping Suzu, or at least attempts to. In she comes. Moko TPing to the site, gets the information, gonna cancel that straight away, and Suzu needs to find a way through this util. F brought down, Blades refreshed. A second for Suzu, and there's still more to find in the boathouse, and Thea's able to bring it down. 3 versus 1, Thea against the world it feels, and she can't hold on. Arco will get the defuse done, and Zeta, another round on the board. This defense side really getting rolling.
They're just able to get it to half Moko with a fantastic hold, protecting the diffuser, but it's just Suzu relentless on the Jet. 11 for 2, 5 rounds in, stunned up by the trip of the deadlock. Irrelevant, just that little jump, throwing Ev's aim off was enough to find that Blade Storm kill last second. Heading into this event, even Suzu's Jet was by far her lowest rated duelist. Look at the step up, hitting that next level.
Now we're starting to see Japan's first female solo Radiant come alive. I mean, it's a 9-day difference after halftime on Sunset. Suzu has really taken the game over. FlyQuest, especially on this map so far, just haven't been able to find that foothold. That round 4 win gave them a staging ground. That previous round, though, that was the one they had to convert on to keep the economy going, to at least allow them to build up. Zeta Division stifling They've really choked FlyQuest out on so many of these defense-sided rounds.
Absolutely, and you can see there as well. Fly, they were still able to get into the site and get those tripwires downstairs lane as well, which is tough to contend with. You saw it stun up Suzu, obviously.
Lace gets in as well with the deadlock util.
They worked through, waded through that util. But regardless, you can see Zeta trying to adapt, fighting at the choke, how they have that alarm bot placed, or the molly rather, placed on the left side, and UR was just firing with like the Odin right in the choke. They were trying to stop them there before they can get in and set up that deadlock util. That's what you need to do. And then they played the round on hard mode and were still able to win it out.
Zeta doing a good job of sort of punishing the really lack of flashes here for FlyQuest as well. That's why you can post up aggressively with an Odin like that.
Now Suzu with the operator in hands. Last round didn't have it just because economically they needed to use the Blade Storm. A Serena elsewhere on the map. That was just B main able to find that first. A bit of spam through.
Yeah, helped with the Omen spam, I think. That was it.
Yeah, anti-eco, a stabilization round from Zeta.
I think FlyQuest don't shoot the dart there that comes in from UR. Two of them get lit up inside B main. Oh, Dodonut really testing the waters here. Suzu doesn't leave the angle, not for a moment, though. They are elsewhere going down. That's that B-main presence, of course, utterly neutralized.
Wow, what an ice-cold shot from Dodonut.
Can she do it again? She's going to have to, that's the problem. Just what Dodonut has to do to mimic a fraction of Zeta's power right now is unreasonable.
I mean, Zeta's power that's being fueled by fearless play. Again, just the juxtaposition between the Zeta that we're seeing at GCC and the Zeta that was qualifying here that got 3-0'd by Zipto. A Zeta that were lacking the confidence at times, even in each other, to swing for each other, to take duels where they felt favored. And now we're seeing them play like this. It's a team that has made such an improvement in that crucial aspect of the game just in the past month or so.
Yeah, here's that dart. Oh, God!
Everything is just so synced up with them right now. All of the little plays finding value. All of the utility just extracting every ounce of value that it possibly could.
Arco was saying there were no nerves for Zeta up until they had to face True Blaze. Now they're going to taste of the stage, and they have. They're like a fish to water. They've adapted. Now they're comfortable. Another great ping off UR. Now she's able to actually use Hunter's Fury with information.
Because of the drone being popped. The 0 point in.
Flying on a gun round. They're few and far between for the North American squad. And they're already down a player, Lace down to half.
And now what? How do you try to re-clear mid with no Sova utility? You can't drone up. You are so weary. You are so susceptible to this operator now. You're weary to expose yourself to any angles. You can't really jump spot, you can't jiggle peek because you might go down, and there goes Thea. Immediately, Dodonut does find in the meantime this pick into market, exposing the B site. Is all on UR with the Odin in the back. At least needs to find one or just survive so the flood can come in.
Help is on the way. UR didn't want to wait for it though, and instead she goes for a pretty audacious swing. Dodonut does punish that. That's going to even up the numbers here. Still, from all angles, Zeta can come in for a retake. Arco has a flash to work with, even a 0 point hit for that information, so they check close, they see nothing. Cam those spots Arco coming, she doesn't seem to mind that though. Here's the flash, Paranoia also in the boathouse now. If there's a swing, it's a kill for Suzu. Sit net used, Dodonut still with their third for the round. Then Zeta still have to take a further step forward. Into the breach they go. And Dodonut is waiting for the operator to show, but Lace takes a swing! And from Speedway, Moko's there!
It's just so patient! So patient, Suzu on the same angle, just sitting there, never feeling the pressure of the clock of the time dwindling. They're just
so clean!
They allow Fly to expose themselves to the angles. And the second that shot rings out, Moko swings as well. They are just in the flow state. I mean, Jovi looks so stunned at this point compared to where they were at on Haven.
You have nothing to force Suzu off these angles anymore.
I didn't even realize that was just intuition. That was a wallbang. Maybe saw the cross, I'm going to imagine, but
7 rounds in, Suzu 14-3. This is domain expansion, folks.
And on map 2, Moko had really kind of taken a step back after dragging them through some rounds on Haven. But with the two of them, this duo in this form, Fly are struggling.
They need to get some post-plants, FlyQuest. They've got to get into these sites, that's the issue. Okay, a lot of info for Zeta Division. They know what's afoot here. Some action through mid there. That was a trade. Suzu down early. Annihilation comes out. Arco going to go down to the Blade Storm. Dodo is getting in and upon the side. Moko with a TP. Straight into the line. On fire. And it's all down to UR. Miles away. Still finds F there with that spray, but she is down to 5 paltry points of HP. The deadlock wall in the way, and Lace will get there. FlyQuest with a MasterCard Thrifty come up for air.
Just a straight up full A executors. They drew it up in the playbook with that barrier coming over top to cut off that pressure that could come in from Tree.
There's an early exchange here.
I didn't even see that. Yeah, that dual win in mid, and then unfortunately just that missed teleport from Moko over towards Hell.
She's trying to get behind Dice, maybe?
Yeah, was feeling the pressure of that Annihilation, was just trying to get into a position. Yeah, try and confuse Lace on that.
Here we go.
I mean, what a time to pull around out of thin air. Zeta's economy is in position to be broken now.
Yeah, been big spends, right? A lot of Odin's being rebought. Operators being
yeah.
Zeta have been splashing the cash to try and snowball this lead. Suzu is going to ask the question here. Are FlyQuest even here? Question mark. She's going to be stymied briefly by this tripwire, so won't challenge that, but good information picked up either way.
Moko just jiggling, ready to fall back at sight of any players, and doesn't even see one, but here's a couple, so time to get out of there. Both paranoid, and that Molly as well. Moko is in so much trouble backside.
There's a gap in the Molly. FlyQuest are able to get in onto the side. Moko's going to be brought down. No use for the crouch net, no need for it even, but you are. The spray is good from heaven.
They don't even need,
isn't coming.
Just play patient. They don't even need to fight right now with the lockdown coming in. They're getting forced out.
Taya has to play from behind here. Starbound, though, has gotten into a decent backstab position, but it seems Serena is aware of it, at least to a degree. Taya doesn't have ultimate, but can still walk this spike out. The issue is that Suzu finally made her way out of B and is set up to interrupt this, to catch the cross.
If Suzu hits this shot, it is over the dark cover.
There is Giga Brain.
Obviously, here's that, and oh my god, Serena was actually ready, cleared that angle, but Starbound wins the duel. Does Suzu just try and fight this right now? There's only 12 seconds. Starbound needs to assist.
They're going to be on the line. They're going to be ready to catch the cross. Starbound goes into the cyber cages. Arco tentatively tries to get across. Suzu is well headed to Speedway. Spike down. Starbound on the line. Suzu, peek. She finds it! And now it's dangerous here for Starbound. They can't get back in. And the stars align for Zeta Division. They take their 7th.
And that was a round of the utmost importance for them to just keep this momentum going. After the eco round win from Fly, they could have snatched it all away. But yet again, reduced to nothing. They tried their best in that situation. It was a cool play from Thea and Starbound, but this flood from Zeta, again, it's just oozing this confidence on every round. They're playing to the most aggressive win cons. They do understand how to play around this deadlock completely. Getting back in with that lockdown to an extent, I got worried that they were even playing too confident, but it's UR getting in with that Odin, spraying down 2.
You can tell they're having fun. Thea doesn't dark cover that cross from Tiles. The round's over then and there. Great presence of mind to throw that up.
And again, with the way these rounds are playing out, we have to keep watching the economy. So many players going down on both sides. Both teams at risk of an eco round right now. Critical round late in the half.
Franklin here is going to slow FlyQuest down. Dodo doesn't want to dash across it. Still, Tailwind is at the ready though, which is going to use it to come forward instead. Moko had to be the anchor. Going to be brought down, but Arco here from heaven finds one and then backs off. Allows FlyQuest to have the side for now. And Neural Theft here for Starbound will give all the info.
They do have to take their time now, breaking that barrier mesh over towards Tree. It is obnoxious. It does finally go down. And then they're going to have to contend with these trips as well. Suzu over top, low HP.
16 and 4 for Suzu. Lake's trying to get the spray down here from Hell. It's not bad. Good util as well. Sonic Sensor goes off. It's going to slow Zeta as they try and get across. You are speculating, trying to find Lace's position, and they get her in the end. 8 defense-sided rounds for Zeta Division. Which is about as good as it gets.
Just swinging together as a team, all of them flooding in from heaven, and it's Suzu cracking the door open with the updraft. Down to such low HP, couldn't connect that initial knife, and then there you go, the last one. If Starbound wins that, we're looking at a totally different round, but Suzu at the moment just cannot be stopped, white hot.
There's a looseness from Zeta that seems to be working in their favor. They are just taking that challenge heaven. As soon as there's action on the side from FlyQuest, there's no fear. We don't see any players turning away, running away from overdrives. None of that attitude anymore from Zeta Division. They want the fight.
Luckily for Fly, with the spike being planted, they're not going to be on that pure eco. Again, a full investment to the extent that Dodo just has a judge, just a stinger for Ev, who at least has the Hunter's Fury. Dodo is in desperate need of closing the gap here, finding an opportunity to use this shotgun, but just caught immediately!
Suzu finds that one instead. Serena was waiting for it. Now reveals her position in tiles, but the spray is good, and Suzu gets involved yet again from Market. The force up for FlyQuest is going to fall flat on its face as Ev finds themselves with a whole lot to do in a spike out in front of them on the other side of the wall, and Paranoia will claim it. That's 9 for Zeta.
They have the perfect read on this comp. They're just getting crushed at the chokes, FlyQuest. Absolutely crushed. Fantastic.
18 kills for Suzu, by the way.
It is meant. I mean, what was that air shot?
Oh, from Market.
After the updraft from Dodo going to slide down from the roof. Punished. Picks up the angle on main again, where still it's you are fighting at the smoke, playing off of the mollies that are being set up by Serena. And at this point, it's just the loss bonus that is keeping Fly economically in this to any reasonable extent here. A lot of light armors, but at least a few Vandals.
2 players for Fly here towards the top of the mid. Now the narrative has to shift, and the question asked, do Fly get eliminated from GCC again in straight series?
And that is the risk that both of these teams are at right now. Just being eliminated into. It happened to Suzu last time she was at GCC in 2022. Couldn't get a series win. Is so close right now. Never been closer. And I mean, is just determined to get there at all costs. The reaction time is sickening.
And Hunter's Fury from UR as well. A good little bit of damage amongst it. Aku does fall though. That's through mid. So Fly have an access point to the B side, but Serena pushed up into B main. All this util to play off as well. Turret clear by Donut, and they're actually pulling out. It might be in response to that Omen TP, but Starbound deals with Moko. Now A is up for grabs.
Fully exposed, a couple Fly players a bit low on HP. Maybe an opportunity for an easy dual win or a bit of spam through one of these areas in the map like Hell or around Dice. It is possible. Door going to be closed. Barrier mesh as well. With the spike planted, think of all the delay this is going to cause. You are having to waste valuable seconds just breaking that piece of util.
Suzu going to wrap around here. This is going to be a pretty late emergence for Zeta Division from that A main side. Oh, Annihilation. You are able to get away. No! Caught! That's an utter Annihilation if I've ever seen one. And there's nothing that can be done to save the Heaven player. UR will have to capitulate. And now again, Suzu and Serena far too late to really have any step to this. FlyQuest get 3 on the board. But a pretty disastrous half for them with the deadlock.
Finally able to make a good rotation back to that A site, and that deadlock util finally really paying off in one of those situations. Just stymieing UR up in Heaven. But that is just a tale of speed, confidence from Zeta, flooding back in, fighting at the chokes, and countering that agent perfectly.
The stage is set. It's a long climb for FlyQuest to take this series. 9-3 as Zeta Division lead healthily going into the halftime break, but the defender side coming up for FlyQuest. Can they get it done? Can they stay alive? We're going to find out after this. It's a pretty typical halftime scoreline for an Ascent game, in fairness. FlyQuest on the attack side, they really only find rounds here and there. In fact, every 3 rounds, they manage to get 1. Now, obviously, they need a great pistol to springboard in the second half. The reality is, why they don't really get to leverage the deadly post-plant potential of that deadlock on the attack side. So now the defense util with a double sentinel comp has to be immaculate.
Absolutely. It's so tough to straight up hit sights when you're Zeta Division against this comp. If you're trying to play with that fast early round pace, you might just run into the site where there's a bit too much of that sentinel util to work around. You're just going to get stopped by the tripwires. Enemies, or rather, you know, some of your teammates might get stuck in the choke because of the stun from Deadlock, and then that disconnects Suzu from the pack. Those are the kind of dangerous situations they're going to need to avoid here. They're going to need to play with some patience at times, making sure to break pieces of utility, find out where the things are being set up frequently. It's a tough comp to play against. They knew how to counter it on that first half, though, so you have to trust that they have an understanding of how to beat it here, too. Camera dealt with immediately.
Nothing to be seen off that 0 point here. Starbound playing well and truly off the site. With backup from Ev from Market. Zeta here ready to exchanging pleasantries. Some util thrown at B. Obviously, on a pistol round, this deadlock wall is pretty annoying to try and deal with.
Immediately prioritizing getting the null command, getting the orb to Akko, because you want to be able to just turn off as many of those trips as you can when you're hitting one of those sites, yeah.
Mid is being watched here pretty studiously by Dodo Nut. Going to see Akko in just a moment. The time is not really there, but she sees a sliver of her adversary straight down mid. Opts to give it up. It's going to be a smoke there just to compound that issue. So Zeta now would like to work their way into Market, but a flash there. Going to slow them up.
Their own flash, unfortunately, just slightly misplaced. It's all right, does still at least get the job done of drawing some attention. Pivot now to A, where the barrier mesh had gone down in main lace just as the dark cover falls.
Big pick up there still. Zeta will be able to cross. They do have access to this A site. You are with the spike. Drop down the default location. It's going to be Serena to take contact, though. That's already one. Dodo responds. Now FlyQuest have the presence hit from heaven, and They is going to drop down instantly into Moko's right click. Another for Moko. No, Dodo Nut shuts it down, but there's Akko. Almost finds 3. Leaves it up to UR, but the spike is down and Ev is low. UR not going to be pinged out by that, but she gives away her position. This ping is everything. Ev has to clear that, still was going to get lit. And UR knows there's no need to hurry. Bides her time. A pistol win for Zeta would be backbreaking for FlyQuest. And she knows how much rests on this round. She'll play for time. Healthy with light armor. But Ev, what a headshot! I cannot overstate the importance of that one kill. Ev might have saved the day here for Fly.
On the jump up, the new addition to Fly that had been with them in stage 3 after Lace had gotten that injury. Their first time competing in a game with the magnitude of this, the importance of this, and a must-win round. 1 versus 1.
That is unreal.
So ready for it, reading it.
Let's go! Yeah, I want to win! Yeah!
I mean, I'm glad they do want to win. It's a fairly important game, actually, so that makes sense.
Maybe the most important of the year.
Yeah, if you're Jovi, the coach, you're glad to hear that, honestly, the way he's sweating bullets when he go to his cam.
The headsman's axe swooshes past FlyQuest for now. They get themselves a crucial pistol round. Dodo Nut on record says, we struggle to win when we're not having fun. FlyQuest here at least get some wind in their sails. Dodo should be able to hold this pretty comfortably now. Not a ton to force her off the line. Can outdrain this, of course. 0 point does much the same thing. Here is that deadlock wall. That's over towards a main area, though, so no split potential here for Zeta for the time being. Suzu selling it.
At least in these first 2 rounds, that is where the barrier mesh has gone. Immediately being thrown by Lace. Pivot now to B, with Suzu being left in mid. On trapwire to contend with, but down lane, Zeta go trying to get into the site. A moment for Moko, got that headshot, but not going to be enough. Plant down will be decent for the economy.
Yeah, superior weapons here for FlyQuest to a lot of the heavy lifting. Starbound, though, just exposes himself. Serena tries to get into spawn there, but Dodo Nut's going to be waiting for it. There it is, FlyQuest. Good little conversion there on a 1 pistol.
They're cleaning everything up quite nicely in the end. Most of the weaponry going to be retained. Outlaw will struggle to get value, at least in terms of body shots, though, with Zeta getting the plant down, having classics anyway. They're going to have the maxed out buy that they need here.
If there's any time for Dota not to take over the game, it will be now.
And we did see on that first half, oh, finally Jovi's a little bit excited, but we did see on that first half, Zeta come out with an aggressive strat on their bonus round where they went for that tiles push down mid. See if Fly has anything else similar in store for us, anything similar like that, but doesn't seem to be the case. Just content playing around these trip setups.
Zeta fancy a bit of mid control off the rip here. Ev will be passively jump peeking this.
Yeah, they don't actually have any of that Sentinel utility placed for passive info gain in mid, so Ev is required to go for the jump spots and eventually use this drone. Might get spammed through the wall if it ascends right there. I mean, so dangerous right there, honestly. What a risk taken.
Ev still wants a bit of spam. We'll have another crack at this as well off this recon. You are going to clear it straight away. So Zeta get through the first few layers of defense here through mid, and they might opt to pull out. So they do. There's still some of this deadlock util at both of the entry points over to A. Sonic sensors are set up.
The Sonic sensor over towards Tree has been placed a couple times, so they should be ready to break it. Actually, nope, no, they're not that time. And they've gotten obscured a bit by that smoke coming through from Suzu.
Smoke thrown down towards Tree that really just makes it impossible to play off that all starbound. That hurts. They are still anchoring into the site. FlyQuest though with some weird weaponry. Again, the bonus for them here, and they're not really able to convert much on that at all. Lace and Dodo playing from heaven here, that's it. Zeta, if they can get a perfect gun round here, get rolling, get to 10. Could spell disaster for the NA squad.
22 for 8 right now from Suzu. Again, just want to repeat that. Coming into this tournament, her lowest rated agent of all the duelists, and has stepped up to this level.
And now they wait. FlyQuest know, of course, they're going to buy for the next, but can they do some economic damage? Very good timing on the cloud burst there, forces a very wide swing, and Lace and Dodo will be handled. Zeta keep every rifle into the next round.
Of the utmost importance, and now for this, there is that null command that they've been working towards getting into the hands of Akko. Fly need to be ready for this. They need to have the tripwires set up on one side of the map and that Sentinel who set them on the other side of the map. So when the execute comes in, they're not going to actually be turned off.
They've done this too. Look at the minimap. Both the side from the deadlock playing away from the B side, which is where all that Sentinel util is.
And then just stacking their players towards A. This is the kind of standard play that you want to go for. You have to be aware of tracking that null command when you're playing this double senti comp. Something they've definitely ran up against many times in scrims. They're ready to deal with this.
So tick in the box for FlyQuest there. They've made the right adaptation here into an null command round.
Take flight.
Still a few more boxes to check, but look, they've got Dodonut with an operator. They're fully bought up, and with a Nodin as well.
Early Sova drone. And
not quite hitting that sonic sensor.
But they know it's, well, actually no, yeah, that's tough. I was like, wait, surely it's not there, right? That was a lot of sport. And unfortunately, it is there, and we'll continue to get some of that passive information. What? Just Suzu catching the burst?
They don't have Sentinel util in mid. You said it last round, Wyatt. This time it gets exploited.
What a blunder. Molly down, force spawn. They can't do a thing, can't even really spam through on this.
Moko can catch the cross. This is so devastating. 1 and 2 for Moko. And the wheels are starting to come off for FlyQuest.
Planted.
Look at their money, Wyatt. This could be it right here.
No option but to save. They can't even teleport across. I mean, if Zeta really wanted to get crazy, they could have tried to punish that. But no, they don't. I mean,
You have to save.
They just want to retain their weapons, play this intelligently. Yeah, there's no option but save for Dodo. That up next round, gonna have to ring out. Dodo has not been able to really get too much going on this map. Hasn't played poorly by any means, has found her moments for sure. But up against the duelist that is in prime form, Suzu has just reached that next echelon of play in this series after the first half of Sunset, and Moko just snatches another rifle away. Dodo needs to live.
She's got to get that up, and Moko's going to go looking for this. Dodo, can she hold on to it? Yeah, Moko opts to check hell instead, so Jet maintains the weapon. But why? We're going to talk about this. Time out for FlyQuest right now. FlyQuest are not using much util to cover mid, right? But they were using Ev to jump peek it from spawn. That round, Ev is in market, checking that raw with an Odin in hand.
Yeah, that is a critical error. Maybe thinking that there was a cam on that or something, but the cam was over on A where there were multiple players. some kind of miscommunication as far as the setup there. They played around that null command like we were talking about at the beginning, but something wasn't exactly how it should have been as far as what they've been doing in scrims on a round like that to counter the null command. How things are being set up, really unfortunate. Caught completely unaware. The free entry for Suzu.
It's one thing to take a 9-3 at halftime. It's a set. That's fine. You win the pistol, take that anti-eco. The bonus round that goes horribly wrong, you don't get any guns away from Zeta Division, and then you have a critical error that you walk into in round number 16. Now you've got nothing but the operator to play around.
Truly.
Get Zeta to match points if you can't stop them here.
Truly, at this point, Fly need to overcome challenges in all aspects of the game.
This is where champions are made.
Zeta are hitting hard individually. Suzu, clearly the best player right now in the server. They have to contend with her. They have to contend with the coaching from Ryota just being utterly fantastic in this series. All of the momentum. A nearly insurmountable economic lead. Zeta will never be on an eco in this.
There could be a fast hit towards A, and there's no deadlock util set up to stop. There's no wall early. Up comes Zeta, just walking on in.
And with that dark cover down, vision for Dodona with that operator and tree obscured, goes out with the dash pot, perhaps wants to try and find a shot.
Suzu gets across here. Dodonut's not involved in the fight. She's out in the open, brought down. She's able to find one at the very least, and Suzu's traded out by Lace from Heaven now. Zeta stopping their tracks. The spike, though, is ahead of them on A itself. They need to recover it.
And suddenly danger, they're stuck in the choke with the spike down its switch. Dodo going in.
FlyQuest have weapons as well. They can really work with this. Moko TPs into her own smoke. Wins that out. How does she win that? A second as well. Oh my goodness, Moko. Makes it up to Serena and gets it done. FlyQuest are broken.
It shouldn't be possible. The spike is down at switch. How do they get in like that? How does Moko adjust the movement with the crosshair like that so perfectly? Wide in the open, swinging out of that dark cover. What a way to breach the site, though, with the teleport into her own smoke. Perfect shots. Look at that.
The drop down there for Ev as well.
God, that is Moko having a quiet map, too. Dragging the team through some round wins on Haven where they lost. But now returning to form on Ascent, that flank on the prior round, as well. Insane.
The whole year for FlyQuest hinges on this round. They've had such a strong showing domestically.
This could be
short here.
This could be the first series win for Japan at an international event for Suzu returning. They are closer than they've ever been.
Suzu gets up mid again. No Sentinel util, but 3 pairs of eyes from FlyQuest watching this line. Leaves them pretty thinly spread elsewhere. Suzu might have a tailwind out of this, but no. The drone gets cleared for her. Ev now as well going to go for the Hunter's Fury. Suzu with the timing, doesn't win it out. Thea's going to be there. FlyQuest's heavy stack towards mid pays off.
Dark cover goes down to obscure that mid view now, so Zeta can cross back and forth, but the recon gets a lot of pings. Wow. Spam through onto UR as well.
Sova util's been good, man.
Real danger to falling there.
UR with some of her own, but that's an out drone that gets stopped short. Lace will clear it all. She doesn't even care about the dark cover.
And the thing is that dark cover just doesn't matter when the sonic sensor is up on Cat as well. I mean,
grabbing it as well. Going to be hit over towards the B side for Zeta, limping a little bit now. Arco and UR a little low. Starbound emerges immediately from the cyber cage though and takes that kill. Mineral Theft got to show all. And Zeta Division now down to 2. Arco on the wrong side of that dark cover. Has to put it together with UR to win the map here. Almost impossible. 10 seconds left of the round. Perhaps some economic damage. As Zeta have plenty of money to spend here. Plenty to try and keep Fly low. That's 4 guns, Ken, for FlyQuest, and they are still alive.
Lovely anchoring from Starbound. They really stopped them at that choke as necessary.
Great call as well on that adaptation to stack mid.
Absolutely. FlyQuest finding their footing on this defensive half, finally, at least just for a moment. But still, as mentioned earlier, after that timeout that Jovi took, taking a look at the game in totality, obstacles to overcome for FlyQuest in every aspect of the game. They need to heat up on an individual level. They need to overcome this round deficit, and within that, it's so even tougher to overcome when Zeta had gotten off to the start where their economy is just out of control. Look at it still right now. Suzu with 7.5k. Everyone else has already bought up 2k plus for multiplayers. Like, they're not going to be on an eco anytime soon. FlyQuest are going to have to really dig deep to win gun round after gun round, and then eventually you run into the Zeta alt round where your sight is just getting hammered with a Hunter's Fury, with a null command, a lockdown for a post plant, and the odds are stacked against you in the most insurmountable way.
And Zeta, this is the first of their timeouts. They've had to use this map. They might be trying to put something together around Serena's lockdown here to try and take the series now.
See them try to get this orb as well for UR in main to just be one away from the Hunter's Fury. I mean, look at the status of the utility, the defensive setups from the trips from Fly. There is nothing over on B. Nothing.
And that's where Zeta are going to press here. Paranoia signals a fast hit. Suzu with the Cloudburst thrown down. She still wants to go for a Blade Storm. Eviscerated. Suzu wants more. Still hungry, but Akko gets involved as well. And that's a meal that's being shared. Player advantage here for Zeta. Not quite into the B site yet. Suzu wants to play up towards Market though, and now might have spotted Dodo. She wants it. Backs away. Annihilation. Looks like there's a catch here. Yes. UR has to reload, can't do too much about it, but Akko gets the plant down. Zeta still have to land this plane, and Suzu gets caught for free.
They'll have to deal with these players in B main. This setup from Zeta is tough to contend with. It's going to be a late wrap from Moko into the retake as well.
0 point there. He's got to see everything. 3 players now coming. They know Zeta are ready for it, but is that going to be enough? Flash out from Akko. 1 and 2. 3 for Akko, and Starbound stays alive. It's Moko. From a hitherto unknown position. Starbound does not have the information about this positioning and is going to go for it. Gets it to half. And there it is for GCC 24. Japan have finally arrived.
Suzu has finally been able to win a series at a GCC. The second attempt here, the second attempt in Berlin as well. It took 4 tries and they've overcome one of NA's best. And sadly for Fly, out in 2 for Thea and Starbound, running it back, not able to get their first victory here. It was tough goings for them. Lace having to sub in today with Sonder out. Some of the odds stacked against them. But think about it from the point of view of Zeta, doing something that the region has never been able to do before. Moko just showing up in that way on the final map, but it's Suzu just taking over the game. The second half of Sunset, all of those kills, dropping 31 on map 2 into a Jet performance like that on map 3.
FlyQuest has been such an incredible year for them. This has got to be a bitter pill to swallow, I'm sure. But all through it, even listening into them in that 3rd map, but they are saying, yeah, I want to win, yeah, I want this. Zeta Division just wanted it a little bit better, truly putting their region on the map here and doing it in style. 13 and 6 on Ascent to close things out. It was a great defense side. The turnaround on the attack, that's what really impressed us. Yeah, Suzu was leading the charge, but Moko incredible anchoring on that A side. A clutch to win the series. Coach Ryota coming in with these great timeout calls.
Cannot be understated the impact that Coach Ryota had on this game. Back on Haven, even during that 13-6 loss with Fly just coming out swinging, all of them on fire in terms of the gunplay. After his timeouts is when Zeta started to string some rounds together. Ultimately, Fly were too strong on that map. But then when it goes to Sunset, which I said at the time and I felt was a very big risk taken by Fly to pick into a map where Zeta had performed well in the online qualifier, it was Ryota again. Took a timeout, and after that, Zeta strung 5 rounds together in the first half to take the lead. And then they close it out because of Suzu just taking this to an entirely new level.
And this is early in the game, right? Just catching 2 with that huge kill earlier on. Early rounds here, we saw on the defense side, Zeta Division knew they were playing against a deadlock. They knew they had to get ahead of these post plants whenever possible. And they did their homework, right? They understood the assignment. Suzu with the operator. And she looks comfortable. Not even overheating at all. Looks like she's having fun, really settled in here, and that takes a victory for them on that stage. That is going to propel Zeta Division surely to greater heights. They're alive in this lower bracket.
That is the Zeta Division we just watched. That is mentally unbreakable, even in Haven, when Fly were crushing them. they never lost that aggression, that confidence. They didn't have that online, but they have showed up with it in spades at GCC, and it's gotten them this win.
Let's head down to Yinsu on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Historical moment that was. I am now joined by Serena here from Zeta and Kohei to do some translations as well. Now, no Japanese team has ever managed to take a win at Game Changers Champs, and you guys have just done it. Talk me through your emotions, Serena, being a part of that first and making history today.
日本のチームとしては初めての試合取得となります。今の気持ちをお聞かせください。
なんか最初のヘイブンマップ終わってちょっと気持ちがちょっとって感じがあって、どうしたら強いになるかな、めっちゃ困ったんですけど、試合始まる前、妹さんが私になんかいい言葉言って自信持っていてって言って、その後3セットでめちゃくちゃ強いになって、だから3セットを勝って、最後の戦闘もみんな楽しくプレーやって勝って、マジでこの試合勝ったらマジで嬉しい、明日も試合出るわ、マジで嬉しいになったんです。
So after Haven, I was feeling a little bit down, but during the interval, Moko came up to me and she said, "Have confidence, you can do it." And then in Sunset, I was really able to pull it off. And then in the last map, we were really having fun. So, and then when we won, just realizing that we can play again tomorrow, it made me really happy.
It made all of us very, very happy. As well. I'm really glad you mentioned that interval because I was standing by the stage and I saw that your teammates had gone backstage and you stayed and you were looking very, very, concentrated on your PC. So I wanted to ask you, what were you doing? Were you maybe in the range? What was kind of going through your mind at that time?
最初のマップの後にセレナさんだけステージに残ってたと思うんですけど、その時に何をしてたのか、どんな気持ちだったのか教えてもらえますか？
昨日から悪く感じもあって、なんか練習もその前からあんまりできてないからセンチナルはエイムがマジで大事だから私はエイム練習しようってなって衝撃でめっちゃシェリフを練習してます。
So recently I haven't been able to keep up my aims, and then as a Sentinel player it's very important to have those aims, so I was in the range and practicing my sheriffs.
I mean, the practice, it paid off. Your aim, for me, sugoi. Lovely aim. Now, not just for the Japanese, I feel like, Valorant, because you're Korean. So how does it make you feel to also be the first Korean player to be here making waves and potentially going further in the tournament as well?
日本のチームとしてだけじゃなくて、セレナ選手、韓国人の選手として初めての勝利となります。その初めての勝利の選手となった気持ちをお聞かせください。
韓国人が日本チーム入って日本語を喋れるのも結構難しいんですけど、めちゃくちゃ日本語を勉強してチームたちにも助けもらって、みんなと合わせてなんかスクリームとかうまくいって、まあみんな韓国語も結構じゃなくてもなんか楽しく喋って私をなんか助けれる部分があったから、マジでありがたいわもうあって、韓国人が入ったチームを勝利してマジで嬉しいです。次もマジで勝ちたいです。
So being a Korean person to be playing on the Japanese team, I really studied hard on my Japanese. But not only that, but my teammate also practiced Korean, and they often give me words of encouragement in Korean. So lots of thanks to my teammates for supporting me, and really want to take it farther tomorrow's match too.
Wow, guys, how could you not love this team? How could you not? Thank you very much, Chloe, for the translation. We will see you tomorrow, Serena. I cannot wait. That is one elimination match done, but we have another one, so make sure you guys stay tuned for Giant X versus ALG.
Welcome to Rebel Homeground.
홈그라운드 2023 챔피언!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Share your opinions, talking big like somebody's listening. Nobody's listening. It's so fun and games until it doesn't toss me out. I'll hit the ignition. Now you listen. Hop up in the window. Smaller and smaller you fade out. Hop up in the window. You cannot get my vibe, no, there's no way. I'm flying high above all your gravity, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, hey, watch me levitate. You cannot get my vibe, no, there's no way. You can say what you want, call me insane, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, hey, watch me levitate. Watch me levitate. Hey, hey, watch me levitate. Try to paint me like a no-name, so sorry, but we're not the same. No, we're not the same. Boo-hoo, poor you, please forgive me, cause I don't feel any pity. I'm fed up with lies, you wanted my demise, now you're watching me rise, rise, rise. Up in the window, smaller and smaller you fade out. Up in the window, yeah. You cannot get my vibe, no, there's no way. I'm flying high above all your gravity, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, hey, watch me levitate. You cannot get my vibe, no, there's no way. You can say what you want, call me insane, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, hey, watch me levitate. Watch me levitate. Hey, hey, watch me levitate.
Welcome back to day 3 of Game Changers Championship 2024. And if you're just tuning in, hey, Zeta Division gets their first win on an international stage. Can we just celebrate that just for a few seconds?
We have to. And the interview that we just had, that was
oh,
so
Serena was
even
so
how they were
precious.
celebrating. Like, of course, we are sad to have to say goodbye to a team,
FlyQuest,
especially
yes.
under the circumstances that they were on today. But the way that the momentum shifted into Zeta's favor, and as Jinsa said, how can you not love this team?
Yeah, it really is remarkable. Even just that storyline, and it was Yinsu that caught it down there on the stage, that Serena sat on that stage, that she grinded out the aim training, and then, wow, the second map, the difference from first to second, the fact that it was the best sunset she's ever played as well. It really is just an example that hard work pays off, and I couldn't be happier for Zeta. This is a much deserved and long-awaited victory.
Oh, yes.
It happens tomorrow.
Definitely, definitely. And I think we can expect more comebacks too, because we are going to get into our second elimination match of the day, right? But before anything else, GCC is the perfect time to join the community and say goodbye to the days of solo queue. All you need to do is scan the QR code on the screen to join the LFG Discord and find your future squad mates. Hey, if you want to get in on a few groups, build a great community, check out the VALORANT server, which is exclusively for women and non-binary players. This is our space, and this is a safe space as well for you to find your squad. So get in on that. And before the tournament, actually, we got to talk to a lot of players too. And I think two of the most interesting players that we had, because they have such a long relationship together, was Smurfette and Ness. And I'm really excited to see this one because we got to test them on their knowledge on each other too. So let's check out this quick video on that.
I am delighted to be joined by Ness and Smurfette from Giant X. Now, you guys are one of the longest standing duos we have in all of Valorant. But I wanted to test how good friends you guys really are. How well do you really know each other? You guys think you can pass this test?
I don't think so.
That's the spirit. We're going to start with a very easy question then. So I want you to write the answers on your whiteboard and show the camera once you're done. And you're going to know this, so this is more of a test for you, Ness.
Okay.
What was the name of Smurfette's first team in Valorant? I hope you know this. Yeah.
Smurfs?
Yeah, Smurf's first team.
I think I know.
Yeah, write it down. If you think you know, write it down. Okay, I'm gonna let you show it to the camera because this is gonna be the answer. It is indeed Project X. Now, did you write down Project X?
Oh, nice.
Easy, you know each other. You know each other.
Because I was beating her.
Yeah. Do you want to? What was the next team that Smurf was on? Do you want to name it?
No.
Yes. Okay. I'm gonna have to make this a bit more difficult. Next question is: how many officials have you two played together as a duo?
I'm just gonna like.
Yeah, give a guess. Give a guess. I'll give it to like.
No, that might be too much.
Give it to
Is it like matches?
Like not maps, like actual, series.
Oh.
Together in an official. Because you just wrote down 700. I'm gonna tell you it was not. Yeah, take like official matches.
I don't know. I'm just gonna write something random.
Okay, I'll show it to the camera together at the same time. So we have 150 and 70. You're closer. The 70 is closer. It's actually 89. So your next game, your game against MIBR will be your 90th official together.
Oh,
we're getting to 100.
damn.
We're getting closer.
Okay.
Now here we go. See how well you know Ness. What is Ness's Twitter name? Like her Twitter handle. I hope you know this.
Wait.
I don't even know. How would she know?
I don't remember the.
Try your best. Try your best. Try your best. Okay. There's a lot of. Smurf is cooking. Smurf is cooking over here. Okay, I'm gonna let you.
I can. I just.
You nearly had
Okay.
it out.
Okay. I just forgot. Okay, let's put it like this. Okay.
Yes. You also had it the first time, and you erased it the first time around. It was kind of correct.
Okay.
All right.
I'm winning, yeah?
This next one is a very important one. I think this is going to be the one to really test your friendship. How many cats does Smurf have, and what are their names?
Oh, that's.
Oh, Ness is straight in there.
Oh, she knows.
She knows? Okay, I feel like this is the one. This is the one. Okay, wow. Okay, can you confirm? Is this correct?
Yeah.
Whoa! Okay. Can you name my cats?
Karma and wait.
I don't know the other one.
You got one more.
Yeah, I have a new cat. It's okay.
Okay.
Boaster named him. We don't, it was
Maybe
not the best
Boaster.
name. Yeah. Mob.
Mob.
The
Wait, I
animated
didn't know that.
monster.
Okay.
But you guys know Karma. I love
Yeah,
it.
of course.
The last question, I'm going to start with you, Ness, first. If you were not a Valorant pro player, what would you be? What would you be doing? So I want you to guess what Ness is going to
I don't know. I have too many things.
You can write maybe two. I'll let you write like
but
two.
you told me before.
Oh, she's told you this before?
Wait, when did I tell you?
Maybe Smurf knows you better than you know yourself.
Okay.
Okay.
You always told me about this.
Okay, I'm gonna let you show the camera first then. Okay, well let's see what you wrote.
No, but you said if I have a good voice, you would be singing.
Oh, but I don't have it.
Yeah, but still.
But I don't have it. That's not
You always
good
have
as.
it.
That's not she as.
That's true, but believe in yourself, you never know. And that's it. It turns out you guys know each other pretty well. So let's do this again next year and see if you get to know each other a bit better. How do we feel about that?
Well, I hope we do better next year.
I think we did pretty good.
All right, we will see that. We'll see that for next time.
That is adorable, and you can just see how these girls know each other so well. But I think a partnership like that is what really makes Giant X such a powerful team to, be up against, because you have that partnership between Smurfette and Ness, but it's not just them. It's this whole team sharing that kind of friendship.
Yeah, and I feel like they've been through the ups, through the downs, and a lot, and especially the match that they had the other day. Definitely, it was a test, but again, even if we can make excuses for them, we need to see something different. We need to see the Giant X that again has been through the ups and the downs, and we need to see the Smurfette that we know we need her back.
Yeah, oh no, 100%. I mean, when you look within EMEA, where these girls will be playing for most of the year, ResQ gets a lot of respect, a lot of praise, and this squad flew over to Turkey to take on G2. It was not pretty in the sense that it was 3-1. They did take a map, but what was definitive was that Smurfette was diffing ResQ. When they came head-to-head, when those battles went down, it was Smurfette that was coming out ahead more often than not. Only problem was ResQ could find the rest of her teammates.
Yeah, that was such an exciting head-to-head, by the way. That was definitely a matchup to look out for. So I am wondering, right, because that Smurfette didn't exactly come out in their first match, right? Are we going to see that today is a big question, but I do want to give a shout out to Miori as well, who is able to step up on the Cypher role.
Yeah, especially on that first map when Pearl started, right, coming up into this map, a lot of questions, maybe not a lot of time to prac, and I feel like Miori had a very difficult task ahead because right off the bat, right off the pistol round, we saw how MIBR was working around the map, how their pace was extremely fast, and she was, the one having to stop them and having to be careful and having to actually have her utility have a lot of impact, and she was doing it time and time again. Again, it didn't end up being pretty. They didn't end up losing that 0-2, but there was some glimmers of what can happen. I also think that MIBR had what a game. Like Jelly,
oh, yeah.
That was disgusting.
I mean, definitely on Sunset. Look at that first map again, though, and you see the GX lost both pistols. You go down 4-0, and it's, what, 13-10 in the end? Damn close game. So definitely, this was somewhere that could have at least went to 3 maps, and sure, the second map wasn't quite as dominant, but how many times have we seen that where a team gets smashed on a map, comes back, and they actually play a really good game on the third?
Well, we don't need to see just Miori step up this time around, right? We need everybody to step up. But speaking of Miori, Yinsu caught up with her ahead of today's match. Let's see what she has to say.
I'm now standing by with Miori here from Giant X. Now, you guys love to be in the lower bracket, that lower bracket run. So what have you learned from the previous times you've been there to make sure you can make it all the way to the grand finals again this time?
We are lower bracket because we wanna beat every team. That's why.
Okay, I love that answer. Thank you very much for joining me. I can't wait to see it.
Well, that is a definitive promise. You gotta love that confidence. Well, we're just gonna beat every single team. Can they beat ALG, though, which will be their opponents for this matchup? ALG also kind of had the same story. They had a really rough opening match against Falcons Vega, right? For today's match, though, they are making a change. There is yet another emergency substitute coming in. Shimilu will be subbing in for 1HP, who unfortunately 1HP is not feeling well. How is this going to affect them?
I mean, probably massively, because we've heard in the past that it's 1HP who is translating in most of these scenarios to keep up, all of the communication. At the end of the day, there is, in the base game, there's only so much that you need to say. It's more on the deeper plan and on the macro understanding of everything that we're going to be able to see the difference. But Shimilu is not someone that is completely unbeknownst to what is going to happen today.
Yeah, and I think just to build on that, the fact that you have one player who's IGLing, speaking a language that only one other player understands, you're going to have to go to that baseline of, and we were speaking about it behind the scenes, that Miki, you said sometimes they're speaking in English, and again, there can be miscommunication issues, there can be a lag, if you're in your mother tongue, it's going to be much quicker to get that info out there. And now add to that the sub is coming in. someone's going to have to take that role. We'll go to a mid-ground language. We're going to have to figure out all the flow of the game with all of those restrictions. This is a really tough game for ALG, and they don't have a baseline to build on for most maps because they only played 3 maps before this event. So it's a bit of a tough pill to swallow.
They're a very, very young roster.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's basically an understatement because of all the rosters that we have here at GCC, I think they basically only played just the last few months together, right? It's a massive adjustment. So it's going to be a tall order for this team, this roster. And on the side, of course, of Giant X, they need that revenge arc coming up for them, right? They need to make that lower bracket run, and as Miori said, to be able to win everything. And that was a big promise indeed. So we're going to see if that comes through. But we are going to send it down to the stage and bring out our teams. We're going to see Giant X and ALG. Who do you guys got? We're going to find out who takes it. All right, folks, it appears as though we're experiencing a very, very short delay, but that gives us a bit more time to talk about. Look, I didn't know.
Out really quickly. Like,
you didn't see it. You didn't see it, but it was like they were super fast.
I must have blinked for a really long time. The copium's catching up to me, but okay, that makes sense.
I love how you was like, oh, I didn't realize that. Thanks for informing me, Mika. No, but talking about these teams, right? It's we've been seeing a lot of last-minute changes here for these teams, and for ALG, it's a big question mark on them because they're already a roster that's dealing with a lot of obstacles here.
Yes.
Very inexperienced together as a team, right? But you do have, for example, Ginny and Muffin that have been here before, and you even have, Shimilu. She has competed with EDG as well in the previous years.
But again, thinking about what they said in the press conference after their game, they were surprised of the level that the other teams were bringing onto the stage. Yes, we talk about the inexperience and maybe not having those many reps or maybe those many maps that we have seen in officials, and they were genuinely surprised and struggling a lot. Even their coach was saying it, like the level was way above what he was expecting to see.
Yeah, I like that you brought that up because especially since, ALG, they are dealing with a lot of things that might be unfamiliar to them, especially since they haven't played a lot of games together and they're dealing with so many different teams that have so many different strats. Like, for example, Mitch, they did have a lot of trouble dealing with a deadlock on Split.
Yeah, and I think, well, a lot of trouble indeed. They won a pistol round in the second half. They won the follow-up round. They got 2 rounds that map. It was no rounds on the attack side, 12 in a row for their opponents. And look, it's a tough comp to play against. It's a map that they hadn't played up until then. That is the only map of Split that they've got on record. And that's obviously going to cause a lot of issues. I think when you come into a tournament with less than 15 maps played, and that's across less than half of the maps that are available to your opponents to pick, well, we'll say they've been kind of lucky with the way map vetoes have gone so far. Teams have been kind of happy to play into their hand a little bit. Lucky they've only had the Split to deal with.
Yeah, of course, like the first map, like your first pick, is going to be there. But the chances of you going to a map that you haven't played yet are exponentially high, of course. And I think that especially that composition and the way that it ran, not only having the deadlock, but having the Euro, to me, it's not only the fact that the composition is a bit wacky, or it's that, it was the first time that we saw that composition, or that the map is new for them, because at the end of the day, it is Split, okay? It's not, we're not reinventing the wheel here, but it is the fact that they were going up against the same issue round after round on B Heaven, and they were not finding a solution for it. And given Falcons in that instance a flawless half, it also has some mental baggage, and you have I've tried, and I think that I've tried everything that I could, and I wasn't able to get through this chokehold.
No, yeah, they had a lot of trouble adjusting, right? Especially to Madvi's deadlock, which was incredible, by the way. They kept running into her setup, like you mentioned, Bea, on B Heaven, right? And we're seeing that right now.
And of course, the utility is going to be there, and Madvi did an amazing job in having always the same sensor and using the GravNet to slow them down. And we could see ALG. Again, this, even though if it's just an example, happened time and time again. The refrags, the escalating utility, adapting also the barrier mesh at the beginning of the round, using it differently. Madvi did give an amazing showing of what you can do with the deadlock here. And if also you add up onto that Mary's there with the Euro, very quick rotations, she can always be there to support her. We can understand that a team like ALG is going to struggle against these things. Because regionally, as we're saying, 3 maps, but also the agents that they play, they don't go up against the ISOs, against the deadlocks, you know, they're obviously going to be seen here.
Yeah, they don't get that kind of competition a lot, right? But I want to, you know, I want to talk about Giant X just a little bit more too, because, for example, you know, we did have, unfortunately, a lackluster, you know, performance from them last time, right? What are you expecting from them this time around? And what do you expect for all of these players? What is that next step for them?
Well, looking back at the regular season, this isn't a team that we expect to consistently underperform. They always get back on their feet. You take a loss and you learn from it. I think that's exactly what we'll see here today. GX, we talk about the level that ALG have been up against. Well, I think it's only going to go up. Now you've got someone like Smurfette out to get you and the rest of the roster feeling activated. One of the biggest challenges, probably the biggest challenge that they faced so far, is right in front of them.
I have to say also that there was also a recurrent theme that we saw throughout EMEA, and is that Giant X, if you take it pound for pound, like the players are great, we've seen them for a very long time. The throw-in advantages time and time again. The other day we saw it in Sunset. They weren't able to convert most of the 5v4s. Like the numbers, I think that they converted 2 out of 7. And when you're not even able to transfer the rounds where you had a plan, it worked. You got on that first pick, but the response from the team is already faster. It puts you in a very difficult situation, and that has to be one of the main turning points today.
Yeah, those are one of the things that we will be looking for on the side of Giant X, right? There's a lot to look for both of these teams, actually. Unfortunately, now we can send it to the stage, and we can look forward to these teams making that comeback, doing that revenge arc for themselves as well. You mentioned it too, Mitch, that, you know, the biggest opponent is right in front of them for Giant X, but that's also the case for ALG, especially since
another upset.
Hey,
Senta did it. I don't see why ALG can't.
We had it just a while ago. Why not? We're gonna send it to the stage and bring out once again our teams, Giant X and ALG. Final match of the day, and another team will be going home. Will it be Giant X, or will the home crowd cheers carry them through? Or for the sole representatives from VCTC, and will the ambition of ALG pull through this time around? Big questions on the line, big stakes for both teams. It's the turning point for both of them. As we go into our map beating, Vito, we're seeing Haven, we're seeing Ascent, and potentially Pearl.
I mean, it's definitely going to be new maps for the side of ALG. That Ascent is going to be definitely very interesting, because I have the same feeling with Split. It's not like it's a new map or that it's been gone for a very long time. Ascent has always been there for some reason, but I want to see what this Haven is going to bring, because Giant X is one of the 2 teams in this competition that run the double controller on this map, or that we could expect them to.
Considering the fact that we end up with Ascent and Pearl afterwards, and those are maps that ALG have not played so far, this is definitely going to need to be a map victory off the bat for ALG. Also, GX have lost 13-7, 13-8 to G2 and Falcons respectively. Those are big teams. I don't know if ALG will be able to match up. Then you add to that the IGL having to communicate in English, where you've got 1 HP out of the roster for now, unwell. These are big issues for ALG to combat today.
As we step into our Agent Select, as we can see, we are seeing Smurfette on that Yoru, and I'm very excited to see this, especially since she has been very vocal about how much she loves Yoru. And I believe there was an interview where Smurfette said specifically she does it to annoy Cyphers. So suddenly, it's throwing it back to ALG and looking at Lain over there, who is on that Cypher.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, we want to see the performance from Shimilu, right? To see how it's going to go overall. This composition from Giant X started off, we tested it against G2 Goes in that one time. We know that we can excel with it. So, of course, we're looking at that combo between Ness and Smurfette that we were seeing on the screen to also be present in the server.
No matter what, I think GX are taking this series. The question is 2-0 or 2-1. And ALG, well, they get to answer that in the first map. Haven has to be theirs to take home if they have any chance of winning this series.
And we know that these players are capable of, just wiping the slate clean and starting as if this is the first match that they're going to play, especially since you have Ginny, you have Muffin here, who have been on this stage before. Back in Pacific, they know they are such menaces to everybody. Now that they are here representing, the Chinese region, they are part of that firepower that really makes ALG special, but it's Giant X once again. It's that home crowd. I kind of feel like, as they were walking out, they're definitely thinking that okay, we're coming in very, very confident and very calm too.
And they're no strangers to having a lower bracket run, but of course it has to start. They need to get a good feeling of this stage if they want to progress, if they want to keep fighting, because Matt V and Mary were the two biggest menaces and were upsetting ALG constantly. Now I feel like we're looking at Smurfette a lot.
Well, we're definitely going to look at her and the rest of these players on stage. We're going to send it over to your casters. And these two, by the way, live for tech pauses. Here's Pansy and Potter.
Why's she done that? That's crazy. You start with that after the delay already. Fingers crossed that gets it all out of the way so we can focus on this fantastic matchup. Potter, looking at these two, they haven't come back in off of the back of some pretty harsh losses, refocus, get back into things, looking at the veto as well, some familiar scenes. That's got to be hard to shake off right now, coming into this very high value game.
Absolutely, and I think the key word, you said it, Lauren, is refocus. Both squads got to come in and have a nice reset. We are on elimination day. I'm looking straight at Muffin. This player has had a spectacular performance online thus far. We've gotten the jitters out of the way. It's second day, and they are on the attack side. Good shock darts to try to find some of that KJ utility early.
Ooh, I like this little stun potentially off of the contact, but Smurfette's really managed to filter through. Muffin, though, you said the name, and she's already getting a name up in lights. On the board, good start here. You want to see them be confident on the beginning, because they had a really hard beginning game. So already that C site is under their banner. One towards the backside, though, could be an issue, but the flash is fantastic again. Excellent work between Ginny and Muffin to really secure this side of the map, but not without loss. 3v2 is not impossible. I'm keeping my eyes towards Miori. How much space can she get through Garage here? Is anyone really could be the first one forward? Waiting on that smoke to come back through. A couple of steps in. Could get the timing right. And now does get to slip ahead. Stunner! Couldn't follow up though, an ALG. Big start there.
Big start, decisive as well. The way that Muffin was just following through that garage control with that dart. And I gotta say that the Viper wall definitely made me a little nervous as they got into that C site, but that pause, the composure on the hit to wait for Ginny's flash to just clear that whole back site. So right away, ALG, beautiful start on this pistol, and you gotta love it when the team is all together like that, just completely defending the post plant.
And it makes me worry a little less after a really probably quite devastating loss in that first series, right? You're not feeling warm, coming in with a nice start for themselves here. It's going to keep that confidence building up. For Giant X on the other side, though, I'm seeing at least a Sheriff out, but that's about it.
Yeah, and they've changed their wall immediately now, going for a little bit more of a deeper wall, want to get that long line. Information is the name of the game for Giants specifically, lacking that Cypher util, lacking even the Sova to give that mid-round info. So they want to make the attackers feel like at any point they might just scrim past that line and apply that sort of pressure. So Nice hit.
60. He tries to play off the smoke, but overwhelmed. It was a gamble stack from Giants, kind of playing behind that wall, and maybe that wall alone was enough that ALG went, I don't like what I'm seeing there. Let's go for this A piece instead.
Yeah, you saw Mayuri's turret there deep as well. I wish she would have waited for that turret to go off to peak, but you're right. With just a classic, it was already a very tall task, and clean up the eeks here. Get those eeks.
Absolute eco cobras. Let's see. Now, again, for Muffin, really great work towards the ult very early on, but down on 20 HP, don't want to see them going too far towards gathering the kills, but in the end of the day, Muffin does get another, so 2 away from the ult. This early on is lovely to have in that back pocket, maybe for that first gun round, I mean, potentially even towards the bonus.
Yeah, huge luxury for sure. Definitely just changes up the pace.
There they are.
In a clean round, it definitely is. It feels bad when the defenders just walk away with only damage, but gotta carry away with whatever copium you can.
Let's go.
And they want to look to jiggle front B, and if they don't get spotted, I think ALG want to fully commit here on this bonus for this front B.
Shot that.
Fear and util nice and early. I like this. And you can see the setup that Yori's going for, so none of it truly affected, just...
Yeah, ALG got caught on something. A communication came through. They didn't like what they saw. Maybe that deep smoke slowed them down a little bit, but fault line still in the back pocket of Ginny. There's going to be a lot of utility coming through here off the back of the information on this drone.
Yeah, waiting for the timing for this to go. ALG really patient, creeping a bit close towards middle. Could deal with that alarm bot.
Here.
And then see the reset off the back. Could now see that flex through towards garage. Wall goes up. And it looks like that L drone is going to be the go-up. About 55 seconds now. Wall down.
This pace is really nice from ALG. That front B sniff a little bit.
Oh, but Miori still gets a kill. I'm incredibly surprised. The smoke was in place. There was no support by Sarah, but still Miori gets one and gets away. This is now maybe stalling out ALG a little bit.
Yeah, that stall, the molly coming out from Sarah, that bait and switch, and look at Miori. She slipped back into this exact position.
Hey, no Al drone to clear gets trickier and trickier.
30 seconds left.
You know, what are you meant to do with this? They're going to have to look to maybe pivot towards this B site. Just going to run themselves in towards it. Ness is there. Falls away, going to hit the flash, but no one there to work off the back of it. And already it's looking a little bit rough around the edges. ALG alive with just 2. This is going to be tough. Bonus round, though. Nice angle for Ginny. Only one leaving the new stand in, the step in to try and deliver. Can't achieve it to make it out of the bonus alive for Ginex and the round in their hands.
I really liked the way ALG approached this round. You know, usually we do see a lot faster pace on the bonuses, but they really tried to work the map and misdirect and keep GX guessing the whole way through it. Unfortunately for ALG, I mean, GX, Miori, that reposition back into that garage gave them the information that they have to defend that front B, so good reactions from the defenders. And ALG, for the first time this half, it looks like they're putting their eggs into the A main basket. They want to see what's going on towards this side of the map, see what kind of utility they're going to be dealing with.
Stun here. Coming in from Ness. Smurfette gonna have to deal with a little bit of utility her way. Does she get out of danger? Should be fine. It is Yoru, and away we go. Too much pressure, but it does play in Juliana. That's lovely. Little 1-2 punch, all eyes focused towards long, and the push up through sewer works really well.
Yeah, no trade in sight. That is gonna be devastating for ALG. Huge initiator utility off the table now. And with Ginny's fault line off, they've just got to pause. They've got to hope for some sort of pick. Hopefully Leyen draw some sort of attention towards this front B, but look at all the information Mayuri has as well. The defenders in GX, they feel in full control so far.
And I love seeing what kind of Ness is doing and Sarah's doing, that kind of back and forth check towards B, kind of maybe expecting someone's going to be trying to find that next step forward. And again, it is this pause that maybe causes a little bit of doubt, maybe an over-rotation. But again, if you look where Miori is, sound cues alone would give away so much, and Julia is just holding this down so comfortable. One by one, they're coming up, and it's very, very easy. Now, the slip through towards B could cause an issue. This is the one that could maybe open up a chance. Suddenly, you're looking where the spike is. That's already made its way back around towards B. This late B hit, 25 seconds, a decent opportunity here.
Yeah, and Yusin still has blind as well, with most bodies all in this small choke point at A-Link. Based off of what Leyen sees here on this retake, you can expect to see Houston quickly respond and react.
Turn out.
Heading on over. Timing is everything. 2 still dedicated towards site. 1 sitting a little bit deeper towards Cubby. ALG going to try and hold this against the odds, against the numbers here. Playing the first contact spot. Beautiful. Nice synergy together. Again, the utility is on point, but now the numbers more even. But Ginny isolates the one pushing back in from that C side. Now towards the outside, a connector. The crossfire's held perfectly.
And they were at a disadvantage the whole time. We talked about Shimi Lu, the ringer, coming in, getting just taken out. No trade in sight to be found. Giants handled that well perfectly, had full control, but the mid-rounding coming out from ALG, the fact that Leyen didn't have any fear, but actually took the space off the pick and went backside B, really helped out this post plant coming through here for ALG.
And I'm looking at the snowball effect here. You're starting to see those ults really hit for ALG. We have 3 ready to go right now as well. You've got Cyphers there. You've got the knives coming out from up. You even have the Hunter's Fury on the other side a little bit further off, and the money now in a bad predicament. For Giant X, they need a bit of stability here. It feels like they were taking the correct first steps, but that was a stark reminder that mid-rounding is so imperative. So, Sheriffs and a Marshal, do they try and do something a little bit cheeky?
Yeah, I'd like to see Smurfette going for a more forward duel, a forward pick. You know, the desk talked about it. Smurfette had a little bit of a slower start on day 1 on that Jet and Neon. With that Yoru, with the flashes in her back pocket, she can really get up close and personal with this Viper wall and make some cheeky plays. So you can see all the defenders making the right read. The adjustments are coming through.
Does get scary.
Cover going out.
Even with just the pistols there, so many players and the right piece of utility played at the right time, but that wasn't it. And look at the information. Muffin though, tunnel vision towards the player on the outline. And now Sarah and Ness with the punish. Miori! Suddenly there's a reminder of who they are. A MasterCard thrifty Giant X answer back.
Wow, and that was just based off information, right? And we talked about ALG having such good mid-rounding the round before. This round, unfortunately, they get caught picking the wrong site. GX already fully stacking towards there.
Remaining.
And I wish I saw a little bit more utility coming out from ALG here to understand that, hey, we're going to have to over-util to get into the site here, but great shots coming out for GX. Those Sheriffs are so deadly, Lauren.
They always are. I mean, there's a reason we always kind of hold our breath every now and then when you see it, especially when, you know, the site stacks in the right place. You're like, oh,
Camera taken out.
Especially with that Viper wall there, everything, you know, feels almost heaven sent at that point. But time to maybe find an answer back for yourself here. Miori's the one who's going to be feeling the pressure. We do have the knives, I think, invested into as well for Muffin. And we're seeing a lot of those ults coming in, but can they isolate the player? I don't know if Muffin caught the glimpse. She certainly did, but it's a trade out. They lose out on Houston, and now you're down to a 4v4, but they have site control. I lied! Sarah from God knows where just got impact coming out, and now you're down to the last 2. Any opportunities? I don't think so. That was a big investment of ults. You had the Hunter's Fury there and the knives. And only able to take down Miori. Be enough, but
wait a minute.
Evacuating the site. Now, is there a rifle to be recovered perhaps, and maybe a bit of security here? I don't think they'll even hear that. I mean, they definitely hear the outro. There's the ult, so they know that at least Lynn is on that site. Rifle there now in hand.
This gives a lot of time for Shimilu to get this post plant. And maybe Leyen can reposition, but she feels like she has to protect.
Planted.
They weren't sure how much space there was, so that little bit of hesitation, which is fair, suddenly cost them a real chance. But again, for a late reposition towards Garage here, gonna need a freebie. Needs to be clean. Not clean enough. Sarah swift with it on the cross through, leaving Shimilu in a really tough predicament. A 1v4, very unlikely, and Smurfette quick. So, as it stands, they make it past the threat. They played cool, they played calm. Moved away from the site, played retake.
Yeah, and it comes down to that Viper Molly that was shocking. All of a sudden that Sarah came out. And that's the key thing about Vipers. It's not something we've seen very often this year on Haven.
Oh, it was on long,
And that's the danger, right? Is you've got those long-range Viper Mollies, and when you get spotted trying to make a rush happen, that Viper Molly lands. And so even though the Jet is in the site, they have no help. No one else can get into the site. So one of the benefits, surely, of Viper coming through strong there for GX and ALG, they're going to have to tighten up their spacing here.
Spot on. Now, you're seeing the swings and roundabouts back in. The ults are firmly in place for Giant X, and they are looking to maybe exploit that further. You just heard it. The Viper's Pit going down towards A, covering off sewers near on completely. and then the alarm bot to complement towards long. So this A site is very difficult to track towards.
ALG just pinged down deep into short A. I wonder if they are alerted that that is where the Viper ult is.
Right here.
Looks like they still want to commit. This is the weak side. This time they don't have their Cypher on the lurk at all.
This could be a nice ult here. They're probably going to be tasked with dealing with Sarah at some point. Slow and steady, but they've found a gap in this, right? Dodging their way through the owl drone could be huge. Sarah, you got to pick your poison. And actually wins the fight. That looked fully blind to my eye, but maybe from her perspective, there's more to be seen. Lockdown to try and make sure they can clear through.
Ginny's got the ultimate to be able to delay in this post. So for ALG, they feel okay with getting off the site, but they're running out of time.
There's no time.
Wait.
That was a misplay. I don't know what the plan was, but it was an absolute misplay. And now the problems are mounting. You're down to one. Ginny has to face the music and face the firing squad. Giant X with probably the freest round they've had in a moment.
Yeah, that was some sort of breakdown in communication for ALG for sure. I think maybe
I don't know if it was missed
some
util
sort of
or
curveball.
something.
Yeah, maybe Ginny wanted to ult into spawn instead of into the site, but they all stayed into the site there at Graffiti.
Yeah, what was the plan to deal with that lockdown? I truly don't know. Yeah.
That's, you know, for ALG's side, for these last 3 rounds, especially with how Pistol went and that first bonus went, this is a huge tide turn. ALG, they've got to stabilize here because they've looked fantastic in the first 4 rounds.
I'm quite a little surprised there wasn't maybe a timeout there to check in. 3 in a row starts to feel quite oppressive, but maybe feeling they're still in a good enough position. We're going to start seeing those ults being invested, however.
Again.
Yeah, Smurfette, though, popping the ult as well. Miori caught off guard, and ALG doing wonders here. Should be able to get a plant. Muffin turns that easy light work for Muffin. Smurfette sent back towards spawn. Juliana can't trade it, quickly gets out of danger. And this is so nice. I want to see more like this from ALG, clean in everything they do. Julina, Sarah, Ness, ults coming in. Now they got to try and capitalize on that ultimate, try and get towards the site. But really, ALG are opening no doors for them. Keeping that one tight as anything. No one's coming in.
Yeah, and I guess the coach heard the call, liked the call, approved of the call, and it works out beautifully. That change of pace coming through here for ALG, busting out one of their set pieces to get them into the site here. And for GX, they've seen that exact execute now twice. The first time around, that Viper Molly was such a huge impact utility coming through. This time, it really caught them off guard. The fact that Muffin was able to get into Garage with no info coming through for the defenders gave her a lot of room to work with.
Now, the next adjustment, and if yeah, you love to see that for Smurfette.
My
Taking
eyes are
away
down.
Muffin is a big scalp to claim as well.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we were missing in the earlier start of this. Now with the operator in her hands, Smurfette feeling a lot more comfortable, looking for those forward duels. And Deja Vu, ALG have been in this position before. This time they've got extra utility in the back of Shimilu to allow and help these players get into the site, but Mayuri, look at this setup. Fully not gonna allow to get past. Is she gonna stay on the site?
Waiting. So util has been popped, but I mean, it got dealt with pretty nicely, so they're in on the site here. But look how close Giant X are. They could almost do a pre-take on this. They're trying to, but it was isolated. At one point, trade out. I don't know where Juliana was. I thought that was going to be spaced a little bit better, but no, ALG still have good presence on the site. No plant in play yet, though.
Here.
Jumping the gun a little bit. Smurfette had the operator in heaven and couldn't jump out while the rest of her team flooded through. Now
30
3v3.
seconds left.
That drill should allow the spike to go down.
Sarah could be vulnerable, but fortunately for her, ALG didn't re-clear this, but now pointing out the first player towards Hell. Trade out Shimilu is looking so good in this. You sit in unison, and now Smurfette in trouble. 9 bullets and a bit of a dream. Can't progress yet until that dart is dealt with, but takes down one, can't get the follow-up. ALG. All right, there's some stubbornness to this team.
Stubbornness for sure, and that's 2 4 versus 5s that ALG have been able to convert somehow, some way. This round with their duelist going down first, they're still able to get in. And, you know, if we go back in time, I wish Mayuri actually just stayed on the site while her mollies were delaying a bit. That smoke came on right in time, and all of her teammates were nearby. That disconnect with the flood was unfortunate for GX. And it was after the round that Smurfette found the opening kill as well. And that's one of the tough things, that gamble that you take when you put the op in, is your duelist can't be the space maker that you want on those retakes. So quickly having that presence of mind to switch weapons. Hey, give me your rifle. Quickly switch with your breach, or you can even switch with your Viper. Yeah. So that you can get that flood going. That's something that GX are going to want to talk about for the rest of this half.
Yeah, and one C. You know, this is when you'd love to be a fly on the wall and hear what's being talked about here. But timeout coming in for Giant X. Maybe feeling that those last 2 rounds, I didn't like what they were seeing, don't like what they're feeling here. This has been a turn of events, though. ALG, this feels like a night and day performance. Maybe feeling that fire lit underneath them after the first series they had on stage. Maybe just getting a couple things in line. Maybe just whatever adjustments happened here is working for them. Giant X are looking behind the wheel now. In the last 2 rounds, they're the ones who now have to adjust back.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, ALG, that first map, their first match, it keeps replaying back in my mind, that ISO on the server.
Yeah.
Having to adjust to that sound cue is something that they have talked about consistently over the last 24 hours. So coming into the Haven, once again, their second time picking this map in this tournament.
And I like what Giant X are trying to do, kind of propping up Smurfette, popping her down towards Sewer, taking space and then rotating away, right? There's safety in that position. She can stay there as long as she feels it's necessary. And it's also good information. No one's crossed, no one's pressuring, nothing's really happening. That should free up these rotations. So they've taken space pretty much on either side of the map, but ALG with a great approach right up the gut, straight through middle, and I like what Muffin's doing. It's a little brave, but it's working out. Look at the space again. All of this, even claiming a kill towards CT off the back of Yusin. This could be going better for them. This is now problems. How is Smurfette meant to play retake with an operator in this sort of position, especially when Miori gets caught just lackadaisically walking through spawn? That was being watched the whole time. The 3 remaining players, I don't see the chances in this, but they're going to go for it. Still operator in play, hard to clear through this B side, and Yusin showing why. Already taken down her opposing number, but a 3v2, but look at Shimilu, already got the ult here. Sat back deeper, should be the way the buck stops pretty much. Shouldn't get past that. Smurfette picks up a rifle, but again, the time is ticking. Camera towards the spike as well, and just to ensure safety, just to make sure nothing happens to this spike, Hunter's Fury comes out, and this one's wrapped up with a bow on it. ALG are running this game.
Completely controlling the pace. Beautiful calling once again here for ALG. And if I'm GX, I'm okay with that round, Lauren. These B retakes are pretty tough, but they actually were able to burn out Shimilu's Hunter's Fury there at the end, even though that was almost a guaranteed round. So if you're GX, at least you're walking away with that small W. You still have 2 rounds left in the half, and you actually at least are able to hold on to Smurfette's operator coming into round 11. So we'll see if she actually is able to find an opening pick, but it looks like she's going towards that long C. So, but they have switched it up. Viper is now their A anchor.
And again, this mid attention from ALG. Muffin, leg shown, careful now. Julina got to be cautious too. Their time here. Patience being shown, maybe a tell or 2, but Muffin just claimed Miori. That feels like that was out of nowhere. Look at where she died.
Off angle with the operator.
They haven't checked on anyone pushed down this deep. I mean, I feel like they're going to drift in, they do. So that's another big impact kill here. Going to make it very hard to take towards these sites without your Sova, without your Jet. You're running on fumes. This is very hard now. But we've seen the pauses from ALG that have got them some really big impact after.
Omen blind off the table. That communication should be coming through here for ALG, and now they're choosing to group. If they were able to take care of this alarm bot a little bit earlier, that definitely would have helped them out.
And look at the counter stun coming in, allowing Smurfette to clear through. She's getting played in this round just right. Gets to fall away, doesn't need to outstay here. Miori can catch the cross, relay that over to her. All the information is there. This is very controlled. This will need an outplay, an overdo almost. TP all the way to the A site. Now, Smurfette really locked in though, drilled in on that, not gonna let Ginny get that freedom to maybe catch those rotations. Yusin's, I mean, her troubles are only beginning. A 1v5. Full kit to play with though. Show me what you got, Yusin. Maybe you can do some damage here, keep the morale low, not gonna happen. 5 standing for Giant X, a much better round in their minds.
Yeah, and a good spread as well. I love the as soon as Smurfette heard the information come across from her team that they were poking and sniffing towards that garage, you saw Smurfette take the line and inch forward, go a little bit deeper, and that sort of control allows the rest of your teammates to hold their ground, and so much information coming across for GX.
I think we have another timeout. I'll wait and see whose it is. Okay. So ALG wanted to check in here. Again, a very competitive half, and I'm quite surprised considering the first results these teams both had. It didn't look great, I'm going to be honest. You know, they had some real shaky starts, especially for ALG. Didn't quite find their footing, but now this looks much better. Some of those set pieces, those site takes look gorgeous. We've just seen, you know, Smurfette now having a round. We're starting to see this one heat up a bit.
Yeah, and I feel for the coach on the ALG side. You know, this sort of timeout is always the toughest to call when you only have one round left in the half, but you know that one round from a 6-6 half to a 7-5 half is a world of a difference. So ALG wanting to bust out their best strategy that they have available.
Nice, tricky.
I wouldn't be surprised if they go back into that set opening like pistol. You know, we saw them do it, I believe it was in the 8th round, once again on a C split, but they've been putting so much pressure towards that garage B that they can do a really easy fake coming into this round with a little bit of misdirection. And A site that round when Houston went with the Omen ult, it was completely empty. So I think with a little bit slight misdirection, but their end goal will always be A site, would be a fantastic round for ALG.
That would be nice because they've been conditioned to expect that maybe as a lean-to of a set piece if they're struggling with something. But let's see what they opt for here. They do have to deal with Smurfette's ult if that does come into play, which I imagine it will do at some point. TP as well for the Omen, not so much of a bother, but as it stands, at least they can get a decent purchase beside themselves, but no big impactful ult to start off with. And it looks like just a creep towards A. And look who's waiting, Smurfette in the sewers. It's all about timing now. Smoke is still there. And she's been sharp. Last couple of rounds, she's had impact. A missed shot.
Careful here.
Now suddenly look at the rotation from Giant X. You just saw it on the X-ray there. 3, 4 players all heading through. Smurfette pops the ult for big info. Spots enough, right? This should be enough to be very telling. Do they continue to commit? There's still about a minute here. They've got site control. Spike is there. And Leia just found Miori.
On the lurk at front B as well, and for GX, they've wasted so much utility already. Cypher ult gonna give a lot of information for ALG.
They gotta go, Smurfette leading the charge here. Takes away Muffin, can't get the follow-up, the spacing nice. ALG now looking to swing. Julia already clearing house, down to just one. And Leon was noticed earlier, but she's on the site already. Great first fight, needs another. Can she find it? Can she clutch? Oh, so close! And Giant X at the final moment here. Gonna be able to close up this score at 6 apiece.
Ice in her veins. I thought for sure that Ginny had the line there to be able to win that one out, but Jolena cleaning up house and able to actually get the 6th on the board for the side of GX there.
This has been a really explosive first half. Wonderful to see both sides picking up a little bit here. And hopefully that bleeds through into the second at this 6-6 scoreline. And luckily we have a bit of a treat for you guys at home. So while we wait for the second half, we're going to be joined by Yinzu with one of our favorite co-streamers on site. So don't go anywhere, you want to hear this.
We have a lot of amazing personalities here in Berlin, so I thought we'd do a little bit of a check-in, you know, with Leviathan here from Giant X. Now, first of all, I saw you in Korea, I've seen you in Madrid, you're traveling all over the world for VCT, but I know this is your first ever time being on site for Game Changers Champ. So tell me how you're feeling, are you enjoying the event, and how does this compare to some of the other events you've been to before?
Well, it's really different to stay on a Game Changers Champions. It's my first time, as you said, and it's really nice because I love see the girls playing, and my team is here, so it's like a dream.
Speaking of the girls playing, I know she's not playing right now, but you have played with Toki before. So how nice is it to see her on this big stage as well?
Well, it's the first Spanish player in Game Changers staying in a championships. So I'm really glad for her, and I hope she wins, and I hope the best for her.
She will be playing, I think, tomorrow. Now, back to Giant X. I know you're a Killjoy main, you know your stuff. So what's it like to watch Miori? What do you think about her Killjoy on that map?
Well, Miori is the best Killjoy I ever seen, so I hope she winning. I would like to be a little bit of her killjoy.
All right, you're so real for that. You're so real for that. Thank you very much. I hope you have a great co-stream. Make sure you check her out as well. And let's just hop back into the map and see if GX can bring it home.
Questions we have here. Can they bring it home, or does ALG have that fire beneath them? As said, on that attacking side, they looked quite clear-cut, structured. They had a goal in mind and they executed it very well. Great impact on the lurks. Now with the sides flipped, are you expected to see them be proactive potentially and kind of continue that approach, or do you think we're going to see a more just standard start out here to the first map of Haven?
That's the key question, Lauren. ALG can't afford to play standard going into the second half. With the Viper on the other side, you see the Viper line coming through here in mid. It cuts off the entire line of the A main. So generally, the Sovas, they have so much information with just their util, but depending on how much pressure Sarah puts, Muffin has got to get active on this defense half.
Yeah, there's layers to this. Like an onion. You ever watch Shrek? Movie?
Yeah.
Okay, nice. So quiet. Perfect. For now, though, it's a very patient start, very tense from both sides. You can see that directly Giant X are opting for that B side. They've made good progress here, but whether they can commit towards it or not, it looks like they are. They've cleared back sight. Smoke up towards that C connector. Spike is there.
Yeah, and look at the defenders from ALG. All three members still towards A, not knowing exactly how many bodies from GX is towards this front B.
I was wondering if they were going to go for a straight-on flood, and they are, and it's not going to plan. That's actually getting a little bit dangerous, but Lan goes down. I thought she might be able to get a little bit more impact on that one. They were down so low. They were left so broken and bruised, but they still stand. Sarah and Smurfette still alive. Keep the numbers so favorable for Giant X. This gets so hard now for ALG in the last two players.
Smurfette's doing such a good job not allowing any sort of equalizers to come through, just staying tucked and playing the long con.
Yeah, the timing on that is going to be, it feels like the be-all and end-all, doesn't it? The second that, they're going to hear the drop down towards Garage there. So that's a known target, so we're already going to path towards this one, Smurfette. Yeah, that's beautifully handled. Muffin, this is really tough. Yes, you could argue that Smurfette's a little bit lower, Sarah is down a little bit low, but Muffin's gonna give it a damn good go. But this is tough. This is tough to witness. And yeah, just being toyed with. And there it is. Giant X gonna pick up the pistol here. And how did we feel about that flood through that C connector? Because it worked out for them. It felt a little risky there because, I mean, 1 or 2 shots hitting the other way around, that could have gone towards ALG's favor.
Yeah, it definitely could have, but for ALG, they've got to talk a little bit faster about keeping Muffin a lot more mobile. I think going sniffing deeper into the A main should help out. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've got to be able to have the fighters and pick the right site at the right time. Of course, that's easier said than done when the Viper is on the other side.
All right, danger player is going to be Muffin. The rest are on classics. So if she can get the ball rolling, it would be a dream come true for ALG. For Giant X, you want to see 5 standing. The most they're willing to lose here will be 2. Miori and maybe Sarah, considering they're the only one with ghosts. But I do see Guardians, and Shimilu does at least get Smurfette. So they're going to tighten this one up. Houston are going to make this a little bit more costly. They should be able to collect the rifle that got dropped on long, but these 3 can't afford to go down here.
Yeah, they've got to keep this nice and clean. Even choose who's going to get the spike. Looks like it's going to go on the back of Ness, get her 1 ult orb closer to that Rolling Thunder.
Okay, 2 smokes and a ghost. I mean, quite tricky. So you've got to hit a shot. Yeah, not gonna be working out that time. Giant X gonna lose what they were willing to lose, which is Miori and I guess Smurfette in that situation, but they keep the 3 bulk weapons they came in with, Guardian, 2 Bulldog. So this bonus now has a little bit more bite to it. On the other side, this is going to be a big round for them. I feel like they've got to answer back.
They have to, because having a Viper in your back pocket for GX, that makes this bonus that much more dangerous. On the pistol, we saw Sarah take that duel down towards the short A and found herself looking at 3 defenders. So you can see all the members of GX very much grouped. They want to go behind this Viper wall and have some sort of pounce factor. 1-3-1 setup here for ALG. It's just a solo Sova.
Yeah, and look how much space they're getting off this utility. Instantly going to be forcing away Shimilu. there's not much more she can do about that. Has to try and hold the ground as best she can with what feels like near on a blindfold. That's a little bit of a look. Presence being shown here, but the spike's unmoving. It's still taking its time. I think they're just trying to draw out that very limited utility, that precious utility, and I like that they're just kind of taking the tour of the map, showing presence elsewhere.
Look at that dart that the defender Sova just threw here towards long A. That's an indicator that they are lacking info. No idea if the attackers are very close or very far, and what a shot from Mayuri.
Yeah, prying that side open, but Yusin is still here. The paranoia can go through. She is nearsighted herself, but again, you're looking at the support system. A little bit of a fumble on that, but Yusin still standing tall. Maybe she can follow up. She can! Immaculate impact already. Finally finding more. She is just a turret on the site herself. An ace would need one more, but she's only got 8 HP. Sarah has to walk into the lion's den, and Yusin is there, keeping hope alive for ALG.
Impressive movements coming out here from Yusin, and I love that third kill as well. That nice little sidestep to just dodge those bullets, some matrix action coming out here from Yusin, and that's beautiful because, you know, they kind of failed their B retake earlier on, so this time around they had their weaponry, they had their defenders in the right place, and a great response coming through here for ALG. And I like the look from GX. They're playing a mental warfare, mind games across the board, not letting ALG know where they want to end.
Ooh, pacey, Muffin. Oh, the paranoia was heaven sent. Muffin set up for success and keeps going. I feel like you could fall away from this, but maybe they feel they've got a shot at some more, and actually it's laying to swing around on this. This pace change was out of nowhere.
ALG getting all the reads, did not want to give GX this orb for Ness, and Shimi Lu winning out that 1v1. If Sarah got that pick, you see there, Sova is all soloed towards this A.
Yeah.
Would have gotten the spike down, so huge anchor moves coming out here. And for GX, they gotta reset. The orb though, I think is still up. Yeah, it's still up. So Ness can choose to maybe grab it or just wait to plant. They'll have the Rolling Thunder for the post here. But look at the way ALG are playing. They are so far back, all the way in spawn.
You talk about like hot and cold, right?
Yeah.
Start around, they are down C-long, and they push even further, right? That is high tempo, super volatile, love it. It was well crafted, good paranoia to it, everything there. And now, you're in the freezing cold, right? They're literally sat in spawn, holding the furthest back extremities, taking no risks. Miori trying to be the one to be proactive. She has to find impact here. You don't win a 2v4 by, you know, playing it perfectly. You need almost a mistake, and that's rotten luck here. Already going to be noted. Oh, going to come in. Hold on, they're fully committing on this one. Miori head first for Halos, and it might just pay off. 2 is all she could get. A valiant attempt, but they stand tall. ALG, more of that, please.
Wow, valiant effort for sure. A little ambitious, but man, I wonder if Mayuri didn't have that Cypher Cam stuck in her. Maybe she gets away with a third, but good effort. And man, ALG, the calling right now on the defense, the fact that they did push out that long C as Ness was one off the orb, just being one step ahead of the attacker's game plan.
I love
taking the fight to them.
I just love disruptive play like that. You throw that in once every X amount of rounds, then they have to burn utility a little more early. Then the map suddenly feels so less free to make these moves around. It just completely changes the dynamic of it. But you can see what it's done to the money as well for Giant X. They were coming in with Outlaws in that previous round. Now they're back in with Guardians, Bulldogs, Light Shields. They got the TP, sure, but beyond that, 1 away from the lockdown. Smurfette, 2 off from her, so nothing to bank on here. Paranoia primed in a little trap set, it looks like, but that Paranoia I don't think got it, but the stun certainly did. And they're just getting more aggressive. They're just layering in this hurt here. Smurfette wants vengeance. She gets it. Good trade, and now the brawl begins. Muffin now out for blood, doesn't get what she wants, and Smurfette kicks it up a gear herself. Shimi Lu now the last one alive and a mile away. This is going to be a very long road back in, but that was almost felt a needless brawl at times.
Needless, that's the key word for sure. Definitely forced coming out here for ALG, and maybe in their scrims it went a lot better than what we just witnessed, but for sure Leyen had every opportunity to walk away. I love their opening, right? They
The start was great.
Away
I'd
with
love
that
to see them to
5v4.
back away there.
Yes.
That's all you needed, but maybe that last round gave them that almost overconfidence. Hey,
Yeah.
let's just keep pushing it, keep pushing it. Yeah, a little unfortunate. I'd love to see that tempered a second earlier.
Would have been beautiful to see, but hey, if they got those kills, we'd be sat here talking
Singing
about
their
how
praises?
amazing it was. So definitely couldn't see the motion or the vision rather
Sure.
of why they would do that, but
Just a hindsight Harry over here. What can I say? You know, it
hey,
goes
Muffin,
good.
the timing in which Muffin found herself on that flank, that fast pinch, the vision was definitely there, but Smurfette handling it so well, double kill, and now with the Yoru ult on the table, she's going to be able to find out exactly what site is free, and maybe they can even use Mayuri's ult in the post instead, so.
A couple of ults now, kicking in. Outlaw for Muffin. How many have light shields? Only 2, I think? Yeah, that's it. So, a little bit trickier, but have the knives. And yeah, switching. You can see the hesitation on it. Like, Guardian, maybe Outlaw, not sure. Looking like a C hit coming out for Giant X, though. There's the ult coming straight through from Smurfette, right up through the B site. Bringing out the player. Anything to couple with this? What's the plan now, Smurfette? There's the stun, there is the jump out. Oh, and there's the punish. Layin making up for that last round now. Standing her ground, keeping control of that C site. Nice try, not this round, and gets a follow-up on Miuri. Doubling down on finding impact here.
The fault line a little bit missing the mark there. Unfortunate for Smurfette.
Toxins going up.
She did have a flash in her back pocket, but maybe getting a little bit overzealous. And both defenders are still on A site for ALG. If GX are able to really draw down the clock and buy Sarah some time to cook, maybe there's a chance, but that should help things. Now maybe Sarah, she's got to make a choice. Now she has to decide whether she wants to regroup with her team or keep up her lurk.
Yeah, it's so tricky, isn't it? It feels like, you know, Sophie's choice. There is no good way. And backpedaling, Shimilu already checked from Sewer, but Jelena is holding this one together, but takes a little bit of time to do so, but that's fine. You take that. Plant's going to come in. Still has ult, still has Paranoia, has another smoke. You got Nest by your side, but you are up against 3 with full util near on, excluding that owl drone. Dart is there. Everything is there. So proactive is the name of the game, trying to play ahead of it and get swept aside. The retake is on the money. Muffin to round it out. We're tied up all even.
Wow, ALG handling this round so well, and that was off the back of Smurfette insta-Yoru ulting to go front B there, and I thought that was enough information. The fact that she saw that Omen and Cypher immediately towards that C site, finding those agents, you can really visualize with that process of elimination exactly what the defense setup is. But again, it came down to the utility. It was off the mark.
Yeah, just the miss on the stun. It could have been such a different round there. Totally different. No timeouts here. I love Coach Cam. Never get rid of Coach Cam. Yeah. Best thing. Now the money starting to look really nice, at least for ALG, starting to build up a little bit. They've got some ults to depend on the other side. They'll rough around the edges. A little bit of a half buy here, keeping the money trying within touching distance and straight up towards B. Leaving Sarah try and posture over towards A, but the plant's going to be coming in. You're hearing the Hunter's Fury as well. That's a lot of targets and a really lovely angle to play through. ALG dropping the bodies. But this is a tough round. This was a half buy, but they get an upgrade on at least one. Jelena now has the upgrade to the rifle. A pivot through towards that C site. Paranoia goes in, finds no target, so that's fine. But a body spotted. Houston, light work on Nest, just swats her away. And now down to 2. Plant is in, but what are you meant to do to defend it? Now you already have Muffin hightailing it through. Houston's right there. This is an aggressive side, ALG. And Sarah, okay, good start. 2 more, at least on site, and 1 to the left on towards long. No tag and no frag for now. Yeah, not gonna happen. ALG taking the lead.
What a round, and the whole time, ALG always had that Sova on that quick flank as well. So this retake had every layer that they needed to be able to convert. But the defenses from ALG, they're not doing anything that special. So far, it's been pretty standard. And I talked about in the beginning of the round, they have to be proactive. They have to go find out the information. So moving forward into round 21, I'd like to see GX slow things down, really take advantage of having the Viper in this composition, and go back to what they did in the beginning of this half, which was throw out those misdirections and let Sarah work.
Yeah, puts a little bit more pressure, I guess, on Sarah to then step up a touch. But I mean, it's Sarah. She should be fine. I wouldn't be surprised if she actually comes alive a little bit more if she allows that, timing to be played into.
She doesn't even need a kill, though.
True. Just presence
listen,
alone.
Yeah, she doesn't even need a kill. She just needs to give the information to her team and, hey, is there a defender on A site or not? And let your IGL or your mid-rounder make the choice of where you want to end. But so far, it's been pretty straightforward for ALG, and ALG are just better.
Which is wild, right?
Right.
Like, our predictions are going to be in the bin today.
They are in.
We could have some upsets, and I'm happy for it, because I think looking at that first series for both of these sides, it was a little bit more, I guess, within touching distance for Giant X to lose how they did. It was a really hard game for ALG. They looked just kind of blown out of the water by Falcon, so I think a lot of us went, not sure how they're going to fare against someone like Giant X, who's a little bit more of a household name. But coming into today, the vast majority of the gun rounds, even in this second half, have been ALGs. So they absolutely see why Giant X have slowed things down here, pumped the brakes. They've got a couple of big ults to bring into effect that lockdown in pocket for Miori, and it looks like a very simplistic approach towards that A site for now. It's going to be a brawl, you know it is. Muffin on a knife's edge here, leans a little closer forward, and already Giant X steamrolling through. Ginny is still here. They've got to know someone's still around. The flash, it's not going to affect the player she wanted, but she's still alive. How's she gotten away with it? How is she alive? Ginny, get out of here, Ginny! She shouldn't have been alive, and she's still firing. Brings this back to maybe a realm of possibility for Layan, but this is difficult, this is tough. Tries to isolate more, can't happen. Giant X answer back in.
And this round was pretty much decided 5 seconds after those barriers went down, Lauren. It was fast-paced, and I think if Muffin actually didn't drop that jet smoke, maybe they would have been able to see those players stunned off of the utility on Ginny, but fortunately for GX, they chose correct. Off the rip, completely dominating this A main.
Let's go.
And they want to go again. Starting the round again towards this A main. I love the fact that they switched it up. Now they're sending Sarah towards that C, and the bodies, the fighters, are trying to control this A main. The money is broken for ALG here.
Trying to be frugal in their purchase. The Muffin is so close by. Are they even aware of this? Houston's going to find Smurfette. Muffin unleashes Fury, but only finds one. But this is still damage done and a player advantage for ALG very early into the round. They can slip back here, sit a little deeper. Now, Giant X have to try and approach this without Smurfette. No Miori either. It'll be tricky for them now to approach either of these sites that they fancy going towards.
Ginny's still got that breach ultimate in her back pocket.
Shadows traveling.
1 full minute left to go. Just saw the shoulder.
Oh, the ult on top as well. Hold on, but you can see the spikes on the way out here. Layan just going to lean on forward. Sarah with a quick clear. Now suddenly LG in trouble. Ness going to take down Houston. This is going from bad to worse as Ginny forced away and Giant X regaining composure by every second that passes.
Some miscomms coming through, unfortunately, for ALG. Now Ness, man advantage and weaponry.
Darts there. This has got to be the go-up. And away we go. First in towards Logs. You can see the players here. Giant X aren't letting this one go now. Digging their heels in. Reticent to let this go, and they won't. Ness, good work there, but there was composure in the chaos for a moment for ALG, then it went too far. Then it fell into kind of pandemonium almost.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the comm was or why Ginny thought that she had to send it towards B, that breach ult, but man, it would have been so great if it did go and hit the mark towards that garage C site. So unfortunate for ALG, they had that round that could have completely swung it. But fortunately for them, they get to catch their breath here. Nice. They also get to take a second look at their money, and that was his eco round. That was an eco round. They made it competitive. Going into this one now, they should be able to get that operator on the back of their jet. And 2 rounds ago, we saw an incredible push coming out from ALG to completely change the tide. So we'll see if that's what they're cooking up in this pause, but unfortunate for ALG there. Man, for Ginny.
Yeah. I also got to say, both Omens absolutely going nuts. Yeah, 22 for Houston, and then for Jelena, 23. Ah, damn. It's kind of wild.
You love Omen ults on Haven as well.
Yeah.
I mean, so many cheeky, fast plays that you can do, especially because the defenders love to fight forward. So sending that Omen ult randomly in Hell, randomly in Spawn, and just do a quick A split, so fun to do.
Yeah, 2 rounds back-to-back now for Giant X, getting themselves in the lead here at 11-10. ALG, though, timeout is now. They still have a purchase in hand here, so Operator looking like it's coming out to play.
That goes there. Looks like Muffin wants to hold the fort down at C. We'll see if she decides to push it later on. They've sent their Sentinel towards this A side. This tells me that Shimilu wants to be mobile. She wants to leave this A site in the mid-round, and they just want to leave Saiyan on this site on her devices. But as I say that, it's a short A push.
Maybe with the lockdown, she can get a quick flank, potentially, if she fancies it, but you can see the setup here. They're very aware of this. I don't know if they're biting on this B-take just yet. Real patience, and Giant X now starting to close in. Quick TP for Jelena. Gonna have to abort the mission, though. Has to get out of dodge. So a nice little pause here to offset the timing. Smoke's gonna go back in, and Jelena going back in for that second attempt at the plant. So nothing this time should stop it. I'm looking at the tempo of this retake, however, as Jelena already going to evacuate the site and get back to safety.
This
Very
duel
passive
between
setup.
Cypher and Viper is going to be everything for ALG. Saiyan being so patient.
This dart has to be valuable, though. There has to be value to this. Now the pressure on the backlines. Nice timing on this. Going to draw the attention away, but Smurfette unfazed by it. Neither is Sarah. Giant X still holding down the site. Only Muffin to answer back down middle. Jelena still standing. That, if it was double, could have been something, but Ginny now denied. There is no chance on this. The one-way in play, the Viper utility, the post plants are dirty to play against. You can't get away from that.
You can't. They almost did that double.
It was a try.
That was so close. But what a round for GX, and it was a decent response for ALG. That delay in getting that spike down, I thought that would fluster GX a little bit, but they handle it so well. Composed, Jolena just hopping right back in. A beautiful post. Love the KJ mollies coming out here from Moyori as well, keeping the defenders at bay and not allowing any sort of flood to come through. And ALG, they've swapped it up again, sending Layan away from A. That's an early smoke. Gonna cut off that jump spot, the long line. Oh, that is punishing. Layan tries to get a jump spot off anyway, but
that could be the start of the end, really, at this point. That C site now. Red carpet rolled out. They're on the way in. Plants there, and we've already talked about the post plants. And you've got to now add in Ness's ult to this as well. It's really uphill.
Welcome to my
ALG.
world.
Oh, and the Viper's pit. I didn't even see that one too. Oh
feels
man.
like a checkmate here.
Does, doesn't it? But show us something miraculous. Show us something to make us believe. The Bucky is still in play. Quick little turnaround, and Sarah denies the first one forward. Ult in play as well, and Sarah gets hungry for more. Does control the spray in the end, and Muffin falls. This might be a real end of things as Ginny and Yusin. That's 4 more players to try and get past. Such an uphill struggle. The one-way's back in. Welcome back to the last round you're in. And Miori wants this one sealed, signed, and delivered. Giant X pull it back in from the brink at a 13-10 victory.
What a read coming through in this last round. And I feel for ALG. They did the best they could, but this Viper coming through, and as soon as that half changed and GX were on the attack, the mind games that they brought out early on, you saw that the defenders, they never felt too comfortable being mobile. Even in that last round, Muffin was all the way in A site until the last second.
Couple things they have to tighten up if they want a chance here, but 13-10 is respectable, but Ascent is next. Don't go anywhere.
So, you want to work in esports?
Great. Step 1, never spell it like that. Better.
Step 2, apply to the MasterCard Gamer Academy, a program created in partnership with G2 designed to give you all the tools and resources needed to help you start a career in esports.
This is an education in everything, from creating content to managing a team.
All from experts who will explain every aspect of running a top-tier org, prepping for a broadcast, or designing global esports events for millions of fans.
Selected participants will have access to live lectures and insights you won't find anywhere else.
And even the opportunity to travel to the League of Legends Mid-Season Invitational and Valorant Champions.
So they're flying them out to champs?
Yep.
Thank you, MasterCard.
So if you've ever dreamed of a life working in esports, this could be your opportunity to apply for an unforgettable experience.
Can anyone apply?
No, you can't apply.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good, good, good. I just feel so good, good. I just feel so good.
Been trying to change what I've been trying to say. Words don't come straight from my head to my mouth. It's such a shame that it fell out of place. Was never me that was bringing you down. Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more? I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more?
And that was a nail-biting way to start this elimination match. I'm now joined by the coach of GX, Aska. Now, Aska, I know you guys haven't had the easiest couple of days. There's been a lot of challenges, but how much confidence do you think that map win is going to give your players to get back on track?
I think it was really important to get our first map. Like personally, I think this map was still a little bit, it was very shaky in general. But I think the last couple rounds, we actually got the comms that we need and the pre-plans and everything. And I think now we are starting to feel more comfortable in the server.
I can't wait to see it, especially with the Sen coming up as well. Best of luck.
A little bit shaky, but a win is a win nonetheless, right? And we see Giant X taking that first map. I wonder though, because this was a lot closer than I expected, especially from ALG, right? Bringing it very, very close to Giant X. So I wonder if this is more about what ALG also did, like, you know, right in this time around, and, you know, the little minor mistakes that Giant X had.
Yeah, I think, you know, I got a little bit of that vibe that they're still nervous, that we're still testing the waters and not very sure after what happened against EMEA. And on the side of ALG, we saw a lot of progression in the sense that they were not that scared anymore, especially later in the game when they were on the defense, just going on the aggression, not letting them set themselves to get the spike down and having to deal with the Viper later on.
Yeah, and even then, you look at the attack side, Lion was able to find a lot of space. The mid lurks were successful, catching off Miori, facing, well, maybe less successful when they hadn't pulled the rotations and Jolina was still in position because she was having a lights out game, which is very noteworthy. Last time we saw them, I think on Haven, with obviously the proper roster, they played in the Spotlight offseason, but when you look at G2, the matchup they had in Turkey, Jolina, from what I remember, there was like one noteworthy round, and this time there was one round maybe where she wasn't present.
Yeah, and this was a good match, or a good map rather, for the Omen players, right? You had Jolina definitely putting up the numbers, but you also had some from Yusin, right? And this brings us to our HyperX reflex moment of the map, and this one goes to Yusin in display.
Yeah, exactly. I believe this was an ace, right? And it was a nail biter from beginning to end, but it is especially this rounds and this individual brilliance that they were comfortable in showing today, right? Like the individual was showing, like the way she's isolating the kills, the way that she's moving, but she's also keeping the awareness once she gets the kill. Yeah, she gets out of bullets, but she has to check her back, turns out immediately to see if somebody else is pushing her, and gets the ace.
Yeah, again, keeping a cool head in these sort of games where we do come in expecting that GX will be heavier hitters. Someone like Smurfette, well, when you're already complaining about the level, or at least taking note of the level being higher than expected, someone like Smurfette will usually put you in the grave, but they were able to go blow for blow with them here. Again, the caveat is this is not a strong map for GX. The next two maps are decent and not good ones for ALG because they haven't played them.
Yeah, it's a big question mark, right? Absolutely no data at all, which can be a double-edged sword, I feel. But, you know, you did have Jolina bringing up, you know, I feel like carrying the energy of the team, especially in those final rounds, right? And that's why I feel like, you know, it's definitely a player to watch out for when push comes to shove, because she's been a rock for Giant X so far. Let's have a look at her performances here at GCC so far.
Do not forget, this is her debut internationally, like globally. And I feel like especially the other day and today, look at how those numbers keep going up. Even in the maps that they were losing, she was putting up the numbers. She was feeling good about herself, and we could always tell when she was present in the map. And she was one of the main reasons that they were able to close this, because there was a lot of high-risk plays in which Jolina had to be the refrag, get a couple of kills in the round. And honestly, Giant X is so lucky to have her right now.
Yeah, and a player on fire, thinking about where we'll go, guaranteed at this point for GX, unless they win 2-0, we're going to Pearl. That's somewhere that Jolina on Astra was on fire last time that we saw them up against MIBR. So I'm not expecting it to get any easier for ALG, as they now need to take the next two maps.
Definitely not, and I'm very curious to see what they have to say about this. So let's hear what Akuri had to say ahead of map 2.
Luna to do some translations. Now, map 1 was so close. It felt like maybe you could have actually won that map. So what do you think the difference was, and how do you prepare to change things for map 2?
那其实第一张图打得很焦灼，很接近嘛。其实我们是有机会能够拿下的。你觉得没有拿下的原因是什么呢？以及第二张图会做出怎样的转变？
我觉得我们还是状态的调整吧。我们也缺了一点运气。 在图1没有拿到胜利，但我想下张图我们会调整回来的，在一进空岛，对。
I think it's about our adjustment and a lack of lucky. but I think we're gonna do our adjustment well on next map.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much and good luck.
A combination of strategy and luck is what needs to come through here for ALG, as you heard from the coach himself. And I feel like, you know, ALG, they aren't exactly taking this as an entire loss, right? You can tell that the energy is still up for this team, and I feel like they know, you know, what went right for them and what they have to do in order to close this one. It's just that, again, Mitch brought it up as well. There's no data here on Ascent for ALG, so it's a big question mark, but is that advantageous for Giant Egg is my big question.
I have a number here. Is it advantageous for Giant? This one is for you, Mitch. This lower third, I got just for you. Because one thing that we know in EMEA is that Ness is going to be playing with that Odin. I know that you're a big fan, but 37% of the rounds that she plays on the defense, she's playing with this gun. Bear in mind, think about the rounds where you do not have money. That is already a big chunk of them. This is a map where Giant X has to feel very, very comfortable. I love the fact that Smurfette was taking those duels, even if she was going down, because on this defense, she's going to have to do the same.
Well, it looks like a mirror matchup here for these two teams. No big surprises, and I'm not surprised myself because like they want to play safe for this. Again, this is an elimination match, right?
It's definitely the lesser evil, right?
Yeah, look, I think this is the right call all around. If VALG come in with a Phoenix or something like that, I think we're really rolling dice that we have no business playing with. For GX, a map that they're quite strong on, one that they don't have any tape to go over for their opponents, but it is Ascent, and we know that this is going to be a tough battle for ALG. Got to watch out for Smurfette. That Jet is going to be a difficulty to deal with.
And especially with them starting on the defense, right? I'm looking at Shimilu. I think that she was having a good performance on the first one, and I need a better showing of Genie as well.
Well, let's find out if this one can make it to a map number 3 and send it back to your casters. Here's Panpot.
Okay, Panpot, yeah, I think we're running with the branding now. But map 2, let's kind of, you know, really close in on this because I guess historically, Giant X have found comfort here. This has been a good map for them. Happy to lean back into it. We're walking into the dark with ALG. Very little historically, at least, able to be seen. So I guess we have to learn as we go along here. What are you looking out for to maybe give tells of comfort or, you know, concept here that they're going to be coming out with?
Well, that's a tough one. It's Ascent, so they better look somewhat comfortable on Ascent coming into the World Championship. So ALG, I think, you know, having this cookie cutter comp is something that most teams feel very comfortable with. Starting on the defense, they've got to get this, rather they're starting on the attack. It would help them out a lot on this momentum, of course, to start off with this pistol round win. See Muffin trying to get this timing towards this cat. See if this Killjoy setup is there, and it is there. Mayori completely ready.
And for Giant X, they should have a good idea because they already used a lot of their util to try and clear through towards B main. That flash, the shock dart to follow. So you already see the early rotation coming in from Sarah. Right. Muffin, what are we going to do with this? Jelena just trying to live her life in the smoke and makes her presence known at the perfect time. Picking up where she left off after map 1. Ooh, a little uncomfortable at the end. That's fine, ALG, that's fine. Everything's fine. It's all good. It's a 2v2. We don't have to, we can cut that bit out. Plants now in. What do we have? Muffin on one side, using their Ness and Smurfette on the other. Smurfette still has a little bit of smoke to work with. That is tasty. Doing some serious damage. Muffin couldn't quite snap to the shot, leaving just Yusin alive. And cleared in the end, diffuses there.
What a beast move coming through the duo in Ness and Smurfette. Love the dash to crosshair displace there, but it's all about Jolena. You know, the Des talked about on map 1, just carrying her squad through. I thought that blind combo was going to be everything, but the fact that Jolena got blinded herself and held on to that blind, didn't give away her location, resulted in 2 beautiful frags for herself there. So the setup, though, is what I appreciated coming out from the defense. All the while, ALG, they did handle it well. I mean, they were able to get past that KJ setup at short A, but unable to convert that 2v2.
So,
you know, surprised to see a Marshall instead of Outlaw coming out for Smurfette, but she's just preparing for that bonus.
Yeah. As it stands, one way is in place, so going to be a little bit tougher to disrespect that without investing a great deal behind it. So Jelena again gets to control this space. Life is here, so it could do rather well. Let's see if Jelena gets affected by any of this. Here it comes. And she will, so she'll be forced back to this. No more smokes for now, so that gets them at least past that first challenge.
Something I'm going to be keeping an eye out throughout this whole tournament, Lauren, is what teams are keeping in mind what Jets or what Neons love to force the Outlaw in the second round. Because you can see 2 Sheriffs on the board here for ALG. They're going to be on half armor going into that bonus, so it's just a little tally that I'm keeping up on the side. Quick tip versus SR. Don't buy Deagle on the second, please.
Please. Hopefully someone learns that lesson. For now, it's Muffin not be able to get in towards this one, but you said good shot here. Jelena, again, still finding so much impact. There is a chance in this. Look at Lane, still with that Sheriff, and Sarah stops all the fun from happening. That could have been something, but still, nicely handled, still a little bit of damage done. Yeah, you're going to be walking away happy enough with that. Golf clap.
I love that eco. Hey, if I'm the person who was at lane that did all the damage on Sarah, I did damage, guys.
Nice.
Great W round. Huge. Great eco.
W round.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Every time you say it, like a little part of me dies.
Why?
I don't know. It's changed how I see you. It looks like we're going to be going back towards that B main control. They started this one off with the pistol. Again, there's normally the shock dart coming out from Ness as well. Flash in from Sarah. Let's see how this looks. There are players on the other side here. Very early work towards the turret, so that's going to keep a little bit of an issue for ALG. But for now, they're playing patiently. It shouldn't be a huge problem.
I think for GX, they are just not going to rotate. You can see a Bucky in the back of Mayuri here. She wants to stand her ground and not move a muscle the entire round. And look at where ALG are regrouping to. KO is quickly by and spawn. Sarah, with those flashes in her back pocket.
Last time they had the knife to kind of clear through. They used a bit of util to kind of force players away. I guess it was because of the one-way, but still, this then gets you rocked and ready. You can see just waiting. Yuri, that is going to be devastating. And the smoke now goes in, but she doesn't have to back away far. Just a little bit of a new angle play around this. The outer has to come in. Does spot her. Okay, that's should be Miori dead, but it's Jelena keeping them alive.
Sarah's here now. She's got the molly and flashes.
Oh, that's huge. This is the bonus.
Yeah, refreshing the second smoke really puts ALG in another pickle. The fact that Shimilu just had to burn that dart as well doesn't give them anything. They've got to wait out this smoke.
They've got so little to play with it. You know, I guess the paranoia, the flash, the knife, but Miori is so unwilling to move away, and you can see why. She's still cooking. She's still going. And now a 3v2, but the util they have to break through in the time. 10 seconds. They have to go or they have to save. That's it. That's the options. They want to draw a line in the sand here. They don't want any of this usage, just trying to hold her breath to not get spotted. But Sarah on the drive-by, upgrades galore as well. 3 Vandals walking away from that, and a bonus round converted. The Bucky strikes again.
And Ginny said, get me out of here. I want nothing to do with this. Good luck, Yusin.
See ya.
You're probably a goner, but I'm taking my Vandal and I'm out. But luckily, she will be able to bring that into this 4th round. I'd love to see her drop that over towards Muffin. Ginny's got the flashes in her back pocket. Try to get an entry for yourselves with that hero rifle if you're on ALG side. And for GX, what a bonus. It all came back down to Miori with that Bucky in her back pocket.
Again, this is going to just condition ALG that they have to invest so much to clear these close corners. There is no free rounds in this. It's a very, very costly effect. Smurfette, does she explore deeper? No, being very careful on her angles here. She's getting curious, and that dash is dissipating.
Oh, boy.
Oh, that was really close.
It's fine. We're fine.
Everything's fine.
Nice little reset.
Get rid of the alarm bot above a minute. That's fine. Again, everything fine. Very defaulty. We love defaults.
Hey, it's a good spread right now. ALG are feeling good. They better be communicating with each other to put some sort of M3 smoke down. There it is from Muffin.
Oh, and they don't even know about the player in the corner. Ness is there as well. It's a 3-play stack. A real focus. I like that they dealt with the alarm bot. I'd love to back away, you know, going through the kind of protocol list of just, you know, the Ascent basics, but shot from Shimilu. But any more? No. Okay. So now down to Yusin. And yeah, you can see Jelena already prepared and locked in. So aware on that timing. Clean stuff from Giant X. They'll be happy with this.
Yeah, beautiful defense coming out so far for GX. And there was a moment where I got nervous.
Yeah.
And that generally happens when the attackers get that M1 position and they're able to really stay grouped. That 3-2-1 pounce between B main and M1 is something that attackers really take advantage of. But GX handled it well. And Smurfette, with that operator on her back, she doesn't want to mess around with the aggressive forward A mains. She wants to hide in this attack attic spot rather and dodge those KO flashes. Oh, I know this play.
Like this. Yeah, you seen this one before?
Beautiful flash dart combo to try to get that spam for nest. The desk was talking about it.
I really hope that ALG start warming into this map because I'm worried they're going to go missing. They have their faces on milk cartons. Did they? They must have done.
They saw Smurfette off the... And that's the key thing. Smurfette had to stay tucked in there, dodging and listening for that drone, listening for the KO flash, then peek out. But the jig is up. ALG are handling it well. KJ versus KJ towards this B main. Depending on what kind of info, or rather map control,
but you can see just having this player pushed up towards B main, even though there is a challenge on this, it's keeping them happy enough, keeping 3 towards A. Yeah, they're peeling Jelena back, but still, a lot of faith in this. Now they've got to respond, right? Now they have to respond. It's a 3-2 split, straight through towards B. The paranoia comes in, but it's Miori to strike. Jelena is here. Smokes in play as well. Could pop a quick smoke down. Paranoia unaffected. Jelena just going to hold the line. Oh, the catwalk! And absolutely walks through all 3 of them. Giant X in control.
That smoke that Jelena put down in the site right before she shoots her gun gives her the time. Just that slight misdirect allows her to get a triple kill. What a sequence of events coming out here for GX. And once again, it was ALG with that M1 control. That pinch was so beautiful. Miori had no chance. But Jelena with a triple.
Nice, guys! Nice, Jelena.
What a response.
Wow, this has got to be panic stations a little bit, right? If you're ALG, as I said, I was a little worried it's going to be faces on milk cartons time going missing. After a great map 1, really competitive, so impressive. Those executes were fantastic, the aggression. But we were worried because they don't have historical reps on this map. But everyone should be able to play Ascent, but it's that depth, that comfortable element to it. And right now, they're not looking like the same sort of team, right? It looked great on map 1. Map 2, I'm worried they're looking a little absent.
They are, and you know, that's where those reps really come through to play. This little choke point here at that lane, you've got to be able to pause. Yeah, it is so hard to pause when you're in that position. You're getting spammed, you might be getting pinged, you might be half blind. So it's natural instinct to push forward and try to find cover for yourself, but it's power in numbers. You've got to create a trade opportunity for your teammate behind you. So for Jelena, it was an incredible round, but for ALG's side of things, you cannot allow a multi-kill like that to happen from the solo anchor.
Time to turn up. 6th round here. They are on Sheriffs. They've got a couple of ults, though. If they try and make a stand here, if they get maybe a good start, they've always been deadly. There's been a couple of scares, but Giant X have been keeping that upper hand, but still. Focus up. Let's see how this looks.
Get out of my way.
Have a different start here, but patience from ALG.
Slower start the knife, giving ALG a little bit of information to start. ALG really want to find the weak side of the map to be able to pounce with Muffin's knives here. They didn't like what they saw at A. You can see the adjustments coming through here for this. This Omen blind would be very helpful. It looks like Yusin does want to regroup back towards. They've got to send everything to send Muffin up for success here. Find some sort of opening.
This just feels like a blender. Ness is here. The timing on this dart is massive.
Dark Duty team?
There it is. Someone's got to do it or it's going to be death. And that is devastating. Straight head first in. Muffin desperate to try and find impact. And it is just a massacre on the other side. Shimilu and Yusin trying to hold on, but you can see it. They're just trying to get this round done. They're just throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks. But Yusin last alive in a 1v3.
30 seconds left.
Brutality. But Smurfette 4 HP is enough. That was gutting.
Gutting for sure. And the fact that Smurfette on that 4 HP has the boldness to move forward like that, risk it, and still wipe her out. That's the HP communications coming through for GX, and that's a huge indicator that they are feeling good right now. All the communications coming through, all the information, and just doubling down on being dominant on this B defense.
I mean, the desk brought it up, right? The amount of times we're going to be seeing this Odin, it's something you're going to have to be very cognizant of. It has to be in your mind, and that was a very quick learning lesson as to why. It's punishing. Smurfette going to show off at least where the operator is for now. No surprises at this point. Knife, I think, again, going to at least find one here. Same player, the Omen again. And look, Jelena is just taking this fight. Does have support here.
Wow.
Loses out. Yusin going to be traded up by Sarah's nade, but still, they are so willing to brawl here.
What an insane trade as well. Smoke for smokes. This is going to hurt ALG more than it's going to hurt GX. Sarah unable to escape, just barely.
Good punish here. I like this. ALG punishing some of this over-aggression almost from Giant X. And look, if you're feeling confident, I don't blame you for trying it. It can really be demoralizing to play against teams who are just so in your face. But for now, this is a quick reminder. ALG going to try and claw back around here. 2v4 would be devastating as a loss. It would be great for ALG.
Standing ahead.
Both members tagged by that knife. Oh, but Mayori was able to sneak across.
They know about Muffin now as well, so got to be a bit careful here. As Mayori is still alive, it's a 1v2, and suddenly things aren't looking all that rosy. Doesn't know about the player behind. Oh my god, she... Absolutely, she does! Are you serious right now? Shimilu is going to keep a safe pair of hands on this, but bloody hell, that was too close.
Too close. But the damage is going to mean so much going through for the rest of this half as well for ALG. Look at the ultimates on the board here as well. Ginny finally coming on board with that KO ult. This should help going into this next round for that fast change of pace round. And look at that flank coming through.
Nice!
Barely
You take them
across.
You take them when you get them. You got to try and take any silver lining here. But again, if Giant X then just kind of tighten things back up, go back to what was working, not overdoing too much, they can kind of be a bit more comfortable. This is the big teller. This is the big one. You got ults to play with for ALG. You got a buy in hand. You got to do something great with this.
Huge swing round. Sarah still got one flash in her back pocket. Beautiful reaction.
Yeah, nice. Good info. Jelena as well. Spotting out a big idea of what's coming, basically. But now Ness doesn't want to say her welcome either. So very, very cautious now. Kind of pausing for thought.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that smoke coming out here for GX, but fortunately for them, ALG did not take advantage of them cutting off their own line. Have to pull back. The pressure was too much, but here it is. The pace match is great for ALG here.
Jolene just got a paranoia in hand, waiting for the Sarah as soon as contact's there. Now here comes the swing. It is stunning. Just perfect work between each other. So prudent in approach. They paused for just that KO ult before, and then the re-hit. They're all here as well. Smurfette has to deal with it, but still Jelena controlling over towards Catwalk, still trying to do the damage, but Ginny succeeding. It's a 3v2. Spike can go down. No one to contest this just yet. Ness could invest that ult, doesn't do so. Shimilu does have hers, and I like this, what Ginny's up to. It's a bit audacious, it's a bit risky, but you need to make these choices, try and make things happen. The lockdown coming in as well. This now puts it on a time limit. It's all here, it's all now. That's one, and a second would be God-given, at least denies. The lockdown goes back in for second. Smurfette is there. Now a 1v2. Shimilu is sat on the site, waiting this one out, dropping down on one, sees them, but can't deal with it. Smurfette breaking hearts.
The movement, the B-hop coming through there for Smurfette, completely ruining the spray down, unfortunately. And man, you gotta feel for Ginny there in such a power position to completely turn the tides of the round. Unfortunately, that lockdown, that power of choice, couldn't decide whether do I kill the person or do I go for the lockdown. Decides to help her teammate out and secure the lockdown kill, but unfortunate. And it was such a good start for ALG too. I love that they paused at that cat to allow Shimilu to get more forward. I wish though that as soon as Ginny popped that ult, that drone was already in the air so they could identify the setup and actually space into the site. Ginny's ult went off, no one got control, no one got space. So GX able to hold down the fort, and this has been an ongoing thing at A main for GX's side. The confidence, the re-swings, they're completely dominating the opening portion of this A main.
That one way is just so oppressive. It's so hard to handle. See, the Sarah's aware they're going to probably try and swing through this. Still going to hold her ground, though. The paranoia's going to come out. Does affect as many as she wanted, but Jeleena's got her back. But until then, Sarah now starting to pop off. It is confidence personified. And ALG are down in the doldrums here.
Wow, they even added a Sova ult to add insult to injury on top of that one. A little overkill, but hey, message received. A domination coming out for the side of GX, but hopefully for GX, they don't miss that ult coming to this next round. You can see Leyen has that KJ ult online here as well. And with Leyen lingering around outside this B main, she's gonna try to mind game versus this Odin that's been controlling it and maybe see if there's some sort of timing to place this down, but it's a spread. ALG, they want to slow this round down.
Uh-oh, run. Run away. Run away really, really quickly. They're so confident on these fights in the extremities. Oh, that's a shot! Leyen, that was clean as hell. Smurfette gets punished. And all the meanwhile, this is still going towards A. Jelena, though, going to take the counter space, almost pushing back towards A main. Now going to force their hand. Muffin, though, trying to get close towards as well. Isolate the fights, and she does so. Jelena's still holding her ground a little bit deeper. She's causing 3 players to go hunt, but she turns the flash. Muffin is on the chase, though. Now a 3v2. Miori is going to spot a player, doesn't get what she wants, dips away. They're staying as this 3-play pack, trying to divide and conquer, I guess.
That will allow them, though, to find the gap, get in towards this A site, get the spike down. Not a lot of utility on the back of Ness or Mayori. They gotta depend on their weaponry. Good flash.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
What the?
Miori, no. This could be devastating. Miori now in a power position, keeping all eyes turned towards her. Shimilu has to pick her target. Which fight can she try and handle first? And she knows time is ticking. Ness is there.
That hurts. That hurts if you're ALG. That was the round that they could have turned things around. I love the pack mentality. The way that Muffin updrafts towards that A main creates the quick high-low trade to be able to dominate that one. But man, unfortunate that flashbang doesn't result in a kill for Muffin. Just the smallest of margins so far, but GX, by the scoreline, they're dominating. But these rounds have come down to the wire, and the heroics of individuals from Jolena to Smurfette to Ness, all these players stepping up huge, and ALG, they feel like they don't have an answer. They can't get B main control. They can't win this A main fight.
It's a brutal game, this, isn't it?
Too suppressed.
Sarah unaffected. So again, it feels like rinse and repeat, doesn't it? Do they have something else to work with here? Well, in the meantime, Aldron just got used towards that B side, so you're already seeing no contact on that. Cool. I'm going to head on over towards A. Smurfette, eyes on, understanding there's going to be a whole lot of light shields.
Not ready.
There is indeed. A couple of ults to play with, though.
You can see ALG are feeling less confident about their game plan. All 5 members really stuck together here. That KJ ultimate's not going to get them too much. They've got to be able to properly space beat. You can see the pings coming out on the map, showing where the gaps are.
There's a lot of space, and that outlaw looks scary. And yeah, you can see the spam's even scarier. Ness doesn't have to move.
Oh no!
The Hunter's Fury come out, but Yusin's the one to get it. Shivilu's trying desperately to find these players, but still they hold the line. The Dark gonna go in, does get destroyed, so no value off of that one. Maybe a little bit of chip damage here, but the plant's gonna come in. 3 players desperate to get another round on the board. Give themselves a buffer, give themselves a chance. With a flash in, and slowly they come out, start filtering up from heaven. Sarah absolutely tearing apart the site hold as Miori just dives in. This is looking over.
Power in numbers, Lauren. Every single member of the defenders there were completely blind. Everyone's screen was completely white, but when you have that many stuck together, you just press M1 and pray, and it worked out for GX. They're able to completely wipe out ALG there. Unfortunate. I'd like to see in this last round, Lauren, ALG do a spread, right? Yeah. We saw Leyen actually able to punish Smurfette 3 rounds ago towards this B main. Spread out, slowly dissect, get a little bit of map control before you actually commit to a site.
Come into the unknown.
And it does look like they've got that spread here. Leyen outside B main.
Get out of my way.
they get the punish this time? Can they find what they're after? The battle of B main about to break out again. Looking towards middle here. Got to be careful. See that hesitation. This map doesn't feel fair for them right now. A lot of fear in every step they're taking. Gonna remove the turret. Follow up, and there's still a player on that deeper angle, so she should know that no one's progressed further, but they're gonna keep their players doubled up here. Is that them just a little mini high-low? Yeah. That's rotten luck if they go around that corner.
That was great information for Jolina. That's gonna leave Smurfette to just maintain M1, not move a muscle. Oh boy, this spray down.
Yeah, this is really hard. They back away. Nice timing on the ult here. The Paranoia not going to find what they wanted, but Muffin can maybe then gap close. No, Miori, again, still so confident to stand out in the open. Finally punished on the nade, but Ness still here. There's still a smoke in play, so if anyone tries to come through, it is just going to be another massacre. Getting stalled out, but I like this from Yusin. Takes away Sarah, but the rest of the team try and join up, and now it's all problems. Yusin, desperate to be the hero that they need, but 2 HP is so little. The shock dart could have done it itself, but it is the Giant X with such a punishing half here. 11-1. I don't know what you're meant to do.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't the forward crossfires, it was the secondary crossfires in the back lines. It was GX being one step ahead this entire first half.
Yeah, and speaking of one, ALG only have 1 round. Come back after the break, as hopefully they can get some more. The gravitas of this situation just keeps compounding. 11-1. This is, it is one-sided to say the least. It feels like it was ride or die on map 1, right, Christine?
It was, and unfortunately, we've seen kind of the energy being drawn out of ALG round by round early in that first half, and that's the tough thing, you know, stage experience, that's where that starts to come in, and you really believe, hey, it doesn't matter what the scoreline is, we got this, and that sort of hope really means a lot. So for ALG, you know, it was a tough first half, but they had the pieces moving. It was just GX being a little bit ahead of the trigger, but a lot of opportunities in that first half.
Yeah, and I think you can see the difference when you kind of consider how map 1 felt with, you know, those great looks, set pieces, really good damage and good overall looks from ALG. Obviously wasn't enough. They got very close at 13-10, but here, as you say, it's that little bit extra, that 10, 20, 30% even, that's just not quite there. And 11-1, we lock in again. Giant X this time on the attack, and look, if it's round by round, it's got to start with the pistol. If they don't get it, they're going home. So away we go. Beautifully done. Leon, though, just going to skip ahead. Completely ignore the player behind, but Smurfette is very much making an impression and ensuring the cross is now in.
Such a good entry, Smurfette, completely ruining that crossfire. But this flood, they've got to be able to handle it. Sarah still has a molly and a flash in her back pocket.
If that spacing right, get the timing right, Paranoia could be huge, the flash could be huge. Muffin could be waiting for that jump off point. Paranoia gets sent. Smurfette takes a fight towards stairs and is looking like he's going from bad to worse. Ginny, you gotta do something here. Try and save ALG. This would be the start, or it might just be the end of things. Sarah and Smurfette, yeah, this one might have just been that nail in the coffin. 12-1 ALG with their last chance.
Dominant and decisive. That was GX pulling out one of their set pieces, probably a round that they've drilled hundreds of times this year. Smurfette beautifully gets into the back lines, and that's a tough job as a Jet. You are always half blind. It's all about that target selection. So Ness getting that tag, making things easy for their Jet.
We were just getting a meow, 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 meow. I'm gonna have to listen to that one back.
Must be a fan of Yinsu.
Okay, I also like meowing like that. Okay, that's good. It's good for vibes. Vibes right now, probably not good for LG. Probably a little bit of a rough one, but time to buy up what you can, right? Get all the pennies together. Try and get something.
Working with scraps out here, Lauren.
Yep. Hey, look, Buckies have done wild things. Stingers.
In M3 on Ascent, far back in spawn. We'll see what Muffin can do with that one. I'd like to see Ginny and Muffin sticking together, some sort of pop flash to dash forward, but 3 members, they've got to take care of this drone. Don't get tagged.
Someone. Oh, damn. Just absolutely whipping the shot on the drone. But they are going to kind of draw in the additional player. Again, Muffin is just off again, so not overly fighting on this. Maybe feeling this isn't the final destination.
Yeah, a lot of decisions to be made. You can see Muffin going back and forth, not knowing exactly what site she wants to commit to here. It's all in GX's control, completely controlling the pace here.
Just trying to clear through CAD. This is a position
spot
for a Bucky. Yeah. That's much better. Okay, Muffin, time to shine. One and done, but you'll take it at this point.
Oh,
You
boy.
see no man's land. Court crossing back through, leaving Ginny pretty isolated here. Big info, but she's got to do some serious damage. And the shot not coming in. This is looking like it's all but done. Down to 2 players. Shimilu, the last one alive to make that final stand. As Giant X correct the ship after map 1 looked really ropey, really close. Looks like this might be time for a statement. Shimilu, what can you do with this one? A 1v4 post plant, and there is a firing squad ready and waiting. Giant X in the end with a clean map 2 at 13-1.
And if you're Giant X, this is exactly what you want to showcase, especially after that first day, how close that series was. This is a dominant statement piece for Giants coming through on the second day, letting everyone know, hey, that was a little shaky, but we're here, we're back, and the experience just showing through. GX, there was a couple moments in that early in the first half where maybe it could have got dicey, but they were in full control.
They absolutely were. They stayed in control there, and you saw that experience kind of coming into map 2. Okay, yeah, map 1 was close, no worries. Map 2's ours. There's our comfort pick coming in of Ascent, and it looked really good in their hands. But I do want to highlight how competitive map 1 was. If you just tuned in for map 2, I forgive you for not thinking it was as competitive as it was. Map 1, the team on your screen, ALG, put up a fantastic fight. The difference of 1 or 2 rounds totally changed the outcome. They should be proud of map 1, map 2. Hey, get that map veto getting a little more flush. That would have been fantastic. But the winners of Giant X, I mean, map 1, they fought through all those issues, those fantastic rounds. And then map 2, I mean, they looked untouchable.
They did, and it's always nice to see that sort of progression from both sides of the mix, right? We saw those adjustments coming through, that ISO kind of throwing everyone in for a loop, the curveballs, but that adjustment, I love it. The Viper was not something that you can just be ready for at all times on Haven, so I like the fact that ALG did make it competitive.
Yeah, this is a team to watch, and I'm sure Giant X now want to keep going in this fashion. Ascent has sent a message. I think teams will now be a little bit more worried about keeping that in the map pool against them. And maybe, just maybe, map after map, game after game, they can keep getting stronger. As said, gotta say for me, Jelena having a fantastic performance here, Christine. She looked exceptionally good on map 1. Map 2 still safe pair of hands. I mean, everyone from Giant X definitely stepped up.
Yeah, and it's good to see that Smurfette warmed up into her role as well. Forward as hell on that duelist, and you know, she's played all of them so far. The Raze, the Neon, the Jet, the ISO, so she's warming up into it.
Yeah, and hopefully we can get, I think even the team aren't sure. They're like, we still here? We're still here. We're still chilling. We just needed extra time with you guys, you know? That's on you guys. You finished so quickly. I mean, it's got to feel good. After that first game they had as well, a rough one, right? If you think back to kind of how that must have felt going through the motions in that first series and being tipped as one of the higher end teams, it couldn't have been a comfortable situation with high expectations on you, having a little bit of a, I don't want to say upset because, upsets do happen, but again, it's one of those where, for them, this is course correction, it feels like.
Yeah, and that triple kill that we just saw, this highlight reel is going to be a lot of Jolina clips. You already touched on it, Lauren, but from that pistol round to that 3-kill towards that B site, that completely changed any sort of momentum that ALG looked like they may or may not have cooked up.
All right, let's send it down to Yinzu, down on the stage. They are standing by with Smurfette for the Verizon post-match interview.
A crazy dominant finish that was from the side of Giant Eggs. I'm now joined by their star duelist, Smurfette. First of all, Smurfette, congratulations. Welcome back, by the way, to Game Changers Champs. How does this stage compare to the last time you were here?
I think last time's stage was better, I'm not gonna lie. This time it's a bit simple, I didn't like it, but it's okay.
And what are the vibes like, I guess, because it's a different team. You have different teammates this time around, and how different or maybe similar is that for you?
I mean, I think it's the same. I still have Ness with me, so that's why I think it's still the same.
Oh, was that Ness? I think I just heard her screaming from over there. Now, the first game we saw you guys on this stage it was kind of like a weird off day, from the where we were sitting. Was that the same for you? Did you feel like that was more of a unusual way of you guys playing on stage?
Oh, it was definitely off day for us, and we didn't get used to the stage, and we came to Germany really late and we couldn't practice enough, which is not an excuse, I swear.
Okay, so it was a warm-up, right? You needed a little bit of time to warm up into it. Now you have warmed up into it. What did you make of the performance today?
Well, I'm happy about our Ascent game. Haven was like ... We don't talk about Haven.
Your Ascent is always good, though. We have full faith in you whenever you play Ascent. And one thing I do want to highlight, last time you were on the Game Changers Champ stage, dare I say it, the Jet, it was a bit of a Jet over and over, a one-tricking almost. And this time around, you're playing absolutely everything.
Yeah, I grew up eventually.
You enjoying it?
I am enjoying it.
And is the Jet still, your favorite? You got other things you prefer to play?
Oh, definitely. Jet is still my favorite.
After all this time?
Yeah.
Okay, what about the other duelists that you haven't played? You want to dip into that?
I'm not an arena player, so I don't know. And I tried ISO, and it was just kind of weird. Sorry.
You didn't enjoy the ISO?
Not really.
Oh, why?
I don't know, because I played after the nerf, maybe that's why. You need to buff. I mean, don't buff, never mind. But you can buff Neon.
We can buff Neon? Smurf. I feel like a lot of people watching this just groaned at that. Now, your next match, you're going to be playing against a team you've never played against before on GCC. They looked pretty good as well, they've warmed up into the game too. So what do you make of Crew? Do you know much about them?
I barely watched their game, but I think they're a really good team. I watched their only G2 game. I mean, they're a good team, but if it's our day, I think it's going to be a good match.
And last question before I let you go. Miori was talking about how the reason you're in the lower bracket is because you want to beat every team, which I think is fair. You come all the way here, you want to play against everybody, but just tell us how difficult it is to be in the lower bracket. You've been there before, you managed to make final, a couple of times, but is it still hard, you think, to be in this position?
I mean, we are so used to playing on the lower brackets, so it just doesn't feel different at all, to be honest. It just feels like it's our first game, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, and we are so used to losing, so yeah.
So it's like second nature, doesn't faze you, you're not pressured. Yeah. That's what I like to hear. Thank you very much for joining me, Smurf, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
One more time, you guys, Smurfette.
Oh, I absolutely love her vibes. And especially since, she's keeping it humble still. She's like, oh yeah, it was good, but maybe not that good. Especially since, they know they're in this lower bracket run. And they know that they have a long, long journey ahead of them this week.
Yeah, but finally, Giant X gets their first win after a first day that was very complicated and a first map that was also very complicated, but they're on Ascent, probably the most dominant win that we've had in the tournament so far, in a map where they've always felt very comfortable.
Yeah, I think we saw this as a team with high standards for the stage, for the gameplay. It doesn't matter. They expect the best. And, well, there's certainly some things they can improve on in that first map. I think it's hard to find any notes for the second.
Yeah, but I feel like, one note that you might have, Mitch, is that maybe Nest didn't bring out the Odin enough.
Right? It can always be more, but I do feel like Nest did a pretty good job pulling out that big old gun. And we know this. We had the stat, Kukuka, you brought it up in the pre-map, about, 37%. There it is again. Oh, no, it's 67% this time. So she'd upped it. I think it was 37 the first time, right? So Odin was much more prevalent, and I think a big reason for that is they're often losing like 13-7, 13-8 on this map against G2 and Falcons. So they're losing rounds, which means money is harder to come by. But when they're winning, that Odin is out every round it can be.
Exactly. I mean, they got the pistol, they won the bonus. She brought a Vandal, and then she dropped it because she knew that we were watching, that we were expecting the Odin. Is such a reliable weapon for her that we can understand if she has the chance, why not just keep bringing it?
And what was interesting was there was even a setup inside B main where you had Ness crouched with the Odin and another player, I think it was Miori, behind her in a firing squad with the Vandal. I mean, that is suppressive fire on another level.
Oh my gosh, classic. And I'm glad that I was here to see that because you guys were hyping up this play. There will be a lot more.
There's gonna be lots more.
I would love to be there for it, especially since I'm not convinced that we've actually seen the best of Giant X just yet. I feel like they're just ramping up. And as humble as Smurfette was in that interview, like they still have, more to offer for this.
Oh yeah, and that's also the kind of sentiment that they have to take out of today, right? You had that difficult first day. We knew and we heard it from Smurfette as well that they haven't had that much time to prep and get everything ready, but you don't have time. If you manage to win tomorrow and continue on that lower bracket run, you will get a couple of days to get some rest, but that's about it.
Yeah, it's an intense schedule, right? And that's why we also have to say, like, for all the teams here, props to them for being here, right? Unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to FlyQuest Red and to ALG, but I do think that they did put their best, their best foot forward during these matches.
I do think FlyQuest Red, looking at the upper bracket matchup, it's going to haunt them a little bit how close they were to taking it across the line against Zipto, but at the end of the day, they did put on a good performance, having to play that lower bracket match with a sub as well. I think Lace can be extremely proud of what she brought to that stage, fitting in very well. The breach that Sonder had before was very, very solid, and I think you didn't really notice that much of a difference here today in that.
I feel like it is not the last that we're going to see from them, right? I expect to see them next year, and that really, like, the result doesn't really tell the story. Yes, they go out 0-2. They did manage to get a couple of maps that they've been playing against all Pacific. They just couldn't take Pacific.
Yeah.
You would know about it.
I would definitely know about it. And for ALG, it's unfortunate we have to say goodbye to them, especially since, much like FlyQuest, they also had to play with some circumstances that weren't exactly up to, the plans that they had for today.
But again, coming into the tournament with just 3 maps and playing against the caliber of teams that we have here, we have legacy already built up here. I think it's a great learning experience. They were saying it themselves that that's how they were taking it, and Shimiru got to play as well. So I'm happy for them, and honestly, I again expect to see them this year.
And one other thing to add as well, the fact that the player that they lost was effectively, it's a brand new role, the translator. And when you lose that and then you have to play a map that you haven't played before, that you don't have the foundational understanding of how to react to certain things, those things have to be communicated. That's tough when you've lost your translator. So it's not a full excuse. We did see their split the other day and it wasn't exactly sublime. Maybe it would have been the same with or without 1 HP. The reality is, they had a lot of roadblocks here, and I think especially in map 1, at least, they put their best foot forward.
Yeah, this is a team that's still very, very raw, and at this state, they were still able to be here. They were still able to go up against Giant X and so many other teams. So I would say very, very impressive. I hope that these players continue.
We have seen it in the past. We all lived through the days where China could not get a map of anyone.
It's happening here, is it?
We were there when it was slowly skyrocketing, and a couple of months ago, we were giving them a Champions Trophy, so watch out.
Yeah, it's definitely something that, it has happened in the past. It can happen again. But for now, let's take a look at our bracket, which now only has 8 teams left in the running. The competition is going to be even more intense because coming up tomorrow, we've got 2 more elimination games. I just love to see how the teams and the players change under all of this pressure when the safety net is just pulled out from under them.
Oh yeah, and it really was. In terms of today, I actually thinking back to the MasterCard fan poll we had earlier on, shout out once again to the 8.6% of people who had it right. Y'all knew Zeta were taking it here today, and well, I'm proud to be part of that group.
I have to say, I'm actually happy I am not working tomorrow because I see myself losing and winning in both of these scenarios because, yes, Falcons, I think they still have a lot to prove. We talked about the stories there. What we saw today from Zeta was on a different level. Like, it is one of those stories, right, that you take out of the tournament. This is one of the core memories. And then for the Giant X crew, I'm not even going to say it because you know what I'm thinking. I'm not going to racially profile myself.
Well, there you have it. You have matches to look out for tomorrow, and we're gonna see you all there. Thank you so much for watching. We will see you tomorrow once again from here, from Berlin, from Game Changers Champions 2024. Bye! For FlyQuest, you have such experienced names ready to prove that they belong here. They cannot go home this early. And for Zeta, the pride of an entire region on their shoulders. All of the Japanese fans have their hopes on this roster. Who's it going to be?
Starbound fighting opener. Serena with the swing. 1 is good. 2 is even better. She's at 3 for the round. And Moku's going to be there in a 1 versus 1. Starbound able to clutch it. Starbound's easily able to find a ghost kill. Akko swings out here, beautifully done, but it's going to take more. Moko's found 3 and still wants to get aggressive up on this one. It's got to be Moko! An ace for Zeta Division! There's the push out of Garage. Now they can wrap towards mid. Lace eventually deals with Moko, but man, she cannot be shifted. Finds herself in a 1 versus 5 with Tail. Insurmountable odds. FlyQuest bring Lace into the lineup, and they don't miss a beat. They wait for Serena, now deal with the rest of them. Neural Theft at the corpse, and Suzu wraps on it to fight too. Devastating! Zeta Division with yet another round on the trot. Dodo is chasing. See very quickly. Zeta back away in that area. Laso elsewhere. Pick up on Moko over towards that Paul's side. Suzu finds 2, make it 3. Now has to try and clutch it out. Dodo, oh, that is an alley-oop if I've ever seen one. It's at half as well, it's at half. Give it a tickle, Lace comes out and still wins it. They were forced to break the recon, make noise. Timing. Oh my goodness, the timing. Moko with 1 more. Japan has secured their first map in an international. And a Game Changers Championship. We're going all the way. Can't really jump spot, you can't jiggle peek because you might go down, and there goes there. Here's the flash. Paranoia also in the boathouse now. If there's a swing, it's a kill for Suzu. Into the breach they go. And Donut is waiting for the operator to show, but takes a swing. And from Speedway, Moko's there. It's just so patient. FlyQuest have weapons as well. They can really work with this. Moko TP's into her own smoke. Wins that out. How does she win that? A second as well. Oh my goodness, Moko. Makes it up. FlyQuest are broken. And there it is. For GCC 24, Japan have finally arrived. Suzu has finally been able to win a series at a GCC.
Final match of the day, and another team will be going home. Will it be Giant X, or will the home crowd cheers carry them through? Or for the sole representatives from BCTC, and will the ambition of ALG pull through this time around?
No idea if the attackers are very close or very far, and what a shot from Mayori.
Yeah, prying that side open, but Yusin is still here, still standing tall. Maybe she can follow up, she can! Immaculate impact already. Finally finding more. An ace would need 1 more, but she's only got 8 HP. Sarah has to walk into the line instead, and Yusin is there. Keeping hope alive for ALG. Ginny is still here. They've got to know someone's still around. The flash, it's not going to affect the player she wanted, but she's still alive. How's she gotten away with it? How is she alive? Ginny, get out of here, Ginny! She shouldn't have been alive, and she's still firing. Brings this back to maybe a realm of possibility for Layan, but this is difficult. This is tough. Tries to isolate more. Can't happen. Giant X pull it back in from the brink at a 13-10 victory. Jelena is here. Smoke's in play as well. Could pop a quick smoke down. Paranoia unaffected. Jelena just going to hold the line. Hold the catwalk and absolutely walks through all three of them. Giant X in control. The lockdown goes back in for second. Smurfette is there. Now a 1v2. Shimilu is sat on the site waiting this one out, dropping down on one, sees them, but can't deal with it. Smurfette breaking hearts. Giant X in the end with a clean map 2 at 13-1.
And if you're Giant X, this is exactly what you want to showcase, especially after that first day, how close that series was. This is a dominant statement piece.
Angels descend, no mortal could prevent what's hellbound and heaven sent. Could they now? But who are they to think to stand down in our way amidst destruction and decay? Anyway. At the very least, we are not plagued with some disease where our conscious fights release. Are we now?